the English department of the School of Humanities, plus the Institute for Caribbean Studies, both at the University of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras. We organized this event as a platform for people who are doing work on the languages, literatures, cultures, education, any aspect of life in the Caribbean. And when we speak of the Caribbean, we're speaking of the greater Caribbean, which includes everything from, say, Brazil all the way to New Orleans and the diaspora as well. So Toronto, London, New York, etc., etc. Okay. The event will start starting now, and then we'll go on to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Usually we make everything fit nicely into hour blocks, but this time it wasn't possible. So we're going to be overlapping hours, and also our lunch break is not going to be from 12 to 1. It's going to be from 1 to 2. So there have been some we've upended our schedule a little bit and problematized it and made it interesting and messy. So that's a very good sign, I think. In any case, bienvenidos al Simposio Caribe Plurilingüe número 23. Es un evento que se da cada semestre hacia los finales de semestre de cada año, auspiciado por el Instituto de Estudios Caribeños o de Estudios del Caribe y el Departamento de Inglés de Humanidades de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, Río Piedras. Hoy vamos a empezar ahora a las 9 y vamos a continuar hasta las 4. Bueno, normalmente el horario se divide en hora por hora, 9 a 10, 10 a 11, etcétera, etcétera, pero esta vez no pudimos hacerlo así. Entonces, bueno, que la primera sesión, por ejemplo, se va a empezar como a las 9 y durar hasta las 10:15, y el almuerzo no se va a dar a mediodía, sino a la 1. Entonces, pero de todas maneras quisiéramos agradecer a nuestros colegas, nuestros colegas, el Instituto de Estudios del Caribe por auspiciar este evento y también por mantener el archivo de las grabaciones de este evento cada semestre. So we want to extend a very special thanks to the Institute of Caribbean Studies at the University of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras, for co-sponsoring this event, as well as keeping a record of all of the recordings that were made of past events. So with that in mind, I would like to invite our colleague, Professor Don Walicek, to say a few words on behalf of the Institute.
Good morning, everybody. How's my sound? Can you hear me okay? Great. Thank you, Professor Ferriclas. Thank you, Nick. I'm here as the director of the Institute of Caribbean Studies, and also want to welcome everyone and to echo many of the things that Professor Ferriclas said. As he mentioned, this is the 23rd time this event has happened. The Institute of Caribbean Studies is happy to be the co-sponsor of it, happy to archive the recordings and to assist in the publicity of this event. And we're also supportive of it, you know, for many reasons, but one of them is for the way in which it embraces and supports student research. And we are working on doing more of that ourselves over here. I'm a professor in the Department of English and the graduate program in linguistics and the director of the Institute. And this event forms part of the Conferencias Caribeñas, which is a sequence of conferences, of lectures that's existed for about 16 years and continued pretty consistently not pretty consistently, consistently, without exception, I would say, even during the pandemic. So this is a long-running project that is tied to the Institute's work in complying with its mission, and that mission charges the Institute with cultivating dialogue within the region, um, with sharing research, including recent research by students, with strengthening the research culture of this campus, and things along these lines. So the Institute is always looking for new ways to enrich its compliance with these components of the mission. As Professor Ferraclas mentioned, we record these events and all of the conferencias caribeñas actually, and they go into the institutional repository here at UPR and up on our YouTube channel, which is pretty easy to find and a good resource for research as well as, you know, sometimes for your entertainment, that kind of thing. Another important project we have is the journal Caribbean Studies, which I just want to mention briefly. Here is the latest volume, which was co-edited by Jessica Adams and Cecile Asilen, who was recently a guest speaker in the Department of English. This volume is on Haiti. Not most of our volumes are not thematic or focused on a specific topic, but this one is, and it has a lot of really impressive and useful research and other types of writing as well. So if you're interested in Haiti, I suggest you take a look at it. The journal's contents are shared and available through JSTOR and Project Muse. And the journal's existed and been running consistently since 1961. So it's one of the largest and longest publication projects in Caribbean studies, and obviously it's Caribbean based. We have a few new initiatives underway in the Institute that I just want to mention briefly. One of those allows professors to do research stays here of 1 semester or 2 semesters in length. That research is focused on the Caribbean. And another one, which I think we will officially launch next month, provides research support, meaning funds for research, to graduate students who are doing work on the Caribbean. Those funds can be used for things like visiting archives, you know, in the Caribbean or in the U.S. if there's Caribbean material at a specific archive or library in the U.S., for doing field work, for going to Caribbean-based conferences, that sort of thing. So we hope that that funding could complement other funding available on campus, for example, the funding through DEHI and through some departments. So if you're interested in these sorts of things and other activities that the Institute is sponsoring, you can check out our Facebook page as well as our website. So I'd like to thank Professor Ferraclas and Professor Donovan Kuabang for organizing this and for being in touch with us and for involving the Institute. If you tuned in late, I think it was already mentioned that lunch has shifted from 12 until 1, right? So there's a break. Lunch was going to be 12 to 1, but I think it's now from 1 to 2. Is that right? Yeah, okay. So in case anybody missed that, we were sharing the scheduled information over here. So people, I think, will be coming in and out since it's a rather long festival of sorts almost, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Walichek. Also, the co-sponsor of this activity is the Department of English at the University of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras. And we have our graduate coordinator here with us, Professor Patrick Andre Mater. Perhaps, Professor Mater, you'd like to say a couple of words on behalf of the Department of English.
Sure. So welcome everyone to this event, and I'd like to reinforce what my colleague Don Wallachek mentioned that this is a great opportunity for graduate students and researchers to present their current work on the Caribbean languages, literatures, and cultures. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for them to present their work, and it's also a great exercise because presenting such complex topics in a very limited time is a challenge that we all face as academics, and I think that graduate students especially will greatly benefit from this event. And I'd like to thank, of course, I see that Professor Kuhlbaum just arrived, so I'm glad you're here, and I'd like to congratulate both you and Professor Farrakbaz for this initiative. So I'm looking forward to hearing from the graduate students and other presenters.
Many thanks, Professor Mattel. Okay, so now on behalf of the team that organizes this, perhaps Professor Kuhlbaum would like to say a few words, and then we'll get started.
Well, since I came late, I cannot talk much. So I would say welcome everybody. And again, thanks to the great team, all from the English department in the kind of way. That is Don Wallachek, who is directing the Institute of Caribbean Studies, who has been very willing and supportive, even before he became the director. And then Patrick also, I want to thank you, and we want to thank all the students and other non-students who are participating and who always make this event so desirable that term in and term out, people want to present. So thanks a lot again for coming, and I apologize for coming late. I was trying to set up in the on campus so that I will not have a blackout.
Yes, and Professor Kuhlbaum has a very special office on campus. It has a wonderful view in the background. So
yeah,
this is, and we're very impressed. Okay. So I just want to mention one other thing or a couple other things. First of all, publications. So there are publications that are part of the doctoral program in the study of the Anglophone Caribbean. We have Sargasso, and if you're interested in publishing in Sargasso, Professor Wallachek is a person to consult about that. He can get you to the person you need to speak with about that. And there's also Tonguas, and I think Professor Kuhlbaum would be able to help you to do that. And then we have our annual volumes that we publish on the languages, literatures, and cultures of the Caribbean. So those of you who are presenting today, see if you can convert what you present into some kind of article for one of those publications, and it could be considered for publication. Okay, so I think we've done all the introductory things we need to do. Now we should be getting to the presentations. Okay, so our first speaker is Eurice Perez Cruz. This one up. And he'll be presenting on Humanity Thrives, paralelismos entre la naturaleza y el lenguaje.
Sí.
Ok, Eurice, yo voy a proyectar. Dime cuándo quieres que yo cambie la diapositiva.
Entendido. Muchas gracias. Bueno, muy buenos días a todos. Yo soy Eurice Pérez Cruz, estudiante graduado del programa de lingüística en la UPR de Río Piedra. Estaré hablando de la obra de arte Humanity Thrives, paralelismo entre naturaleza y lenguaje, inspirado por el recorrido de espacios naturales con Priya Parota para este curso. Podemos comenzar. Primero, un poco de trasfondo. Humanity Thrives es un arte digital creado en el 2021 bajo el seudónimo de Transforming Wagon. Eso es mi seudónimo como artista visual y literario. El objetivo de esta pieza como tal era crear un estudio en la relación entre la naturaleza y nuestras convenciones artificiales, todo lo que nosotros creamos con nuestras manos o con nuestra inteligencia. Y en esta presentación sí puse la pregunta si esta relación sería simbiótica o parasítica. No es en lo que me voy a enfocar, pero es bueno tener en mente qué tipo de relación nosotros tenemos con la naturaleza que nos provee todo. Eh, yo, siendo un fan de la pragmática, ¿verdad? De la semántica, tomo muy en cuenta cómo el poder de la palabra se utiliza para darnos mensajes y hacernos pensar de una manera u otra. Pueden ver que en el fondo de verde hay ciertas palabras, ciertas expresiones que pueden funcionar como catchphrases, buzzwords y todo ese índole. Podemos seguir. So, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Yo quiero que observemos los elementos principales de esta pieza. De nuevo, una pieza artística está abierta a toda interpretación y esto es solo una interpretación más. Esto no es de que estoy en lo correcto o en lo falso, pero en los elementos principales que tengo aquí presentes, tengo la cúpula, ¿no? Esa cabeza que se ve, nos lleva a una perspectiva pues, antropocéntrica del mundo ideal. Esto tiene mucho que ver con mis experiencias personales, que mientras nosotros disfrutamos la naturaleza como tal, también sabemos que el humano tiene esta tendencia a querer controlarla y moldearla a su conveniencia. Nosotros vemos árboles en la acera para decorar una ciudad, pero no necesariamente con una verdadera finalidad de dar para atrás a la naturaleza lo que nos ha dado. Y el segundo punto de esa cúpula tiene que ver con eso, la performatividad de la naturaleza a expensas de sí misma. Yo voy a matar 20 árboles simplemente para tener una pieza de arte que alude al amor por la naturaleza. Solo estoy matándola para adorarla. La realidad es un poco macabro, pienso yo, pero así es. Esa es la perspectiva que tengo. Entonces, la base. La base tengo, lo que se presenta es un tronco, ¿verdad? Una relación forzada y dolorosa entre esa máquina que tenemos encima del árbol. Y podemos ver que hay una especie de imagen, si lo vemos de lejos o más amplio, es un rostro que está llorando. Hay mucho dolor en esto. Cómo nosotros utilizamos o abusamos de la naturaleza simplemente para tener este mundo ideal en donde la adoramos, o mejor dicho, adoramos nuestra idea de lo que la naturaleza debería ser. Y en el fondo tenemos lenguaje persuasivo, que es mi enfoque lingüístico, y palabras como expand your mind, the children, wow, son estas cosas que se supone que nos impresionen y nos hagan querer más de lo que ya nos estamos presentando. Si yo te digo que algo es wow, pues se supone que tú quieras eso, no lo contrario. Podemos ir a la próxima. Entonces, ¿cómo yo relaciono esta pieza de arte y la naturaleza al lenguaje? Eso es algo que yo me estuve preguntando mientras estaba haciendo los recorridos en el Jardín Botánico, Viejo San Juan, y no se me hizo muy difícil, porque en este caso el lenguaje sigue siendo algo natural, orgánico que surge del ser humano. Es algo que nosotros ya tenemos de manera intrínseca, no es un artificio. El acto quizás lo sea, pero eso es otro tema. Primero, que el primer paralelismo, el obvio es la destrucción del lenguaje no convencional. Esto también es inspirado por el curso que estuve tomando este semestre de lengua en peligro de extinción. Nosotros damos por sentado muchas lenguas que no se adhieren a nuestros objetivos capitalistas o convencionalmente aceptables. Todos queremos aprender francés, italiano y portugués. Muy raro encontrar a alguien que quiera aprender, no sé, el koiné, por ejemplo, o swahili o lengua así. Por lo menos en mi experiencia como estudiante en la UPR y habiendo vivido también en los Estados Unidos. So, nosotros tomamos ciertos aspectos más importantes que otros en vez de considerar que al ser parte de un ecosistema, cada cosa es igualmente importante. El segundo paralelismo es la cámara de eco. En este caso, el domo donde están esos árboles y ese cielo, en verdad está encerrado, es una jaula. Y a nivel lingüístico, o por lo menos en el acto del habla, nosotros creamos una cámara de eco donde nos comunicamos más o nos relacionamos más con aquello que ya es familiar. Usualmente al aprender algo nuevo o a ver un elemento de cambio, tenemos resistencia y hay gente que prefiere quedarse en ese punto de resistencia, como el English Only Movement que ha surgido en los Estados Unidos. Aquí pues yo incluyo el ejemplo de un solo lenguaje, una sola manera de pensar. Eso es un estancamiento. Básicamente nos estamos privando de explorar muchas posibilidades cuando no queremos estudiar estas lenguas que no son muy populares. Aprendí sobre el pirajá, que aparentemente no tienen un sistema de numeración o de conteo como las lenguas tradicionales. Hay tantas posibilidades y maneras de pensar que nosotros no conocemos, pero como no son parte de esta cúpula social aceptable o capitalista, es irrelevante. Y cuando es irrelevante, no nos importa el daño que le hacemos, directa o indirectamente. Entonces, daño a la materia orgánica y prima, de la misma manera que nosotros destruimos la naturaleza para exaltarla, lo mismo pasa con los lenguajes. Nosotros, al no prestarle atención a estas lenguas que nos proveen diferentes maneras de pensar, la realidad es que estamos dañando al ser humano en sí y su potencial. Podemos ir al próximo. Entonces, ¿qué consecuencias podemos conseguir a base de estos actos que cometemos en contra de la naturaleza y del lenguaje? El primero, estancamiento y degradación intelectual. Es lo que había mencionado. Si tenemos solo una lengua, hay una sola manera de pensar, muy poca variación. Y esto significa que los resultados o las soluciones a los problemas que tenemos siempre van a estar en la misma caja. No vamos a poder think outside the box. Significa que vamos a estar buscando remedios en vez de una verdadera solución o una verdadera cura. Es una curita. O ponerle duct tape al problema en vez de buscar la raíz, ¿no? Y uno de estos problemas es que como partimos de lo que ya sabemos, no estamos yendo más allá, pues simplemente el problema se va a volver a repetir. Siempre un good enough, pero no es lo ideal. La otra consecuencia es refuerzo de normatividad dentro del lenguaje o incluso dentro de la naturaleza. Cuando nosotros ya tenemos una idea de lo que algo debe ser, tanto en la naturaleza como en el lenguaje, ya empezamos a crear una especie de división de nosotros contra el otro. Si yo lo hago de esta manera y tú lo haces de otra manera, yo estoy bien, tú estás mal. No se me va a ocurrir que quizás los dos estemos bien en algo y mal en algo. Ya tenemos esa autoridad y sabemos que ese tipo de división ha resultado en conflictos violentos, ¿verdad? Con resultados horribles. Básicamente, lo que estamos haciendo es nosotros creando esta cúpula donde todo lo que hacemos y decimos es correcto y no estamos dando paso a nuevas ideas que, aunque sean controversiales y problemáticas para nuestras nociones personales, simplemente pudieran ayudarnos a explorar ideas que nosotros no sabíamos, que quizás ya teníamos y las ignoramos porque eran radicales. Podemos ir a la próxima. Entonces, soluciones a estos problemas, ¿verdad? Estos son teoría, esto es una propuesta aquí, pajas mentales, como dicen. Yo creo que cómo nosotros podemos resolver el problema de estancamiento y de destrucción lingüística y de la naturaleza, primero con lo que es documentación y revitalización. Aquí yo incluí una cita, ¿verdad? Narcisismo mío, de que el conocimiento solo es dañino cuando falta. Si nosotros logramos documentar o proteger la naturaleza y el lenguaje, lo que estamos asegurando es que exista una diversidad necesaria para que el ecosistema, tanto lingüístico como natural, pueda florecer y seguir floreciendo. La naturaleza tiene un diseño de por sí. Siempre se balancea, ¿no? Ocurre un huracán por X o Y razón y a partir de ese huracán surge nueva vida. Lo mismo con los volcanes. En términos de lenguas, existen nuevas maneras de comunicarnos a base de la gran diversidad que tenemos. Por ejemplo, el Spanglish es El ejemplo más obvio que sí se ha vuelto una manera de comunicar donde la gente se entiende. Ese tipo de variedad es necesario que lo documentemos e intentemos revitalizar a aquellos que ya están muertos o están moribundos. Es por eso de mantener la opción de pensar diferente a como ya lo estamos haciendo. Lo segundo es promoción de un estilo de vida no consumista. Y esta es la parte que yo creo que es más difícil. Si nosotros queremos economizar o mejorar nuestra relación con la naturaleza, la realidad es que debemos regular cómo nosotros consumimos. Y no es solamente privarnos de a la mala, como un regaño, no puedo comer carne hoy. No, es reconsiderar tan siquiera es necesario comer carne todos los días y internalizarlo como parte de uno mismo. Es como los ejercicios. Hay gente que empieza haciéndolo obligado y le duele, pero cuando uno lo adopta como parte de un estilo de vida, algo que uno quiere hacer, pues resulta que es más saludable. Y nuestra relación con la naturaleza puede ser vista de esa manera. Algo saludable que queremos hacer porque es beneficioso de todas maneras. Incluyo aquí que el ser humano, mucho más que una pieza, es un ente creador de posibilidades ilimitadas. Nosotros no estamos en el mundo separados de la naturaleza. Nosotros somos parte de ella. El único problema es cuando pensamos que estamos sobre ella o bajo ella. Y se puede coexistir. Lingüísticamente hablando, es similar. Nuestros lenguajes, nuestros idiomas, nuestra manera de hablar surgió de una manera natural y orgánica y aunque hay ciertos artificios que ocurren, sigue siendo intrínseco en el ser humano. Los niños aprenden esto súper rápido y nosotros seguimos modificándolo y evolucionándolo. ¿Por qué estancarnos y por qué negar la posibilidad de que otras lenguas existan? No que sea dominante o no, es que simplemente son diferentes maneras. Podemos ir a la próxima. Y este es el final, ¿verdad? Quise mantenerlo breve por eso de los 10 a 15 minutos, pero sí quería que se tomara en cuenta que el lenguaje es un ente natural igual que nuestro mundo que nos rodea. Nuestra relación no tiene que ser de dominio o de sumisión, puede simplemente ser de coexistencia con fines prácticos, pueden ser hasta comerciales, pero lo más importante es que no sea a expensas de otros organismos. Pero muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Bueno, un aplauso. Y un recordatorio que la sesión de preguntas sería al final de la sesión. Eso quiere decir más o menos a las 10, alrededor de las 10. Entonces, vamos a proceder entonces a la próxima presentación. Que lleva el título Nurtured by Nature y la persona que presenta es Alondra Acevedo Pérez. Okay, so the question time for this session will be at the end, and this will hold for all of the sessions. After the presentations that are scheduled for the session, we'll have a question and answer period or a comment period. In any case, this particular presentation, this next one, is titled Nurtured by Nature. It's presented by Alondra Acevedo Pérez.
Well, good morning, everybody. Sorry. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Alondra Sofia Acevedo Perez. I'm excited to be here and grateful for everybody that tuned in. So I'm going to be presenting Nurtured by Nature. So Nurtured by Nature, very much like my classmate Eurice, is the product of having participated in Priya Parota's modules, Music and Earth. And on those modules, we would do walks or hikes on outdoor settings, except one that was a commercial one. And we went to El Jardín Botánico, Viejo San Juan, and Plaza Las Américas. And on those walks, I would take pictures either with my camera or my phone. And out of those pictures and experiences on those walks and discussions that we would have, I created a short collection of poems that are called Nurtured by Nature. So, as I just mentioned, this is a presentation of the product of my own immersion in nature, a nature that fights to be seen when a commercialized and capitalistic system seeks to colonize it. a nature that does not hold back and refuses to assimilate. The pictures and poems mark the endless force that lies within a nature that refuses to be silenced. So the first poem is titled Bamboo Temple. Within all the shade, a light seeps through like a haze, always in a constant chase, as if stuck in a never-ending race, looking for a safe place, somewhere with big space. No longer could I myself encase, for you held me in your embrace. The next one is called Captured. I was on the hunt, not sure for what exactly, but the color green was front and center, not only in my subconscious, but my surroundings. You aptly made yourself seen as you deemed it satisfactory, looking to focus behind my lens, yet you appeared to make yourself sensed. No need for me to direct or dissect. It was my turn to disconnect, because without neglect, you made yourself known, presently perfect. Okay, the next one is called Like You. Someday I hope to be like you, big and strong. Each morning showered by droops of dew, you are home to those chirps that grow into song. Some might say you are just a tree, but your presence fills me with glee. Not everyone might agree, but for you, I will always bow down on one knee. The next one is Torti. The water is not all that clear, but I can see you, my little dears. The ripples as you swim I can hear. Your presence always endears. You are here, and here to stay. I may not always be near, but I will never betray. The next one is called Portal. From here to there, I cannot bear. When I don't know where, yet entered as a dare. Please take me back. I found myself in cement and swayed in great lament. Now I'm stuck, waiting for a call back. The next one is called Cornered. Who would have thought that you'd be placed there as an afterthought? Once what all sought, now bought to be brought. Stuck in a place that you don't call home. A mall that seeks to replace all the energy that you once honed. And the following one is called Not the Same. They want to replace me with you, but we are not the same. Yet no one has a clue. I'm outside and alive, you are inside and dried. I will always try to survive, while you remain as the one that died. And that's me immersing myself in nature. Thank you, everybody. It was a pleasure being here.
Un aplauso. Applause. Okay, so as Alondra said, both presentations, Eurice's and Alondra's presentations, are the part of their engagement with an activity that they shared with Priya Parota, where Priya Parota is the director of the organization Music and the Earth, and she organized some local fieldwork, local tourism exercises with the students, where the goal was to go to visit places in Puerto Rico and to try to to see those places through a more decolonial lens and a less anthropocentric lens. And so these two projects are some really wonderful results of that experience. Entonces, la presentación de Eurice y la presentación de Alondra son la salida de algunas experiencias que compartieron con Priya Parota, que es la persona que dirige el proyecto Música y la Tierra. Entonces, y la meta de las actividades llevadas a cabo por Priya y el grupo de estudiantes fue de intentar re, a reconceptualizar y mirar de nuevo aspectos de nuestra realidad aquí en Puerto Rico a través de lentes menos coloniales y menos antropocéntricos. Okay, our third presenter is Professor Danabang Kuabong, and he's going to be reading from one of his volumes of poetry called Sargasso Sea Scrolls.
I'm still trying to. Okay, here we go. Thanks a lot. And why Sargasso Sea Scrolls? It's a combination of Dead Sea Scrolls, which is supposed to have been discovered in Egypt, and Sargasso Sea, which is in the Caribbean. And as a West African living in the Caribbean, for me, this is one of the great things. And Sargasso Sea Scrolls is an unfinished work of imagination. The landscapes are real. Each poem arouses from a vision in a particular Caribbean space from which ghosts appear from memory to confront the seer and interpreter of dreams, the poet. The title came to me about a year after the 12th conference titled Islands in Between Language, Literature, and Culture of the Eastern Caribbean, held annually and held that year, 2009, from 5 to 7 November in the Commonwealth of Dominica. And Dominica, the Commonwealth of Dominica produced the great writer Jean Rees, who has a book called Sargasso Sea. So I combined all these together. And the reason for these poems is also why a lot of Africans in diaspora, particularly in the Caribbean, claim and rememorize their African genesis and so on. Why can't I, as an African, also claim my Caribbean genesis? And in the process, combine the two landscapes, the two seascapes, and the two windscapes. So I begin with a poem set in Aruba, Eating Kadushi. She bullies us with tales of fossil rocks, yaps and about black rocks, holes that breathe lives. Aruba sprang like a squat giant from a troubled sea, sighs the last gasps of Arawaks and Dagaba slaves. Those stroked the waters between Curaçao and Suriname, cling behind water panas, monsoons whipping them toward sunsets, memories hidden at cross seas, where sunrise paths rise to origins. Eat kadushi, drink Bringamosa bush medicines. Eat kadushi, without kobe or dawa. Eat kadushi, whisper their names on these yatu with the lips of Seda. Eat kadushi, carve ritual circles on faces of these ayoraks. Mushrooms, termite mounds rise at Valentine. Claim my childhood at Valentine. Mushrooms hills of Nanvili, we play a game, hide and seek. Under the sombrero shades of the hills, calves and kids do mock battles, careen, practice, courtship. Then I see faces scripted in Kadushi caves, morning rituals to ward off despair, the days of massacres, secret curses for babies of misery. At Bushiribama mines, flying litter chokes Arrocock National Park, ruins of piracy now, Pirate Cove for ruffling Benjamin Franklin's, the Julianus, Maximus, and Elizabeth Street. For now, it is Queen Maxima of Holland, roused sudden, searches for lost jewels among neglected backyards. Then I go on to Statia. We went to Statia with our field trip students, and we went to a former maroon camp in the evening to sit around and kind of just allow ourselves within that natural space, that historical space, to infect us. So here we go, night shift. Avoiding the stern tower of Seventh-day Adventist Cathedral, boondocking in hallowed shadows of Congo Reserve, we crouch around hurricane lamps and fired expectations. Maybe this is how our ancestors must have felt. We required no recognition codes, but in spirit, as Brother Joshua, memory keeper and pointer, recounts forgotten encounters of struggle, recounts half-hushed myths of victories of those who, like us, rose from ships' bellies, marched barefoot and raw knuckles to smash freedom from iron bangles and sticks that thundered and murdered. Brother Joshua, keeper and word secrets, tells us in hushed tones of reverence. At this very spot, below the quill, yet unremembered in Statia narrative brochures, or labeled among sites for nickel clinking tourists, just so the future may not reflect the past. I quip in the anxiety of my apprehension. Perhaps the desire to erase is a balm to pain of remembering. Yes, Brother Magumbo calms my trepidation. Memory can be scary if carelessly unleashed. It breaks old scars into new bloody wounds, disintegrates new promises with old betrayals. We squat around for a reasoning and a groundation. Then I move on to Costa Rica. Because in Costa Rica, I have meditation in the deep yard. This is a place where Gavi is supposed to have stood. No, that's still Curacao. Sorry. Go with me to Rio Vizcaya, Costa Rica. Sleepy brown water sprawled over soft spongy banks, makes a twisted crawl to the Estero Negro. Beside expanding banks, a rickety jet begins a shaky dance. Twin granary engines come to life. Dodge reckless gendarmes of teeth, Mrs. Sixiola and Talamanca wind swipes Hotel Playa Westfalis. Dashes drunkenly, staggers forward, lurches here and lurches there, aiming at cavernous rock cracks. Then, miracle, it squeaks its bronze, lifts toward Serra de la Muerte. Below, we view the rail home. I move on to, how many more minutes do I have?
Between 5 and 10.
Okay. Okay, so I come to St. Croix. No, St. Thomas, rather. Not St. Croix, the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I'm looking at the statues erected for the 1878 uprising led by women that banned all the sugarcane plantations as a labor resistance movement. So when we talk about labor movements and strikes, it's not new. Enslaved Africans have always started this in the Caribbean long from the 1600s and so on. So this is recounting, this is called Fire Burning Queens. And the scattered shadows invented Blackbeard's castle. Fire burning nannies of Santa Cruz rise to confront me. Queen Mary and them, Mary, Matilda, Agnes, Josephine. I remember them all, one by name alone. These had scorched a way to a second call to freedom. Here is Agnes with a yellow duku, leading a determined charge, torch in left hand, machete in her right. To her eastern flank strides Gertrude, on her graying head, a purple duku, an oil lamp to inflame the breeze. To the south rises a Matilda, a canoe cloth as a duku, a flaming torch defies the watery winds. Matilda and Gertrude hitch up aprons, free their wombs of deadly silence. To the north appears the Queen of Hearts, Mary, with a smoking pipe between gritted teeth, chanting. Gangan Mimi takes us over, makes our spirits restless, until her voice is heard down the treacle road of Babylon. So we light up these cane fields, so we mash up this unfreedom, while slippery men snigger and retreat. I mistake Bluebeard Castle for Blackbeard's, erected over bones of murdered wife of Frenchie, erected to cast doubts over uprising maroon daughter, conceal Viking sons' treacheries against Mary's people by these pirate codes. Shadows rise, jingling, chains, or change, I do not know. But bulging wallets of colored paper, bearing heads of distant queens and kings, I know. In sweat and tears, not in nickels, not in dimes, not in pennies, not sold stories, not a trickle to sweeten our drudgery, your concrete statuettes, and auction plaza, to weave tourist yarns for a nickel and a halfpenny. To ask who would escape the cold blights of Boreas for a blast in these sun-baked sands, lining the quiet sea, sprouting waterlogged rocks, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix. And then we move on to Curacao. Monsieur Cas de Parlement. Here, the conference was held there, the islands in between, and then we went to a woman's house, and she was then telling us stories about. And I was outside when Father Class came and called me and said, "Hey, Oga, this lady is talking about some crops. Maybe you know about them. So can you go in?" So I went in, and this is what happened. Daughter of Dampoye. Now, Dampoye is the name of my great-grandmother. Daughter of Dampoye. Below breeze, caressed, Watapana shades. Welcomes droopy-eyed sojourners with juices from Kadushi fruits. Refreshes our parched bodies Your wizened smiles spread, reveal mysteries behind hieroglyphics. Carefully, carefully etched in skin parchments, your tortured silence of look behind. I see. No, we all see. Alive? A Kadushi sentinel sports a goat skull. As a rooster spruces its black tail, opens its panoply wings under the tamarind, struts, beats a chest of many scars, crows oft told victories, combats at annual brotherhood of the Spurs Games, to pleasure envious men against clans of courts. Daughter of Dampoyer, you stamped these words in my mind. Burn sage wood for sanctification. It leavens memory still. Bread of memory rises at sunrise beside history's dormant oven. These soil heaps, like one at Sandema or Gently Bay and moans. These graveyard pits of DVDV burned to produce coal for braziers, for night fires when the slaves, tired from salt mining, returned to their heads for stone soups. Drowned ash of cactus in jars of clay, coat ancient grain against wolfish weevils. These here foxtail millet or sorghum. These here parcels of pearl millet. This here the finger millet brand. Heat chases dribbles of sweat down brow. She stops, beckons me to take over if I dare. I need not daring. Dankama is my praise name. I step into the silent expectation. Call each grain by its Dagari name. The berry, the zia, the Nabilinima. I rattle off a few more names and smile. Call each fox or finger millet by its praise name. Trace their roots to my Sahelian roots. I stop. I behold a shadow at the doorway. My mother's face, or is it Maria of Curaçao? Rises like a mist of love, glides above DVDV, sighs southwestward with the winds. We exit to sip Gadushi tea. I'll read a final one. This is Puerto Rico. It was written shortly a day after Maria passed, or while Maria was passing. I don't remember very well. It's called Prologue 1. Irma, caught after Harvey's love, sighed, roamed disheveled, puffed in flippant disdain over competing islands, puffed last breaths of power, raked through maroon sanctuaries, exposing Shango's thunder rituals. Silence sits in Pinones mangroves. Feisty bomba drums sit dumb, those scratching rhythms by La Guera. Las tamboras refuse finger caresses. The ritual fiesta de Santiago Apostol, los niños, los hombres, y las damas have lost the power to protect. As hoofs trample, imagine Moore's call, Yemoja, Cadiz, a river skirt, and calls Oshun, ride waves back to Oyo to confer with Batala. And we in segregated barracoons without memory, chuckle behind Huerta Plantidas, counting Ave Marias on blue bees, kissing brass medals crossing ourselves while between San Cristobal and El Moro. The powerful Santa Barbara wields a sword against any broadcast about a lost Loisa or a pillaged Pinones pinned to the ground by irate Irma, jealous of a successor. Hurricane Maria, Madre de Ciclones. Maria, Madre de Ciclones, La Virgen Llorona, with no tears for her children. She came screaming. She came howling, whipped trays, snapped, broke, dragged, beat them down alleys. Maria spread her massive arms. Maria flared her massive nostrils. Maria screamed against genealogies of wind, genealogies of water births, genealogies of death, births, desolation, the name. Thank you.
Aplauso, applause. Now we've had 3 presentations. Unfortunately, Eurice had to go to work, so he's not with us, but we can discuss elements of his presentation if we like, or ask, or maybe articulate questions that we could ask him later. In any case, I'd like to open up the question period and the comment period to those of you who have presented, also those of you in the audience. If you have any questions or comments to ask Alondra or Professor Kuabong, or any comments to make.
Alondra, I really like your crisp, sharp, almost photographic poems. It makes me want to go back and walk the shores of old San Juan and relive those poems. So I see that our students need this kind of exposure rather than just books, reading from books, but that they become co-creators or creators of the same type of literature that we teach in our Caribbean literature classes and so on. Particularly the type of literature now for literature and ecology, because it's very important that we get young voices like yours. When I say young, not in age, but in daring and coming out to say, this is how nature went through me, not that I went through nature. Because it's like that you just didn't go there as a tourist, but you went there as a baby that had run away from home, and your mother embraced you, and you felt that emotional attachment. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you for those kind words. And I agree with having to need these sort of classes or discussions outside of the classroom. It's not the same to be talking about nature behind 4 walls. I feel like stuff like this needs to be seen and it needs to be felt because it's there, it's alive, just as we are.
Alondra, how did you feel when that little spider crawled up on your camera?
So I felt something tickling me, and I tend to be a little scaredy cat sometimes. But just as I said, it was tickling. I felt something tickling, and I was like, "What is this?" And then when I saw the camera, I was like, it was right there, and I was like, "Oh my God, I have to take a picture of this." And I just thought it was wonderful how it was literally on the camera, and it was so small, but you can still see that like pitch green.
Yeah, and then this is really interesting because if we go back to Professor Kuabong's poetry, again, it's to me it's poetry that allows that gives permission to all of the different kinds of environments. So whether they be so-called social environments or historical environments or physical environments, natural environments. What I see Professor Guobong doing constantly is allowing all of those voices that normally are silenced, that we normally ignore, to speak. And that division between what's human and what's natural breaks down, because, and you can see that the ways that voices from history speak through the poetry, and the ways that they intertwine with all of the amazing phenomena that we consider to be natural phenomena in places as diverse as Curacao and Aruba and Puerto Rico and Dominica, St. Thomas. So the ways that all of that works together, I think is what impresses me so much about. There's a lot of things that impress me about Danabang's poetry, but this is something that I always feel very deeply when I hear him reading. So so if I listen carefully enough, I can feel myself on those islands and in those places. And so, but it's interesting because here we have this camera, and again, going back to Eurice's presentation, he was presenting this image of something that looked like a cyborg thing, and the camera as being something that actually yes, can be used to capture images, and yes, can be used to evoke a lot of the messages that are coming through the environment, whether it be what we consider to be a natural environment or whether it be a social environment. But again, it freezes things. It can be thought of as something that encloses things. So Eurice also talked about that. So again, that spider crawling up on your camera and saying, wait a minute, and then maybe they're before you take your next picture, let me intervene in this process and tickle you.
Yeah.
Just like Anansi tickles people and so that was really wonderful to see that image. And then of course then you having to get another camera or your phone probably to take a picture of the spider on your phone. So this sort of meta fractal mimesis of mimesis kind of thing going on, which is, I think, this idea of echoing. And this is another thing about Danabang's poetry are these echoes, these wonderful, wonderful echoes that show that actually, if we're thinking about the environment, we're thinking about something that we are part of. And so this idea that Eurice brought out of us separating ourselves from our surroundings has many, many levels of meaning and goes back to the Western colonial gaze and the Western colonial lens, is how we separate ourselves from everything else. But actually, we are part of it, whether we like it or not. and actually, when Eurice was talking about our ideal world or what we are striving for, again, if we take this other view of what's out there, actually it's right here in front of us. So the spider is coming on, is crawling onto your camera and saying, it's right here. Okay, it's not about some dissertation that you're going to write or some theory you're going to dream up. It's right here in front of you. It's imminent. It's alive, and it may be messy. It may be hard to describe. It may be out of control, but it's what gives us life, and it's what we're all part of. And that's it. And that's, I think, a really, really wonderful thing that came through your poetry as well. So I think that was a nice sort of non-echo chamber, but reverberation and resonance of your poetry with Danabang's poetry. You could see those things coming together. And if we think about what's being called now dark energy and dark matter, so physicists are talking about what 95% of the universe is made of, that Western science can't see. And also the fact that scientists are telling us now too that information can never be lost. So I think that this really comes out in Danabang's poetry, that all of these things that have happened everywhere in the Caribbean and elsewhere are entangled and are there, present, if we just use a different lens. And I think that that's what you've done, Alondra, that's what you've done at Danabang, is use a different lens to actually realize it's right here, it's now. All of these voices, all of these horrible things that have happened, all of these hauntings, but also all of the resistance, all of the wonderful things, that all the life-giving things, the death-seeking things and the life-seeking things, they're right there. They're right there. It's never lost. Yeah, so that was it was a wonderful way to start, I think, the symposium, to have this poetry and to contrast it with Eurice's critique of that cyborg sort of monster that that is supposed to represent reconnecting with nature.
Yeah.
But like he said, it's like through just a repetition of the same colonial alchemy, which is actually working against nature rather than working with nature. I'm sorry, I spoke a long time. Maybe there are more comments or questions about those presentations.
I just want to read what one of our Caribbean writers, is a poet, novelist, critic. He's been to our campus to a PhD program 2 times. He's also been a keynote speaker at the Caribbean Without Borders and Islands in Between, talking of Nigel Thomas from St. Vincent. Here is what he writes about Sargasso's cross. Here is a poetic sensibility that engages with the features encountered in nature and the myths they engendered in Costa Rica, Curacao, etc., and certainly the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, where Irma and Maria reincarnate hurricane and show who governs the land and water and everything on or in it. These poems require more than the casual work that poetry demands of readers, but the extra effort is richly rewarded. It's like what Alondra had. I mean, people can just go to nature and just write anything very superficial, but I particularly want to connect the spider with the art of poetry and storytelling from a different angle. That the spider from Ghana is like the bringer of stories. So the spider is saying, you cannot just come here and take pictures, photographs. You actually have to allow the landscape to tell you their story, and so on. And I'm here to remind you that I'm the king of storytelling. And that my storytelling is not unidimensional, it's multidimensional. Like my legs, I have many legs, and so on. So don't take a picture of me. I will tickle you. I will give you that sensation, that psycho-emotional, tactile, whatever, all the 6 senses, to be able to listen to the stories I'm passing on to you. So that's it. So that there is that. I don't want to overblow it. West African connection or Ghanaian connection of the spider image on your camera. Without that technology camera, you will not have seen the spider. Without it sending out vibes to you, you would not have felt anything.
Hello.
Hello. Ike.
Hello, my name is Rachel from Seagull Financial Solutions.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Yes.
There was a phone. Sorry about that.
It's okay. It's just a spider on our computer screens.
Exactly.
reminding us that we shouldn't get too serious, which is another thing. Let ourselves be tickled. Let ourselves be astonished. Let ourselves get out of these colonial mind frames and get out of this colonial box. So I think that was great. So this was an audio spider on our computer screens. That's great. Okay, but the other thing though, what do spiders do? They weave, right? And what are stories? They're texts. They're woven. And then what does dark matter look like? It looks like filaments that are woven together. So in other words, there's something else going on there as well. And so what I see in Danavang's poetry as well is that being able to appreciate that cloth in all of its richness and all of those different strands that are more than the sum of their parts, but contain all of this rich, like Nigel Thomas was saying, rich body, and body in both a literal and figurative sense of 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 history, but human history, natural history, all of the histories are there. And again, some of the things that people are saying when there are people who are doing physics as a discipline, there's now talking about the fact that the future does influence the past, and the past influences the future. These are this linearity that we assume in terms of time, past, present, future, is actually an illusion. And so this part of this fabric is everything that's happened in the past, but maybe everything that's happened in the future as well, in some sense. So these are the kinds of things that the physical sciences are beginning to uncover. But maybe things that in poetry and in myth and in ancestral traditions of weaving together texts have always been there, but that because of colonization in its most extensive sense, slowly we've accustomed ourselves to not seeing, just like dark matter and dark energy cannot be seen. But I think that through poetry, we are reminded that it's there, and how important it is in terms of something that gives us life. So that's what I really appreciated about these three presentations. Okay, I think it's almost time for the next session. Some of the people who should be presenting in the next session aren't here yet. So I want to ask our colleague Desmond Odugu if you would rather like to wait to do the presentation that you're doing together with Professor Ugu. Would you rather wait to do it after the first one, because there are two presentations slotted for these sessions, and what we can do is put the first one first, the second one first, and in the hope that Professor Ugu would come.
Yes, I think we would both appreciate that.
Okay.
He was in another scheduled meeting that he was trying to get out of. They had some technical challenges, and it was something he could not leave quickly. So he will be connecting at some point. I've already communicated with him, and I think he's walking out of that session.
Okay.
We'll appreciate that.
Okay, we can just reverse the order. So what was number 4 will now be number 5, and what was 5 and 6? Well, I guess will be number 6, and what was 5 and 6 will now be 4 and 5 on your schedule. So basically, this session is dedicated to our preparations for a conference that's going to be held in Prague at the end of June. Okay, and this conference is about Afropolitanism and Afropeanness. Okay, so and there will be a group of us going to Prague, Professor Odugu, Professor Kouabon, myself, Dr. Suarez will be going. Let's see, one of the people who's contributing to that presentation but won't be able to go is Francis Rivera, who's here with us. And let's see, am I missing anybody who's present? No, anyway, it's a more extensive group. You'll see the names of everybody. But actually, when we saw the title of this conference, we were troubled. Okay, because I think the people who organized the conference saw this phenomenon that people are talking about now of Afropolitanism, and the phenomenon that people are talking about now of Afropeanness. These are sort of very trendy topics right now. They see them as something that they see them as phenomena that are interesting, and also phenomena that in some ways reflect the creativity, inventiveness, resilience, resistance of people of African descent, especially those who have migrated to Europe in recent years. We understand that, and we don't discount that creativity and that resilience and resistance, but the lens that they're using to view this is problematic. This is the problem. And there are many different levels, many different foci of that lens that are problematic. So that is what got us to write an abstract for a presentation at that conference, to critique the normal ways or the dominant ways that people are talking about Afropolitanism and Afropeanness. So that's why we put together the presentation. And then, but there will be a main presentation, which I guess we'll talk about first, and then there will be other complementary presentations after the main presentation as part of a roundtable, which will hold for about 90 minutes on the 26th of June. So the paper by Professor Ugu and Professor Odugu is going to be one of those complementary papers. And it was supposed to be the first one that we were going to talk about in this session. But what we're going to do is go to the main presentation, which maybe makes sense anyway. Do that one first, and then go to Professor Ugu and Professor Odugu's presentation. Now, this is supposed to be a part of this presentation is supposed to be something that provokes discussion as part of a roundtable. So we want this roundtable to be less somebody presenting a PowerPoint and just doing the usual things that people do when they present a monologue as part of a PowerPoint presentation, and make it more of a dialogue, make it more of an interactive experience. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to show you what we've done so far in terms of the PowerPoint that we've created so far for this. And then I think it's like about 12 minutes to go through that. And then on the basis of that, we'll see if Professor Ugu comes in the meantime, but also we can begin to interact around that if we still need to wait a little bit before the other presentation. And so basically, I'm going to project it on the screen right now. And I would like to invite any of our colleagues who have participated in this presentation to jump in anytime they'd like, at any point they would like, to talk about any aspect of this particular critique that they want to talk about. But basically, I'll attempt to get through this slideshow in about, I think it's around 12 minutes long, and then we can start to discuss it. Okay, so the title of our presentation in Prague will be Longue Durée, Diasporic Waves, Trans Performances, and Afropolitan and Afropean Belongings. We talk about longue durée in terms of what historians are, is another trendy term among historians who are talking about the fact that in history you should look at the longer or bigger picture. That is, you can't really understand what's going on now or what's going on in recent history without going back. But historians, when they talk about longue durée, they talk about going back a couple of 100 years. We talk about the entire span of human existence on the earth, which goes back at least 300,000 years. That's for Homo sapiens, and for hominins, that is all of our ancestors, etc., that's about 3 million years. Anyway, this and then trans performances, we also are trying to take trans theory and understand it through understand how it upends and messes up our neat accounts of what is history and what's out there in our world that Western science pretends to account for. So that's what this is about. And so the participants in this presentation are Donovan Cuabon, Gabriel Suarez, Desmond Odugu, Chidi Ugo, Elizabeth Barrows, Itza Hernandez, Emily Hernandez, Frances Rivera, and myself. And we are from the University of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras, the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and the University of Illinois, Champaign-Urbana. Now, the conference that is where this is being presented is the biggest conference in Europe on African studies. So it's the ECAS conference, European Conference of African Studies. Okay. Afropolitan and Afropean are terms that are being increasingly used in relation to contemporary African diasporic lifeways. In this presentation, we undertake radical rereadings of Afropolitan, Afropean belongings by disturbing the limited temporal, spatial, and non-intersectional frames within which Afropolitan and Afropean hybridities are normally considered. A well-recognized and pernicious dimension of coloniality is the projection of the norms and lenses of the colonizing center onto the colonized periphery. So this is a spatial understanding. Moving from the realm of space to the realm of time, however, a less recognized, but perhaps even more pernicious dimension of coloniality is the projection of the norms and lenses of our deeply colonial present onto the hundreds of thousands of years of less deeply colonial and pre-colonial human history. So what we say about how the colonized are relegated to the periphery and the metropolitan colonizer occupies the center spatially. And when we're talking about spatially, we can be talking about physical space, we can talk about political space, social space, mental space, etc. We can think of time in the same way, that we tend to colonize time using our present as the colonizer and the rest of time as the colonized. And so what we say in terms of the colonization of space, we can also say in terms of the colonization of time. And this is very dangerous because we are living at a particular moment in time that represents unprecedented level of colonization, whether it be patriarchal colonization, whether it be plundering colonization, whether it be ethnocentric colonization, whether it be anthropocentric colonization. Never in the history has it been so intense. So to project our present onto the rest of human history is extremely dangerous because it naturalizes and normalizes those intensive levels of colonization that we're experiencing at the present. We suggest that Afropolitan and Afropean belongings in the present cannot be meaningfully understood without acknowledging that these phenomena emerge from long trajectories of inclusive, dynamic, and trans-performative hybridities that can be traced back in time over the longue durée of human existence and traced back through space of a wave upon wave of multidirectional human movement. Besides upending and extending the temporal and spatial matrices within which Afropolitan and Afropean entanglements have unfolded, we also highlight the fact that although by the very nature of their lexical components, the compound terms Afropolitan and Afropean center problematic notions of ethnicity and consequent vulnerabilities to systems of ethnocentric domination, they cannot be considered in isolation from equally problematic intersectional notions of gender, class, and species, and consequent intersectional vulnerabilities to systems of patriarchal, economic, and anthropocentric domination. Okay, so we can see these different systems of domination as different heads of the same monster: anthropocentrism, plunder, patriarchy, ethnocentrism. And these are all aspects of coloniality. Coloniality not seen as something that begins with European maritime expansion in the 1400s, doesn't begin with Rome, doesn't begin with Greece, ancient Greece and ancient Rome. It's actually something that begins with a process that coincides with patriarchy, ethnocentrism, anthropocentrism, and plunder taking root in some human societies about 5 to 10,000 years ago, and then gradually spreading out a cancer wave upon wave over the earth over the following 10,000 years. But don't forget, that's only 10,000 years, okay? We've been on the planet for 300,000 years. That's why it's important to look at the longue durée of things. Among the most interesting insights that emerge from the temporal, spatial, and intersectional border crossings that we engage in are novel understandings of Afropolitan and Afropean belongings as inclusive, ingenious, contingent, messy, resistive, and contradictory transperformances, maybe like the spider on Alondra's camera. Over the past few hundred years, the process of the naturalization of non-cosmopolitan, exclusionary, and homogenizing monolingualism, monoculturalism, and monoethnic identification was first inflicted upon the peoples of the colonizing nation states of the global north, and then was extended to the so-called independent nation states of the formerly colonized global south. So basically, when we're talking about non-cosmopolitanism, when we're talking about monolingualism, monoculturalism, monoethnic identification, these are extremely recent phenomena on the planet and among human beings. Okay? They're very, very recent. Okay, and the imposition of these monolithic understandings of language, culture, ethnicity, identification, basically begins as a form of auto-colonization in the global north, auto-epistemic colonization, and then gets inflicted on the rest of the world as the structure of the nation state moves from the predominant mode in the global north to the predominant mode throughout the planet, including the global south. The resulting spread of the non-cosmopolitan and exclusionary insularity of modern Western European lifeways, which began fairly recently in human history, is now assumed to be natural and normal. That is the way it always was, the way it is, and the way it always will be. This is the danger of projecting the deeply colonial world that we live in at the present onto the whole 300,000 years of human history. At the same time, recent findings in areas such as ancient DNA analysis and archaeology and anthropology indicate that most of the 300,000 years of human history has been characterized by a cosmopolitan openness and hospitable inclusivity that has allowed intense and sustained convivial contact, as well as transgenetic, transethnic, transculture, and translinguistic hybridity. So when it became possible to analyze ancient DNA from bones and other remains from people who lived long time ago, it's become more and more evident that the only thing that's constant about the human story is that it was that people were constantly mixing ethnically, but also mixing in terms of species, interspecies mixing, et cetera, et cetera. So hybridity and mixing have always been the norm rather than the exception. But again, if we try to project our present onto the past, we tend to think of hybridity and cosmopolitanism as exceptional things. But actually, what we are finding from the evidence that's being brought to our attention by biologists and also by anthropologists and archaeologists is that actually the opposite is the case. Specialists in the archaeology of Africa of the so-called Middle Stone Age, that is the period stretching from 300,000 to 30,000 years ago, are increasingly coming to the realization that long-distance trade and related phenomena that can also be seen as indicators of cosmopolitanism probably first emerged in Africa before humans began to settle permanently in fixed communities, and only later spread to the Middle East and Europe. So we have, again, one of the striking things that's coming out of archaeology is the understanding that people were making tools and using pigments, et cetera, that came from areas hundreds of kilometers away from where they were found. So the people were part of these very active trading networks way tens and tens of thousands of years ago, if not hundreds of thousands of years ago. So this idea that until fairly recently in human history, people were able to organize and trade organize long-distance trading networks. This is something that's now being challenged, that those networks and those networks which by their very nature implied intensive contact between linguistic repertoires, cultural repertoires, technological repertoires, biological repertoires, if we're talking about sharing of DNA to people establishing families with people from very far away, et cetera, et cetera. These things, again, have existed for tens of thousands of years, if not hundreds of thousands of years. And it could, and there more and more evidence is being uncovered to show that some of these things were there even before there were Homo sapiens. Hominins had these kinds of networks as well. For example, anthropologists S. McBurty and A. Brooks contend that proponents of the model known as the human revolution model, claim that modern human behaviors arose suddenly and nearly simultaneously throughout Africa, Europe, and Asia about 40 to 50,000 years ago. This model creates a time lag between the appearance of anatomical modernity, which happened in Africa 300,000 years ago, and perceived behavioral modernity, and creates the impression that the earliest modern Africans were behaviorally primitive. This view of events stems from a profound Eurocentric bias. And let's add here that there's this view that early modern Africans did not have long distance trade networks and were not somehow cosmopolitan, but actually what's being shown by increasingly by specialists in ancient DNA, archaeologists, anthropologists, is this cosmopolitanism is what defines humans in Africa before they spread to Europe and Asia. So it was already there. So for people in this conference, to talk about Afropolitanism as if it was something new, need to take a closer look at the longue durée of human history to find out that actually this has been there in Africa probably since Homo sapiens emerged there 300,000 years ago. McBurdy and Brooks continue. In fact, many of the components of the so-called human revolution are found in the African Middle Stone Age tens of thousands of years earlier. These features include increased geographic range, long-distance trade, art, and decoration. These items do not occur suddenly together as predicted by the so-called human revolution model, but at sites that are widely separated in space, like Kenya, South Africa, and Morocco, and time. This suggests a gradual assembling of its package of modern human behaviors in Africa and its later export to other regions. S. Ambrose observes that the increase in long-distance transport of obsidian during the late Middle Stone Age, that is from 300,000 to 30,000 years ago, reflects the African origin and development of large-scale regional social networks. Increasingly, anthropologists are coming to understand that it is human cosmopolitan inclusivity, cooperation, and cohabitation in Africa, rather than Eurocentric Darwinian notions of individualized competition that assured the survival of our species from the Middle Stone Age onward. In fact, this is probably what made our species successful, is our ability to be cosmopolitan, to be open, to adapt very quickly, to be early adapters and adopters. El Boissonneau first quotes archaeologist R. Potts saying, "If it was every hominin for itself, that would have been a disaster. And that could have been one of the reasons why the early Stone Age way of life disappeared." Then he continues, "Maybe that's why the Middle Stone Age peoples at the 300,000-year-old East African site at Ologai-Salye got 50 to 60% of their tool-making materials from far away, because they were part of a prehistoric trade network, one that existed 100,000 years earlier than scientists previously thought." The critique of Western linguistics advanced by proponents of approaches based on epistemologies from the global South, that is, many of us are part of some of these networks, challenge the colonial gaze on the study of language that too often implicitly elevates language practices normalized by Northern colonial domination, such as linguistic imperialism, linguistic competition, linguistic exclusion, monolingualism, etc., to the level of naturalized so-called universals. One of the most obvious traces of pre-colonial cosmopolitanism in the global South is the persistence of zones of intense linguistic, cultural, and ethnic inclusivity, diversity, hybridity, and fluidity among indigenous and other colonized people into the modern colonial period, and in some cases, such as that of West Africa, the Caribbean coast of South and Central America, into the neo-colonial present. So if you look at the maps, you'll find these zones of intense plurilingualism, pluriculturalism, identification that have persisted despite colonization, this latest wave of colonization that began with the Europeans in the maritime expansion in the 1300s and 1400s. Okay, so what does this suggest? Well, if these kinds of zones still persist, and these zones represent areas of the Earth that have experienced relatively less in terms of these waves of colonization than other parts of the Earth, or at least the indigenous peoples who live in these places have experienced less of the impacts, especially the internalized impacts of that colonization. Then could it be extrapolated from these situations that actually this is the way all of our ancestors lived? All of our ancestors had this type of cosmopolitanism, plurilinguality, pluriculturality, and pluriethnicity. West Africa, which has played such a key role in shaping the life race of the Caribbean and the rest of the Afro-Atlantic, is a global hotspot for cosmopolitan linguistic, cultural, and ethnic diversity, hybridity, and fluidity. With thousands of distinct named languages belonging to at least 4 different named language families, and thousands more named cultures and ethnicities, it's not uncommon in West Africa to find a single community or a single individual speaking many named languages and transperforming many named cultures and ethnicities. Okay, and so we do have a critique of naming languages as a colonial act, naming cultures as a colonial act, naming ethnicities as a colonial act. We're setting aside that critique right now just to bring out this point. And you can see on these maps that reflection of that diversity in terms of the different colors representing different groups of languages, not different languages, different groups of languages. So in Nigeria, we're talking about 500 different named languages, for example. And of course, we can look at how children grow up in these plurilingual, pluricultural, pluri-identified areas before colonization, before European colonization or European invasion, and then during European colonization, and then of course into the neo-colonial period that we're living through right now. We suggest that for most of their colonial and post-colonial history, the speakers of West African English lexifier Creoles, for example, generally have used these Creole varieties in trans-performative Afropean ways that promote inclusive plurilingual conviviality. We say you're Afropean because the lexifier languages are European, but the life ways and the plurilingual, pluricultural, pluri-identified life ways that are associated with Creole languages are often reflect these ancestral life ways that have existed for hundreds of thousands of years in Africa. In sharp contrast to and this all contrasts with what we take for granted in Western science and Western linguistics, which is basically an exclusionary view of the world, a Darwinian view of the world that takes for granted a zero-sum game in terms of languages competing with each other, cultures competing with each other, ethnicities competing with each other to see for the survival of the fittest, all of the poisonous implications that this has in terms of social Darwinism, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, this type of understanding of the world is the type of understanding of the world that gave rise to the standardized named languages from the colonizing metropoles of the global north. Okay, so here we see areas where these Creoles are spoken in West Africa, and how these Creole, the use of these Creole languages like Niger has not prevented the persistence of, for example, the 500 different name languages in Nigeria. When we're talking about Creole languages, again, we're using the term Creole, which is a very problematic term. We have a critique of that term as well, but that's for another discussion. The linguistic practices of cosmopolitan inclusion, diversity, hybridity, and fluidity that have usually been embodied in the use of West African colonial era Creole varieties are more similar to the cosmopolitan language practices of users of the ancestral varieties spoken throughout the pre-colonial era than they are to the exclusionary linguistic practices that have usually been embodied in the use of English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, or Dutch. Now let's turn to Afropeanness for a minute, or go further into Afropeanness. Afropeanness is not a new phenomenon, but its directionalities and modalities have changed over time. I mean, we can go all the way back to prehistory. We have evidence now of all kinds of contacts between what under the colonial lens has been named Europe and what under the colonial lens has been named Africa. But we're going to concentrate more on the colonial period here. While the term Afropean is normally applied to recent waves of African immigrants and refugees to xenophobic, exclusionary, and insular European societies, it can also be usefully applied to much older and more sustained waves of European immigrants and refugees to welcoming, inclusive, and cosmopolitan West African societies. So we're changing the direction. We have Europeans going to West Africa to settle. Afropeanness has a long history in West Africa, but for most of that history, Afropeans were Europeans who became Africans. Historian J. Russell Wood states that from a very early day, overseas territories have been regarded as depositories for the undesirables of Portugal. Convicts, New Christians, Romani, etc., are examples of those who were thrown onto ships and sent to to populate the colonies of their empire. Vagrancy, being a public nuisance and agitator, adultery, and sodomy were the more frequently cited crimes for which people were exiled. At the first opportunity, many of these people jumped ship as soon as they arrived in West Africa, for example, and escaped and assimilated to African lifeways, becoming what are called lançados. Many Portuguese sailors also saw life in West Africa as better than in Europe and joined the convicts to become lançados. A.R. Disney reports there were in West Africa by the late 15th century various Portuguese and Portuguese mixed bloods who had settled there permanently amongst the Africans, with these informal settlers and their Afro-Portuguese descendants becoming steadily more widespread. As a group, they were usually referred to as lançados. The cosmopolitan openness and inclusive lifeways of West Africans made them good hosts. Disney continues, some lanzados settled in existing African villages. Others founded new villages of their own. In accordance with African tradition, they were treated as guests by their hosts. Lanzados were expected to conform to the local laws and customs. Most settled down with African women whom they married in accordance with traditional West African rites. Such marriages were not recognized by the Catholic Church. The lanzados were mainly men, not exclusively, but mainly because at that point, very few women were leaving Spain or Portugal to join the colonial enterprise. They weren't even allowed to do it. Lanzados can also be seen through a transperformative lens. Disney concludes, most lanzados became in effect cultural hybrids, while their Afro-Portuguese descendants were, from birth, a people in between. They spoke a Portuguese lexifier Creole that was also widely used as West Africa's language of trade at the time, and their community involved a syncretic form of Catholicism adapted to West African conditions. They spoke the local languages fluently, and their food and everyday lifestyle was largely African. Some lanzados became completely indigenized. Temporal, spatial, and intersectional archaeologies of the terms Afropolitan and Afropean reveal millennia-old traditions of African cosmopolitanism that, one, having the general case of the term Afropolitan, allowed for inclusion, diversity, and hybridity among peoples and their linguistic, cultural, and ethnic repertoires across the continent, as well as two, have in the particular case of the term Afropean, allowed for economic and political refugees fleeing the exclusionary lifeways of Europe to receive a hospitable, generous, and open welcome on the part of their West African hosts, in stark contrast to the treatment of African immigrants in Europe today. Okay, so that's as far as we got. Okay, so I would like to now open up the floor let me ask, first of all, Professor Ugu and Professor Odugu, would you like to just join in with your piece now, and then we can have a general discussion about all of it?
I actually think that will make a lot of sense
Okay.
because really the core of our presentation is already encapsulated in what you've discussed, especially from the conceptual and historical lens there. Chidi, if you are still connected, I hope your network is not unstable. We can go, and if you want, I can share my screen, or you can also share. I think I sent you the PowerPoint. I can share as
Yeah,
well.
if you could go ahead and share, because I wasn't able to receive it in time to process it. So go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll share that then.
Sí, sí. Quiere decir que me lo puse.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Hello, everybody. Before we get started, I should let you know that Chidi and myself wanted to spend some time just to go over what we wanted to share with you today. But as live demands would have it, we were not able to do that. So this is actually the first time he and I are sitting down to look at what we're sharing with you. And I think it's when I was reflecting on this this morning, I thought this would be very fitting. And I said this to Chidi in my last message to him that I don't even know why we're trying to prepare. If this was your typical academic conference, then we would definitely have had to devote time to prepare and so forth. But I said to him, our lives, like we are the preparation. Our life is the preparation. This is not a performance. We are really coming to sort of engage with you in the realities of our lives and the ways that we ourselves have come to witness it. And that's sort of where we want to sort of get started. That sort of thinking about who we are, where we're coming from, engaging with what we're calling for title purposes Afropolitanism across the global South, and I put the global South under quotes here, partly because even that too can be a fragile construction that are still loaded with some fixities that we're trying to wrestle from, but it's still sort of carries some assumptions about fixities and so forth. And the subtitle here, Epistemic Solidarity and Decoloniality, is in some ways an appeal. It's a call that I think we'll unpack in a moment, a call to action, an invitation for some form of a dialogue. We're hoping that what we will do will take just a couple of minutes. There are some part of this we will skip because I think, Nick, you've already sort of captured the essence of the ideas there. So we can get to the more important piece, which is a conversation with everyone who's gathered here. So it's not usual that we'll start a presentation or anything like this by just talking about ourselves. So please indulge that for a moment. I think this is woven into the inspiration of this project here. Chidi and I were both born in this town called Nsukka in the southeastern part of what we call Nigeria today, the European business center we call Nigeria. I think, Nick, you might be familiar with Nsukka already. So this is Donovan probably too.
Yeah,
might be familiar
I've
with,
gone there several times.
yes. So this is where we were both born. Both of us didn't know each other then. We went to high schools very close to one another. We're around the same area. We did more or less the same kinds of things growing up, but we never knew one another. What I have on the right side is a picture of just one part of the center of Nsukka. That's called Udenibo Roundabout, from where you go to the major university really the premier university in Nigeria, the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. So Nigeria's first indigenous university is located in this town. And it's in some ways it's now what Nsukka has come to be known for outside of the town. But I think people in the town certainly have a distinct sense of the identity without and beyond the university. So this is just to give you additional images of the places Chidi and I would have walked and just sort of moved through what this space looks like more or less today. That's the main artery coming into town from what's called Opi Junction, going through a double into town. And this is sort of the picture on the right is sort of the middle of the main artery into Nsukka, sort of when you're close to the market, really inside Nsukka. But this is sort of where Chidi and I start life. And Chidi, you can jump in at any point if there are any specific details you want to call out on any of these. Also, the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, is where Chidi works. He's a professor of anthropology at this institution. And maybe I should let you talk more about this part because this is sort of your space.
Yes. Yeah, so I think what I will like to point out, Desmond, you remember this Peter Eke as these two publics, the sense it makes in this context to just mention that I grew up in this university environment, but I lived in a village, breasting the university. So I lived in these two worlds where you had the masking calls, the evening plays, the full moon, the stories we tell, and then and from there, I would then go into the university to do other things that are located in that space, like the catechism classes, church, mixed up with make friends with children of professors, move around the place, and so I grew up in these two worlds, actually and ontologically and intellectually, in a way that shaped me. And this other world of the university was then drawing me farther away from whom I am, whom I was. And it looked like growing up was a process, what Desmond calls exile. I was being exiled from whom I was. And then, so for me, I met Desmond at the time when both of us were then disturbed, troubled, to know that what we had been doing and thinking we were making progress, we're actually running away from home. And it was actually something we get very concerned about sometime later in life. And for since then, it has been a process of return, just trying to make to see how achievable power balance, the architectonic of that structure that is too formidable to dislodge as an individual. And then what we are trying to do is how do we then cast this thing across the continent? Because it's something we remain to do just here in our locus, it will be more difficult so why don't we then connect across continents to see how much of how we know how to start this process. What do we do about it? How do we start going? And then we notice happily that something is already happening. When people talk about the linking, what Amignodo, it's not necessarily about disconnecting totally, because everybody has been borrowing from everybody. The Western civilization was built from what they borrowed: compass from Egypt, borrowed gunpowder from China, borrowed all sorts of things. So we also, but what we are trying to do is to see how much of ourselves we have lost in this process, and what do we do in trying to find our ground. Desmond,
thank you, Professor. Yeah, Chidi just really summarizes the point there. And just like to give you the other side of this, just like Chidi, I also sort of traversed these two worlds. My family lived outside of the university, but my father worked in the university. As a matter of fact, at some point, we lived on campus inside this university because my father received some accommodation there for close to two decades. And we chose not to give up where we lived inside town, so we will sort of go back and forth. You chose where you slept every night and so forth. But to Chidi's point, it was also a moment of epistemic shift. You felt being pulled away from something into something that I think at that point we were all probably in some way viewing as something positive, as a move toward progress, a move toward growth, whatever, something desirable. But it didn't take long, and perhaps maybe because we are helplessly honest with ourselves, just in the ways that we think about reality, it didn't take long to begin to recognize that transition towards something had a lot of holes and it had a lot of errors. The thing we are trying to hold on to seemed a bit too empty. So, Nick, when you were talking about sort of the framing of reality from the lens of imperialism, I think once you come a bit closer to the center of the promises, you realize that it's been holding up a beautiful bag, but the inside of the bag is actually empty. So you had promises of, freedom, but then you look at the lived experience of that freedom and it doesn't exist. Promises of wealth, but then again, you look into that bag and it's poverty in terms of the lived experiences. So I can look at all kinds of frames to understand the promises, the allures of modernity, so to speak, and how the reality of it actually does something very different. So it didn't take long for us to begin to recognize that there is a need for a search for something else. So we point to this background, not because it's the center or the core of what we want to engage with, but just so you understand how we enter into this conversation. Because the product of that is that Chidi and I recognized from the time we met, in the context of some work we were doing with several other colleagues, there was a network we're forming then that we called AfriSCON, so Africanity Scholars Network at the University of Nigeria. We recognized that we're constantly reading the world differently. So, as members of the academia, we had been trained to read, to sort of approach knowledge in a particular set of structured way, so engage with texts and so forth. And also to read history in such a way that history starts with when Europeans showed up, and then everything unfolds from there. So this is sort of the frame with which we started, elementary school, high school, and so forth. But very quickly you realize that there are fundamental flaws to Chidi's point, and I think, Nick, you've already unpacked this. It is that recognition that there is a more expanded reality before us, although the narrative of Western intellectual traditions that I think we became part of says one thing, but there's a larger narrative here. One of that, ontological entanglement that you were talking about, Nick, that what is normal about human existence, about the existence of existence itself, is entanglement. And that thing did not just start in ancient Greece or whichever civilizations that we might point to, came to fruition during the Enlightenment in Europe, that extended to America, maybe peeks over to Asia a little bit, but stays securely in the Western world, leading the rest of the world toward a better future and so forth. We know that that's not the case. Like, that's a tiny fragment of our history. And sometimes when people ask questions about how do you know what happened before the Enlightenment? It's not actually a question about how do we know. It's a choice we make about what we want to know. Because even if we went with the very modest and fragile assumptions about what qualifies as historical evidence, we have an abundance of evidence that lead us to understand that we've been around for a much longer period. I think, Nick, you've already sort of highlighted this. But it is that unbounded entanglement that I think is at the core of our existence that I think sparks our curiosity in trying to understand the ways that we can rethink the notion of Afropolitanism and Afropeanness, right? There are so many ways to approach this, and I'm going to be really very quick about this because I want for us to get to the conversation that is the more important piece here. One is that we recognize a resurgence of non-scholarly decolonial praxis. Now, I don't intend to suggest that this ever died. It's always been there, but it's become a bit more evident to us that a lot of young people are no longer following. I mean, I'm talking about young people at the age we were when we sort of started pursuing, graduate degrees and so forth. A lot of young people are no longer asking those questions. They're actually trying to reclaim their sovereignty through engaging with ancestrality. They're trying to ask questions about where did we come from? Let's sort of forget about this European historical nonsense. There's a bigger history here. And I think that's quite interesting because, I'll comment on why this is interesting to both of us. The second piece is that we also recognize that across the continent, certainly West Africa, where we are a bit more familiar with, and I will say even East Africa, Southern Africa, the thing we call ancestrality, indigeneity, still exists after centuries of onslaught, not only by the nation state, but by religions and, cultures that were intended or designed essentially to eliminate what already existed. But the things that existed are always there. They still are there in ways that sort of smack you in the face if you were to open your eyes, right? And in our work, in Chidi and in the work Chidi and I do, we've recognized also that in the Latin American context, there are a lot of similar sort of resistance and resilience of indigeneity. Although we also recognize that the Latin American context has had, I think, Nick, I think you were very helpful in calling my attention to this, has had a much longer history of anti-colonial struggles and even decolonial engagements. That and they too still have that resilience of the indigenous. There's no doubt about that. And we're wondering, how these phenomena are still present across the world at a time when we're supposed to be fragmented, national boundaries, European linguistic boundaries and cultural boundaries and so forth. We're supposed to have separated us completely, but we're recognizing that more or less similar things were happening across the board. And we were interested in figuring out ways that we can bring these ideas together, sort of be more intentional in fostering that engagement, that entanglement that defines what it means for us to be a species. There are several specific incidents that we could talk about right now that I don't want for us to get into so we can get into the conversation. But I would like to suggest that if anybody would like, we can point to specific instances across a longer period. I'm not just talking about the time we've been alive, but across a longer period since, our people, especially in the Igbo context in which we were both born, have resisted, have fought imperialism, have refused to cower under the pressures of violence and so guns and so forth, even discursive violence. The most recent evidence of this being a secessionist movement by the Biafra people, again that captures essentially the place we were born and grew up. Um, there are also many other instances of what I was just talking about happening in the ways that people are trying to reclaim their identity in language, in arts and media, entrepreneurship, even sort of sustained economic models that have guided people for a long period that we recognize are still there, sort of almost untouched in a significant way by colonial, by the racial capitalist modernity that we experience today. And this also is not contained in that space. So in Africa, in this Igbo space, it's really something that stretches across the globe wherever people go. I live in the US, I'm in the Chicagoland area. Chidi, although he lives in Nsukka, is always traveling around the world. So it's difficult to say he lives in any one place at this point. So ultimately, our goal is, and I'm going to just move through this quickly because I want, and Chidi, you can jump in at any point just to highlight any additional thing, but my interest is to get to open for a conversation where we can still say more about these issues. That our interest here is to suggest that now that we have sort of these interests, these movements, this surge in attention to that longer span of history, in the entanglements that define who we are. What can we do? What experiences, what events are going on in the Latin American context that we can engage with? From both from an epistemic standpoint, but also from a political, cultural, social standpoint, how can we sort of recognize, live, and honor those engagements? I think that's sort of the direction that we wanted to go, to open this up to that conversation, because I think Nick, you already set this up very well in sort of framing that entire conversation. Chidi, let me just pause here because you might have other things you want to add on these slides.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether we have all the time to sort of just to nuance these examples, to say that it has been, I don't know, like the Igbo, you also have the Mau Mau movement. We have had all sorts of ways that people have being roped into a system that obviously was not designed for them. So my ethnographic practice at this point is to then try to map how this is happening on the ground. And because I'm health anthropologist, I'm looking at healers, Dibia, those we call Dibia, how they are, the efforts that is difficult to see, but what is happening is, and you can see this across other domains, the deliberate, sustained, unrelenting effort to sort of demarket, if you like, to the center Western epistemic systems around here, the Western healing systems, Western. There are people doing this in religion, in schooling, all sorts of things. Because these civilizational models took time to be set up. people also are not deluded in thinking that it will take 2 days to dismantle. But people are doing this in a way that shows they are not ready to allow themselves to die. They are not ready to give up. So what you see in music and language, people are then drawing the technologies that are available in making sure that this monstrosity that came to upend the lives they know is not allowed to rest. So it can be frontal. The ones that were frontal, the examples that Desmond, you can go back to the previous slide. These ones were, I think, the Ekumeku place. These are frontal. If you like, yeah, I'm happy about how you arrange this. These are frontal. The Ekumeku was a time that people challenged through guerrilla warfare, challenged the Western, the colonial authorities, fighting guerrilla warfare for 30 years with weapons that were wrestled from some of the people who were working as colonial police. The Ogomwa, the Aba women's uprising, where women came out, challenged, and eventually collapsed the warrant chief system that the British set up. So the Iva Valley, the coal miners were protesting for, the IPOB is the current example. Maybe not very well guided, maybe the possibility of success may not be there because the structures that need Nigeria to remain the colonial enterprise it is now are still too formidable to dismantle. But this is people's ways of saying we reject this system to the death, like people give up their lives. And you take this back to the time, if you think this is suicidal, you also remember that some Igbo people who were sold into slavery actually committed suicide instead of giving in to this structure that then takes their freedom away. It's either you live free or you die. So this is the structure of the struggle we see. But then you switch to the current period where people have found that frontal resistance is usually met with a state that has instrument of violence to crush people. And then what has happened is that people go under to begin to nibble at the structures in a way that is not noticeable, but over many generations, this house is going to collapse. So what people are doing is to dig out the foundation in a way that is unnoticed to the very powerful people who are holding this structure up. So that is what I'm using the current study that I did. Desmond has also done some history of the way education was even set up, the role that people played in trying to position what they needed to be positioned, in that setup. So what I'm saying is that that's what has made my own practice and what we do as Desmond, both of us are still trying to see how we position ourselves in that intellectual enterprise. Is a scholarship of hope, if you like, just to point out that people are not resting, that the negative, people who see the negative are not seeing well enough. They are not nuancing this enough. What is happening is that on the ground, people seem to have given up, but somewhere at a deeper epistemic level, material level, there are some fatal blows that are being dealt this system, but in a way that is not obvious to anyone who is not looking well enough.
Yeah.
So we are going to say more about this, but this is just the sort of this I wanted to bring in.
Yeah. No, Chidi, thank you so much. And sort of to transition then to conversation, and I know that the conversation is really focusing on the entire thing, not just this. So the entire, both Nick's presentation and this invitation here. I think if we're to summarize the whole thing, it is to make this point that it is still a surprise to me that in 2025, there are probably more young people who are inclined to ask questions about where they came from than the time when I was growing up, let's say 20 years ago, maybe 30 years ago. I think there is a move in a different direction. And whether we look at this in terms of indigenous decolonial scholarship, indigenous resistance, the Afro-Latin, Afro-Caribbean resilience in the Americas. I see the same thing. It's almost like you have these movements happening in different places. So the question for you really that I think we will all benefit from is, from where you are, from what you can see, in what ways might you be recognizing the same movement, the same phenomena of that entanglement, that hybridity showing itself, even if people don't call it that, resistance showing itself, even if people are not intentional to say, oh, I'm going to resist today. Like their life is that, because that's what it means to be human. So I think we are interested in seeing whether we can highlight these and use our work and our persons to make this a bit more obvious, so that even more and more people will recognize that they don't walk alone, that this is actually the reality of life, and not chase after the shadows that I think Chidi and I may have spent some part of our lives doing that walk into exile. Anyway, I think we've talked more than we might have wanted, so sorry about that, but we're really eager to engage in conversations here from your various perspectives.
Okay, thank you very much, Desmond. Thank you very much, Chidi. This was great. I didn't know. I gave this session like 1 hour and 15 minutes, and I was wondering whether we were going to be able to have it, whether there was going to be too much time, but actually it was not enough because there's so much to be said. Just one point of clarification on your excellent presentation, Desmond and Chidi. Because we're in this forum right now, so we can see this symposium as an encounter between Latin America, Puerto Rico, and West Africa, or that is Nigeria, or the southeast of Nigeria. Okay, and then that contextualization of how colonialism has operated into two places. I would say that I know what you are trying to convey there, Desmond, but maybe it could have been misunderstood by the audience. It's not that that Latin America has a longer tradition of resistance, because in fact the time period is almost the same. In fact, in West Africa it begins earlier because the Portuguese get there earlier. But the thing that, but I know what you're trying to say, Desmond. What you're trying to say is that in West Africa the Europeans did not succeed early on. So in other words, West Africans resisted successfully to the point that actually Europeans were coming to West Africa to eat, to live, to get life, because Europe was in the throes of such a death-seeking colonial system. So and Africans were able to resist until very recently. So the colonization of Africa, that is Europeans actually getting into the interior and infiltrating the structures of governance, etc., that happens so late. I mean, compared to Latin America, it happens like, you know, at the earliest, like the late 1800s, maybe a little earlier in Angola, but that's another story. Okay, but in Latin America, it happens so early that imposition of coloniality in West Africa, I mean in Latin America, it happened so early on. We're talking about in Puerto Rico since the beginning of the 1500s. Although in the mountains of Puerto Rico, people maintained their indigenous sovereignties, their indigenous African sovereignties, their indigenous Caribbean sovereignties, their indigenous European sovereignties until at least the end of the 1700s. But in any case, so when we're talking, I think, Desmond, what you meant was the history of a deep form of colonization by the Europeans is much longer in Latin America than it is in West Africa. But in terms of resistance, it starts around the same time, and it's just the reason why you don't get that depth of colonization in West Africa so early is because Africans were so successful. It doesn't mean that people in the Caribbean and the Americas were not successful, but I think it was more at the level that Chidi was talking about. It was like you couldn't confront things directly. You had to do things where you nibbled away at the system and undermined the system and subverted the system gradually, because just the force of the devastation that was wrought on the Americas by infectious disease coming from Europe, by by the use of the weapons that and other technologies of destruction that happened in that came into Latin America so early. So yes, so that's why one of the reasons why this encounter is so interesting, because okay, what has been experienced by West Africa over the last few decades is something that's been experienced in Latin America over many centuries. So there are many lessons to be shared about resistance of that form of very deep kind of colonization that's come to Africa so recently, that can be learned from people in Latin America. But people in Latin America can learn from West Africa about gaining back the memory of what has been lost in the Americas, because in West Africa it's still there in so many ways. Okay, where it's harder to see it so obviously in the Americas, because it's been so covered over by layer and layer and layer of coloniality. So there's so much that the two regions can learn from each other, from one another, from each other. The other thing, though, that I just wanted to say, because this is a product of and a result of that resistance. Okay, in other words, for Chidi and Desmond, for you to have lived in a village situation and then also in a university and urban situation simultaneously, this is something that would have been, is not supposed to happen. Okay, so in other words, I know that the two of you are seeing it like, or reporting on it as if you are sort of losing, you are losing something. I would say, yeah, that's part of it, but also I would see it as a trans performance. So in other words, and a very subversive kind of trans performance. The fact that in West Africa, you have many people who are able to practice a whole range of linguistic repertoires, cultural repertoires, class repertoires, educational repertoires, and the fact that people do it so seamlessly. That to me is another example of what Chidi was talking about, that subversion that is not at the surface, but is very deep and actually eats away at the system, sometimes more effectively than open confrontation. So I would give the two of you more credit than you're giving yourselves in terms of how you were able to, maybe unconsciously sometimes, but maintain a lot of those ancestral life ways, even in the face of growing up in an urban environment and in an environment where you have this massive colonial institution that's the university. Anyway, with any more comments by the team who's putting the presentation together for Prague, or anybody else in the audience?
Well, I like the term that the scholarship of hope, because without hope, as Nick was presenting the first portion, talked about from the Middle Stone Age, and I thought he would add Middle Passage. To the Middle Passage.
Yeah.
And that Afropolitanism, even if the Africans were forcefully transported against their will, even in the slave forts in Elmina, in Cape Coast, in Frederickstown, and the 35 slave forts and castles along the coast of Ghana. There was already, they came from so many different linguistic groups and cultural groups, but inside that space, they saw themselves as one. But from their multiplicity came that uniformity of hope. And if you read Maroon warfare, Maroon histories in the Caribbean, and so on, it's not always one particular ethnic group. It's all the ethnic groups that were brought together who now see themselves in this foreign terrain. And the part of the resistance was not just to go back to Africa, but also to recreate Africa in these places according to a collective vision of what their homelands may have been. So that hope sustained the Afrosporic peoples up to today. Also, when we talk about, when I hear Afro-pianism or Afro something like that, how many times have scholars not come out to say the influence of African American culture on American culture? That American culture, basically, if you look at it, it is African based in a lot of areas, not just European based. The music, the food, the language, the gesticulation, the body language, and so on. But maybe not just Africa alone, but other areas of the world in which the African in diaspora, which I'm not including myself yet. Then as I listen to Desmond and Chidi, what do we say about all these mushrooming associations in all parts of the world of Africans? I know that in Canada, we have the Ghana Union. Within the Ghana Union, we have the Asante Mine, this mine, the Dagomba Union, the Northern Ghana Union, etc., etc. But they come together as Ghanaians or as Nigerians. What also happens to the uprising, that if religion was one of the most pernicious tools used to deregulate the African and to basically erase everything about himself, because if you erase the person's spirit and his spirit consciousness, then you are actually, the person no longer exists, but exists as a walking corpse that you can manipulate. What is it that is now the African originating churches that are sweeping across the world? I was hearing something about a Nigerian establishing a church in Ukraine before the war. And it's packed all the time. The mega Nigerian churches, their pastors, Ghanaians, they have branches all over North America and Europe. Within the Catholic Church, I know in Toronto, they have the Ghana Catholic Church. They have their separate mass. They have a Ghanaian pastor. Is this Afropolitanism or is it Afropianism? Or is this a kind of resurgence of some spiritual force that may look like Christianity, but nonetheless, it has all the trappings of what to be an African who worships a god means? Is that part of that resistance that, as Chidi says, it's not frontal, but it's like a volcano from inside bubbling out, which nobody knows. You have rumblings in your stomach. You don't know whether it's hunger, you have eaten too much, etc., etc. But there's no pain. It's just a grumble. But so these are some of the things that, as I was listening, came to my mind, that maybe post-conference we can expand some of these discussions to include these areas. And to round up, talking about the young people, this is a personal story. Well, not really personal. 6 months ago, I got a call from my younger brother in Ghana. Said, "Oh, big brother, my other big brother, I went to a funeral in the village, and this big brother came home." I said, "Oh, which one?" He said, "Adam." I said, "Elijah Adam." He said, "Yes, he's a Muslim." Okay, well, the family is supposed to be Catholic, but they are traditionalists and there are Muslims. So he said, "What happened?" "Oh, he got a stroke, a massive stroke, and now he couldn't talk very well." And that they went to a diviner, a dibia, or who divined that he had offended his ancestors. So he had to come home and make the ritual sacrifices and be purified and confess and be forgiven. before he can fully recover. So I said, didn't he run away from the Catholic Church to become a Muslim? Now he's coming back. So we helped him get the materials. And I'm sitting in Toronto, in Puerto Rico. I send money home to my younger brother in another town. And we are both professors. And we help him do and he recovered completely. What do we make of that? Is his action an example of what Chidi and Ike have said, that nothing was really completely erased. So how do we marry all these things into this amorphous concept of Afropean, Afropolitan? So again, I go back to the food culture of America, say Louisiana, and so on. They talk about this and that and that. Are those white people who are eating kimbombo, that is gumbo and okra and so on, are they Afropeans? Okay, I stopped there.
Yeah. Danabang, these are really very helpful thoughts. And Chidi, if you don't mind, let me just say something quickly, and then I'll pass this over to you. Perhaps you can have deeper thoughts on this. I think for me, what we are dealing with occurring, or what we're observing, might be occurring at multiple levels. Okay? And I think this is really what keeps stimulating my own thinking. Perhaps it in some ways, to add to your very helpful clarification, Nick, is what I'm seeing in my sort of engagements on the continent and in the Americas. And that is that at one level, you see sort of the public consciousness of coloniality and how one responds to it, how one can respond to it. I think in my experience in the Americas, there are a lot more people. You're more inclined to encounter someone who is critical of the colonial structures that we've inherited. And that's not surprising because, in my framing, the resistance has always been present, right? And that presence is often triggered by the ever-presence, the material presence of coloniality in the ways that's not disguised, right? On the continent of Africa, certainly in West Africa, it was a little bit more difficult to meet people who frame their sense-making as resistance against something, right? I think that is happening more and more now than it was in the past. So I'm talking about the explicit consciousness and intentionality of resistance. At a deeper level, and this is the area that requires a lot more sort of, trying to figure out like what is going on here, is that even when people are not aware of it, their lives, the choices they make themselves sort of evolve in what is, at least you can now theorize as a scholar, as resistance. I decided not to put this on the slide. I have, several images and videos of the young people that we're talking about. And this spans people who are saying, I grew up a Christian, I've been embedded in Christianity, but I think I'm setting this aside. I need to explore African spirituality, not religion, because I don't think you'll find any cathedrals to any god across the West Africa, at least the sub-Saharan African context. And it wasn't because people were not religious. It was because they were truly spiritual. What they were doing was very different from the institutionalization and politicization of spirituality across Europe and a few other places in the world. So many young people are returning to that intentionally today. But then that's not the only thing. There are people who are asking those questions in terms of education, that's sort of trying to understand what it means to be human, to adjust as an adult. What kind of work do you do? In the past,
Getting an education would have given you a degree that allows you to dress in a suit and tie in 90s degree, almost close to 30 degrees Celsius. And then you're looking for air conditioner to cool down after dressing that way. So you can sign some papers in an office and then be called Oga or Madam.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think many people are sort of moving away from those. Say, like, why do I have to put myself in that position? You know, there are people who are constant. There's this guy, Matthias Ezako, who's constantly chipping away at public consciousness about the ways that these institutions have been framed. He has built a hospital where even like women will get, will have babies for free. Like you just go to hospital and, and the last time I was talking to him, they were working on building a school. And it's completely different. To call it a school is just because we are used to calling it a school. But what happens in that environment is radically different. I even have, a classmate of mine who was a Catholic priest and has recently decided he's no longer interested in being a priest. He's actually interested in this African traditional spirituality. And this takes so many different forms. And what this is helping us to recognize, even traditional ceremonies like cultural ceremonies that used to be frowned upon as pagan has become a lot more attractive to a lot of people than Christmas and Easter. Pews in churches are sort of getting emptier and emptier by the day. And people are celebrating life, living life differently. And what I think is happening is that shift in consciousness is helping people to recognize that they have always been here. They have always had these practices. So even for the person who has been a Christian, when they run into serious trouble, they go to the Dibia Alpha to try to figure out what is going on. But this is not a new thing. And people are finally becoming open to it. And if you think, just to use that religion, and this is my final thought on this, if you use religion as the pointer for this, you recognize that African traditional spirituality is really very open. It never prevents or prohibits anybody from engaging with any other expressions of spirituality. So you could be practicing African traditional spirituality. You could have a deity in your house, but you could go to church. You could go to a mosque. You could join whatever festival. Your deity and your God was not upset by that. It was the Christian God that was upset when you talked about anything religion without that particular epistemic and cultural framing of spirituality. And I think people are waking up to that reality that they have always been open-minded. They have always taken their humanness to church, to mosques, to their communities, to the places you call schools. Even I myself, some of you know, I was in a seminary for 8 years. I left there quickly because I did not want to be a priest eventually. And I'm glad I did not. So this is just to say that to your point, all the things we are pointing to might just be humanity being humans, might just be human beings being human. We can theorize it as Afropolitan, anything, but I think the thing is always there. It's a question of, can we eventually recognize that we cannot build boundaries and borders to enclose people in, to use Nick's framing, but to recognize that human beings will always be humans. It doesn't matter where you put them. Put them in Puerto Rico, put them in Haiti, put them in a church, put them inside a cave, wherever. They will do what humans do. That is, find a way to engage, to express their entanglement with reality.
Oh, this is such a wonderful conversation, and we're already almost 15 minutes over time. So any case, yeah, this is great. And all of the different levels of what we were trying to express in this presentation in Prague, they are coming through now. So there's the level of points of reference. So when people talk about Afro-pianist and Afropolitanism, what is the point of reference? I think that for most of the people at that conference, it's going to be a European norm, and something that the Europeans think of as cosmopolitanism, which means that you eat at different restaurants sometimes. That's cosmopolitanism for Europeans. Whereas you can go to Dana Bank's village, and you can find When there's a Muslim celebration, no matter if you're Muslim, traditionalist, or Catholic, you go to the mosque. When there's a Catholic celebration, no matter if you're Muslim or traditionalist or whatever, or all three at the same time, you go to the church. And then when there's a traditional ceremony, everybody is there. So in other words, it's not just about like tasting a little bit of food that's been carefully curated for the European palate, but it's called an ethnic food. It's about like in your life, practicing a multiplicity of life ways, integrating a multiplicity of linguistic repertoires, integrating a multiplicity of cultural repertoires, integrating a multiplicity of ethnic repertoires, and living it in a deep way and in a way that's seamless, that people just go from one to the other totally naturally. It's not about like, I'm making a statement. No, it's like it's part of what it means, like Desmond said, to be human. Okay. And so what does this mean? That at a deeper level, what Europeans are calling Afropolitanism, if we look at it at the longue durée, it's about people from Africa in Europe reminding Europeans of what they themselves have lost in terms of their own humanity, trying to reawaken a memory of what Europeans also enjoyed before before colonialism was inflicted on them. That actually their ancestors as well were also plurilingual, pluricultural, pluriethnic. And so, in other words, does it mean that actually by engaging at these other levels with this concept of Afropolitanism and Afropeanism, are we shifting the lens from one that's Eurocentric to one that's not Eurocentric, and one that's colonial to one that's attempting to be decolonial, where we're actually challenging what Western science, what Western society, what Western coloniality has taught us, has mistaught us about humanity, and has tried to pass off onto us as the way it always was, the way it is, and the way it always will be, trying to naturalize coloniality and normalize coloniality. Any case, well, it's time for us to go on to the next presentation, but thank you ever so much. Those of you who are part of this presentation in Prague, I'm sorry that everybody didn't get a chance to speak, but all of us were just so excited to cover this in the way we did. But next time, I guess instead of 1 hour, we should have 2 hours to do these. Okay, it's time for us to go on to our next presentation now. I'm wondering if Desmond, if you could, yeah, the great, okay.
And Nick, while you're setting that up, just to
Yes.
remind everyone, please stay engaged with Chidi and I. Really, this is an ongoing conversation with us. So I'm hoping that this is not the end of this, that it's sort of an opening of new chapters for more conversations about this. So thank you so much.
Wonderful. Let me see if I can get this to go better. Let's see. I'm trying to get this as the slideshow. Okay. Perhaps, there we go. Okay, our next presentation is titled The Connection Between Music and Language Attitudes. It's presented by Bianca Irizarry, Emily Hernandez, Fernando Oyola, Ian Burgos, Itza Hernandez, Kerilis Perez, Natasha Gonzalez, Roxana Rivera, Yalis Arroyo, Surisadai Esteves, and Ryan Matos. Maybe not all of them are here. Probably some of them have work commitments, etc. But
no, everyone is here except Ryan. There was a last minute change and Ryan decided to not participate in the presentation, but everyone is here. We're all together in the classroom, and
wonderful.
Yeah, that's why they're not in the meeting, but they are here. You'll see them in a second.
I see. Okay, so some of them are in the classroom. Oh, now I understand. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. Okay, so without further ado, let's invite our team to present.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Like the professor mentioned, we're going to be talking about the connection between music and language attitudes, right? And just in case y'all weren't familiar with language attitudes, I do have a little bit of information that I want to share. So language attitudes are the positive, negative, or neutral evaluative reactions people have towards different linguistic repertoires. These attitudes can influence language learning, language use, and even social interactions, which is particularly what our presentation is going to be focusing on. They are essentially a person's beliefs and feelings about language, which can manifest in their behavior towards speakers of that language, right? So when it comes to language attitudes, our particular focus is going to be on music. We're going to start off with first the introduction, then a little bit of a historical overview, just so we can establish the context. Then we'll look at particular studies that have incorporated or have studied language attitudes in Puerto Rico, but also Puerto Rican attitudes towards Puerto Rican language use outside of Puerto Rico as well. So we're going to look at both perspectives. Then we are going to particularly talk about how music can play a role in influencing language attitudes. We're going to take a look at specific songs or specific artists that have made a worldwide impact and exposed Puerto Rican culture and Puerto Rican language to the rest of the world. And finally, we're going to bring everything together and make that connection between language attitudes and music. So, ready to begin. Okay. Puerto Rico's history has been impacted by both Spanish and U.S. colonization, creating a complex linguistic landscape, which is reflected in attitudes towards both Spanish and English on the island. These attitudes are strongly influenced by the value assigned to cultural artifacts such as music. From salsa to reggaeton, music has not only broken cultural barriers, but has also played a crucial role in shaping, challenging, and redefining perceptions of Puerto Rican identity and language on a global scale. This presentation shows historical power relations have shaped contemporary attitudes towards language and how music serves as both a reflection of these attitudes and a force for change. We will delve into how the island's colonial past and its strong ongoing relationship with the United States have created a unique linguistic environment where Spanish and English coexist, often in complex and contested ways. Furthermore, we will examine how Puerto Rican music in its diverse forms has become a powerful tool for negotiating these social linguistic tensions on the island and beyond. Next slide.
So, throughout Puerto Rico's colonial and neocolonial history, the island has been subjected to major linguistic changes due to the political powers that oversaw its colonial administration. First, Spanish was imposed as the first official language of Puerto Rico during the colonial era, but after 400 years and the Spanish-American War, the United States seized control in 1898 and brought with it the English language in the quest to Americanize the island. Under the language laws of the U.S. colonial administration, English was promoted in public life, sometimes instead of Spanish, sometimes together with Spanish, thus creating a confusing and undefined addition of a new language into the lives of Puerto Ricans. In the end, Spanish prevailed, maintaining itself as the primarily used language among the people, but English has retained a prominent place in the education system of Puerto Rico. In fact, there is an expectation for educators to promote bilingualism, with the Department of Education stating that this is for students' intellectual enrichment and growth. Furthermore, English has been promoted as a language of prestige and opportunity, which has had a major impact on the lives of Puerto Ricans. For many Boricuas, these circumstances have created a strong feeling of resentment towards English because of its persistent imposition and how it's insinuated itself into Puerto Rican culture, one that prides itself on its fierce patriotism. With bilingualism increasing among the younger generations, English's sustained presence on the island continues to create controversy. For example, the island's intellectuals believe that the use of English is symbolic of Puerto Rico's subordination to the U.S. and is an offense to Puerto Rican dignity. These views reflect the history of the U.S. attempting to replace Spanish with English on the island. Because of Puerto Rico's tumultuous linguistic history, Puerto Ricans both on the island and in the diaspora often have a very problematic relationship with the use of Puerto Rican Spanish versus the use of English.
The definition of the term attitudes refers to judgments that people make and generalize about an object outside themselves. In the case of Puerto Rico, both Spanish and English serve as the official languages of the island. This has sparked decades of debate that have shaped the language attitudes of Puerto Ricans, which are linked to issues such as identity, resistance, repression, mobility, social and economic opportunities, and cultural clashes that are history of these two languages, races in the island. 39 bilingual Puerto Ricans were given a questionnaire which included 3 questions. Are Spanish and English conflicting elements in Puerto Rican society? 61% said yes. Is Spanish a symbol of identity for Puerto Ricans? 86% said yes. Does bilingualism represent a threat to the ethno-social linguistic existence of Puerto Ricans? 89% said no. Claudia Matachana Lopez stated that Puerto Ricans account for 39.9% of the Latino population in Massachusetts. The value that language variety possesses is related to linguistic ideologies and linguistic attitudes. These attitudes are defined as sociocultural beliefs about language and their speakers. She also states that in departments of foreign language teaching in colleges of humanities at universities in the United States, students and faculty from Latin and Puerto Rican origin ranked lower in department hierarchies. So the table shown here represents how teachers who have Spanish as native language and those who have it as a second language correct Puerto Rican Spanish phonological and morphosyntactic features. Phonological features such as S deletions and aspiration and neutralization of syllable final liquids L and R have no corrections across the board. For native Spanish speakers, some corrections were made in the velar realization of R and uninverted WH questions, while as the second language group corrected them regularly. Finally, the preposition standing, both groups overwhelmingly corrected the feature. Puerto Rican Spanish velar R was the most frequently corrected phonological feature. It was perceived as having an aggressive tone. While Puerto Rican Spanish liquid neutralization received little to no correction, teachers felt that cannot be part of a formal or correct language and inappropriate for an academic setting.
So any object, be it tangible or intangible, that is produced by a specific culture carries with it an immutable connection to that culture. This is what we refer to as cultural artifacts, and most important among these is music, because in the lyrics and sounds of each era, we can discern the imprints of a particular generation and see history in the making, as said by author Leah Peralta. Music's influence in the today can be seen in the way it is able to transcend cultural barriers, such as language, through digital avenues. Social media platforms like TikTok and YouTube are driving forces in what type of music is currently popular, and each day, more and more foreign songs and artists are given the global spotlight that they otherwise wouldn't have. Genres that were otherwise local touchstones like K-pop, J-rock, and reggaeton have, through these new age mediums, become global phenomena, carrying with them elements of their original culture. As these music genres have begun to spread around the world, the mark of their original culture follows them. The masses that consume this type of popular music have begun to be influenced by the aesthetics, rhythms, and lyrics in these songs, even if they are only fragments of a much larger and meaningful whole. This in turn creates a mirror image of the culture and gives way to generalizations and assumptions. The listeners and producers of these once culturally personal music genres are perceived as representative of the culture as a whole. Tensions are heightened by the additional burden of representation carried by racialized Latino performers who do gain visibility in the mainstreams and are often projected as representatives of their ethnic communities that are already either symbolically annihilated or symbolically colonized and rendered invisible by mainstream US media. These assumed perceptions of cultural music, and by extension, the culture as a whole, can be both positive and negative, but are ultimately misinformed and missing critical context as to why they're valuable in their original culture.
It is both empowering and important to learn the roots of any musical genre, as it helps us understand the historical, social, political, and cultural aspects that shape them. As these genres popularize, heavy misconceptions carry over. An example of this can be found in hip hop and reggaeton, where both women and men have participated in hip hop culture and rap music in ways that have been both oppressive and liberatory for women. Hip hop and reggaeton emerged as a form of expression that tackled the social and political issues that affected marginalized people. But as the genres became more mainstream, stereotypes were exploited and the musical focus shifted to the over-sexualization of women and misogyny. This is why I say that hip hop has done more damage to young African Americans than racism in recent years, said Fox News analyst Gerardo Rivera. While some hip hop and reggaeton songs do glamorize the destructive behavior of substance abuse and objectification, artists like Kendrick Lamar, Bad Bunny, and Calle 13 speak out against corruption and address socio-political issues, breaking away from the misconception that this music and, by extension, their respective cultures encourage violence. Take, for example, reggaeton, which has a complicated history with the machista discourse it often promotes. That said, Bad Bunny has been outspoken in his effort to challenge machismo and other discourses of domination. His song Andrea vocalizes the pattern of femicide and domestic abuse in Puerto Rico by recounting the story of the late Andrea Reese, who was denied a restraining order against her abusive ex-boyfriend and was found dead a month later. Bad Bunny's lyrics are purposeful and driven with meaning, proving that music can problematize and question harmful stereotypes and use its reach to make an impact around the whole world far beyond its culture of origin.
The impact of Puerto Rican music extends far beyond the island itself. Artists from Puerto Rico have achieved global recognition and have made their mark on the Latin music scene. For instance, in salsa, Puerto Rican salsa is known for its strong influence from jazz and big band music, and has also influenced genres like pop and jazz, with collaborations between salsa legends and American artists becoming more frequent. Modern salsa singers that are commercially successful are Marc Anthony, Victor Manuel, Gilberto Santa Rosa, La India, and the Rivera brothers, Jerry and Edwin. For Latin pop, popular Puerto Rican artists such as Ricky Martin, Jennifer Lopez, and Luis Fonsi have been dominating the international music charts. Their melodies and energetic performances have propelled Latin pop into the mainstream, showcasing Puerto Rican music's global appeal and influence, as seen with the hit song Despacito by Luis Fonsi. In Latin jazz, Puerto Rican musicians played a pivotal role in popularizing Latin jazz, infusing it with their own distinctive flair. The fusion of rich harmonies, improvisation, and infectious rhythms captivated audiences, establishing Puerto Rico's contribution to the global jazz canon. Musicians like Mario Bauzá, Rey Barreto, and Eddie Palmieri mesmerize audiences with their performances, and they are a testament to Puerto Rican music's sheer brilliance and creativity. Another example is the Spanish Harlem Orchestra, or SHO in short, who interpret English songs in salsadura, as seen with their rendition of You and the Night and the Music. For reggaeton, reggaeton has emerged as a dominant force in the global music scene, transcending language barriers, resonating with listeners worldwide, with artists like Daddy Yankee and Bad Bunny achieving unprecedented success, and showing how Puerto Rican music continues to shape world culture. Puerto Rican music is a way of life that brings people together, expresses emotions, and allows for liberation through dance.
For those who are unfamiliar with Lin-Manuel Miranda, he is very involved in the music industry, in films, and in Broadway. He is a singer, songwriter, composer, rapper, actor, filmmaker, lyricist, and, might I add, a visionary figure in the world of musical theater. How is he related to Puerto Rico? Well, Lin-Manuel is of Puerto Rican descent, as he was born and raised by Puerto Rican parents in Manhattan, also known as the heart of New York City. And as it is commonly known, several other individuals of Puerto Rican descent have immigrated to this part of the city. Besides this, he had spent several vacation times every year in Vega Alta, Puerto Rico, with his grandparents during his childhood. These biographical facts really emphasize that connection he has with Puerto Rican heritage. As part of his musical theater portfolio of original creations, he created the musical Hamilton, that narrates Alexander Hamilton's rise from his upbringings as an orphaned immigrant from the Caribbean to become a prominent founding father of the US,
and he created the musical In the Heights, which revolves around themes that commemorate Latino heritage. Both of these musical projects are known to be the main musicals that have raised awareness of Puerto Rico's cultural significance up high in the musical theater industry. And of course, in his songwriting catalog, in which we will delve into very soon, listeners can find several influences of the Afro-Latino, reggaeton, and Spanish rock genres, which are found in modern Puerto Rican music. He has worked closely with songwriters of Latin American descent as well. Next slide. Okay, so let's put the Puerto Rican heritage aside for a moment and analyze the following examples. Lin-Manuel Miranda has worked in several film projects that are culturally driven, which is interesting to see how an artist of Puerto Rican descent has contributed successfully to these films that represent countries and cultures completely different from those of Puerto Rico. Is this cultural appropriation? I think that is not the case at all, as many of the cultures represented in these films heavily resonate with aspects found in Puerto Rican culture. We have Moana, a Polynesian-inspired film that makes an emphasis on the spiritual connection between humans and nature through beaches, where in Puerto Rico, beaches are one of the most prominent and important natural resources. Then Encanto, a Colombian-inspired film with a plot that focuses on family relationships, dynamics, and patterns that are found in the Madrigal's family generations, is a theme that deeply resonates with the family values held in Puerto Rico. Then we have Vivo. We have Vivo here as another example, a Cuban-inspired film about a romantic reconnection through music with two Cuban musicians, making an emphasis on that typical theme about love we find a lot in Puerto Rican songs. Besides, Cuba is like a sibling to Puerto Rico, with both islands sharing deep cultural, historical, and musical ties. Mufasa, the live-action adaptation of The Lion King, is an African-inspired film that explores the deep spiritual connection between nature and life, much like Disney's Moana. The film celebrates African culture, and as many of you may already know, Puerto Rico shares strong African heritage and cultural influences. And finally, we have the Little Mermaid live-action film, as this new story takes place in the Caribbean, where, of course, Puerto Rico forms part of. Because of the multicultural connections found in these films that can be tied to Puerto Rico, Lin-Manuel Miranda has definitely been influenced by his Puerto Rican heritage to compose the music of these films. In one way or another, this does indeed shape the worldwide conceptions that people may have about the island as a culture that is a colorful and tropical one that values nature with the life under the sea, childhood upbringings as a Latino, romantic love, family relations, and the grooves found in reggaeton and Spanish-inspired songs. Several of these songs also represent the Latino linguistic variety in spoken English, which are similar to those heard in Puerto Rican English.
Globalization has brought a number of changes to the way we shop, learn, travel, and relax. It has also created the opportunity for art, be it music, literature, or film, to transcend language and achieve a global impact. So, who is Luis Fonsi? Luis Alfonso Rodriguez Lopez Cepero was born on April 15, 1978 in San Juan, Puerto Rico. In 1998, he signed a record deal with Universal Music Latin and released his first album that same year. Comenzaré was his first critical and commercial hit that set him firmly on his career path. However, the song that made him a worldwide star was Despacito. Released on January 13, 2017, Despacito was originally recorded by Puerto Rican musician Luis Fonsi and featured reggaeton star Daddy Yankee. Produced by bilingual Colombian producers Mauricio Rengifo and Andrés Torres, the track debuted at number 2 on the Hot Latin Songs chart and on February 3, and reached number 1 just 3 weeks later. It also climbed to number 3 on Spotify's global chart, an unprecedented achievement for a Spanish language song. Although the song had only reached number 48 on the Billboard Hot 100 by April, everything changed with the release of a remix featuring Justin Bieber. From Memorial Day to Labor Day, Despacito dominated the pop music scene, leading the Billboard Hot 100 for a record-tying 16 weeks and becoming the most streamed song ever, in addition to its heavy radio play. Following the remix's release, the song went up to number 9 on the Hot 100 within a week, then quickly rose to number 4, number 3, and ultimately reached number 1 on the May 24th chart. The original music video would also go on to become the most viewed video ever on YouTube. Despacito changed the perception of many Latin music around the world. It made a place for Spanish language and Latin-themed tracks on the Billboard charts. It also made collaborating with Latin artists more accepted in society. With right on the heels of Justin Bieber's Despacito collab came Beyoncé joining Willie William and J Balvin for Mi Gente. And then it became an avalanche with major Hot 100 hits, including I Like It by Cardi B, Bad Bunny, J Balvin, Hawaii by Maluma and The Weeknd, Con Calma by Katy Perry, Daddy Yankee and Snow, and Taki Taki by Ozuna, Cardi B, DJ Snake, and Selena Gomez. Finally, it made Latin music global. Thanks to the globalization of streaming, Despacito was the tipping point for Latin music around the world, highlighting the universal potential of the language and the beats. Today, consumption of music in Spanish is second only to music in English. And while it didn't just start with Despacito, the song was a catalyst for major change.
Historically, Puerto Rican Spanish has been stigmatized both within the island and across the broader Spanish-speaking world. It is often viewed as improper, associated with the working class, and marginalized in formal settings. Puerto Rican Spanish was long seen as the language of the underclass. However, as artists like Bad Bunny, Daddy Yankee, and Ozuna gain international fame while maintaining their authentic linguistic style, this perception is beginning to change. Bad Bunny, in particular, has led this shift by embracing and amplifying the island's vernacular by performing its phonetic quirks, rhythmic cadence, and cultural idioms on a global stage. His refusal to code switch or translate for English-speaking audiences sends a powerful message. Puerto Rican Spanish is not only valid, but worthy of international recognition. The mainstream success of Puerto Rico reggaeton and trap artists has motivated a surge in interest in learning Puerto Rican Spanish, especially among diaspora communities and non-native speakers, who were drawn to the language through the emotional and social connection they felt to the music. Apps like Duolingo and platforms like YouTube have seen increasing demand for instruction, specifically in Puerto Rican Spanish, rather than the standardized versions traditionally taught in U.S. classrooms. This shift represents a democratization and diversification of Spanish learning, driven not by institutions, but by the influence of music and media. Bad Bunny's decision to sing entirely in Spanish, particularly a Caribbean Spanish, riming with local terms and slang, challenges the dominance of English in global pop. His cultural references, often deeply Puerto Rican and opaque to outsiders, serve as acts of cultural assertion rather than accommodation. This approach resonates deeply with Latinos in the diaspora who may have grown up ashamed of their accent or disconnected from their heritage. By centering Puerto Rican identity unapologetically, Bad Bunny redefines what global pop can look and sound like. His Grammy performance with singing in non-English captions became a viral moment of linguistic pride. The relationship between music and language attitudes in Puerto Rico has transformed from marginalization to empowerment. Where once Puerto Rican Spanish was dismissed, today it is becoming a badge of cultural identity, pride, and global influence, largely thanks to the popularity of reggaeton and artists like Bad Bunny. Music has become not just a soundtrack, but a catalyst for linguistic validation, learning, and resistance.
The connection between music and language attitudes is undeniable. Puerto Rican music in its various forms has served as a powerful vehicle for cultural expression, identity, and pride. The rise of Puerto Rican artists to international fame has not only reshaped the global music scene, but also challenged longstanding linguistic stigmas, empowering generations to embrace their cultural and linguistic heritage. The increasing interest in learning Puerto Rican Spanish, driven by the music's global appeal, demonstrates the profound impact that music has on language attitudes and cultural identity. Ultimately, this presentation has shown that music is more than just a soundtrack. It can be a catalyst for linguistic validation, learning, and resistance, highlighting the dynamic relationship between language and culture.
And here are our works cited. Thank you very much. You're muted.
I'm sorry. Applause for the group. Applause. Okay. Now our next presentation is by Jafet Cruz Cordero, Ana Paula Negron Filippi, and Frances S. Rivera Cornier. And it's titled Art as Resistance, the work of Awilda Sterling Dupre. I think that Awilda was here at some point, but I don't know if she still is. But in any case, I would like to invite that group to present. I'm going to project your PowerPoint on the screen.
All right, hello, welcome. On this topic of resistance that has come up several times during this series of presentations, our topic is art as resistance, and specifically the work of Awilda Sterling Dupre. Our presenters are Ana Paula Alegron, Jafet Cruz Caldero, and myself, Frances Rivera Cornier. You can go on, please. Art has long been a powerful tool of resistance, enabling marginalized voices to challenge dominant narratives and reclaim agency, sometimes simply through their existence or by creating in spaces not typically afforded to them. In this context, we position Awilda Sterling Dupre's work as a profound example of art as resistance. This is evidenced by the ways in which, through performance, dance, and visual art, she has engaged with Afro-Caribbean traditions and has used these to disrupt boundaries, thereby reimagining ancestral practices within a contemporary framework, while carving out space for the recognition of the marginalized identities she represents. Her impact has resonated with artists for decades, now extending to two art students who have worked closely with her in recent years. In a series of interviews with these mentees, Sterling Dupre reflects on her artistic journey, sharing insights into her evolving practice, her own visions of interpretation of her work, how she defines her forms of resistance, her critique of the art world and academia, and her ongoing projects. You will be hearing from two of my students from the Escuela de Plásticas y Diseño de Puerto Rico, and upcoming visual artists in their own right, Ana Negron Filippi and Jafet Cruz Cordero, who have had the privilege of working closely with Awilda Sterling Dupre and engaging with her vision to further understand its impact. They will share their insights on her artistic practice and provide a deeper understanding of how her art functions as a transformative tool for social change, identity reclamation, and as a testament to personal and collective resistance and empowerment. Jafet will focus on Sterling Dupre's past work, particularly her exploration of Afro-Caribbean spirituality and cultural resistance through dance and performance. Ana will focus on her present and future work, including the Blindfolded series, and discuss how these evolving themes continue to push boundaries in the art world. I leave you with Jafet.
Good afternoon. Fusing dance and spirituality, an exploration of Awilda Sterling Dupre's cultural reclamation. Awilda Sterling Dupre uses her art as an act of cultural resistance, reclaiming Santeria and other Afro-Caribbean traditions through movement and performance. Her work fuses contemporary dance with bomba and the symbolic acts of Santeria, thereby challenging racism and celebrating Afro-descendant spirituality. By incorporating ancestral symbols, rhythms, and gestures into her artistic expression, she redefines these practices within the context of contemporary art, creating a space for dialogue and recognition of historical marginalized identities. In the interviews with the artists that have informed this presentation, she was asked questions about the central themes of her past works in order to provide a deeper insight into her creative process and engage with the personal and cultural significance of her artistic expression. Today, I will be speaking with Awilda. Today, I will be presenting a I'm sorry. Today I will be speaking about Awilda Sterling Dupre, a multidisciplinary Puerto Rican artist who uses her body as a vessel for memory, spirituality, and resistance. Her work fuses contemporary dance with bomba, jazz, and the spiritual dances of Regla de Ocha, creating a unique language that challenges cultural stigmas and hierarchies. This presentation explores how her artistic process becomes an act of spiritual and cultural resistance, reclaiming Afro-Caribbean tradition through movement, improvisation, and performance. Based on an interview with the artist, I will share details about her performance story, her influences, and her impact on contemporary Puerto Rican art, as well as the legacy of Black artists who came before her and paved the way. Spirituality as creative power. Abuela Celine Dupre grew up in Barrio Obrero in San Juan, a Black community where Afro-Caribbean spirituality was not demonized. From a young age, she felt deeply spiritual influenced by her paternal family, who practiced Mesa Blanca spiritism. Her first encounter with the Regla de Ocha came through her brother, a tamborero fundamento, who brought her to a religious ceremony. Surrounded by drums, chants, and moving bodies, she had a transformative experience. Finding this faith was a source of hope, she told me. What impacted her the most was the wave of body moving in unison, an image that remained etched into her memory. From that moment on, she began a spiritual and artistic journey that would shape both her life and her work. She trained in ritual dances both in Cuba and New York with the support of her family. Her mother and aunt sewed her first ceremonial skirts. This path was not only a spiritual one, but also an affirmation of identity and an act of resistance. In a world that often rejects and stigmatizes Afro-Caribbean religions, Awilda found in Regla de Ocha not just a faith, but a source of creative power. Her art rooted in these lived experiences became a tool to reclaim spiritual and as an essential part for her Black Caribbean identity. The body as a means of resistance. Sterling Dupre views the body as a living archive, an altar, a tool of resistance. For her, every performance is an act of cultural resistance. In a society that has historically stigmatized African spirituality, her art celebrates, reinterprets, and affirms them as visual parts of a Caribbean identity. Her artistic practice fuses contemporary dance with Puerto Rican bomba, jazz, and the spiritual dances of Regla de Ocha, creating a unique expression with the body that not only dances but also invokes, remembers, and defies. It was her mentor, Silvia del Villar, who first noticed her similarity to Oshun, the Orisha of rivers, and opened the path for her to explore performance as a ritual medium. Since then, Sterling has developed her own language deeply tied to music creation, faith, and the fight against racism and colonialism. In her performances, Dupre works through spiritual abstraction, allowing energy to guide the movement. She also incorporates symbols associated with the Yoruba religion, but without falling into imitation, focusing instead on the energetic experience of ritual. The artist tells us, I know with absolute certainty that my religion is not meant to cause harm, and as I believe evil exists because the human mind consisted. Her art doesn't ask for permission. It breaks into museums, theaters, and public spaces, challenging cultural hierarchies and offering a way of creating that is profoundly Black, spiritual, and Caribbean. The legacy of parenthesis. Awilda is part of a generation of Black Puerto Rican artists who have been able to enter the art world thanks to the struggles and efforts of those who came before her. A key moment in that history was the exhibition Parentheses, organized in the 1970s by a group of artists who, in response to their systematic exclusion from institutional spaces, decided to create their own platform. Parentheses was not just an art show. It was a powerful political gesture, a collective declaration demanding visibility and space within Puerto Rico's cultural landscape. This exhibition marked a turning point in the official narrative of Puerto Rican art, where Black voices had long been marginalized. For artists like Sterling Dupre, this precedent was crucial. Thanks to parentheses and the courage of those pioneering artists, she can now intervene in museum interiors and public spaces from her Afro-Caribbean identity without having to justify her presence. Her work exists within a historical legacy where art is not only a form of aesthetic expression but also an act of resistance and affirmation. Just like the artist who organized parentheses, Celine Dupre uses her work to open doors for new generations, showing that Black art is not undervalued, it is essential to understanding Puerto Rican culture and in all its complexity. In conclusion, Abuela Celine Dupre has left a transformative mark on Puerto Rican and Afro-Caribbean art. Her work goes beyond traditional disciplines. It is dance, ritual, dancing, healing, but above all, it is a form of resistance, a way of living and flourishing in a world that has tried to deny her spirituality, her blackness, and her humanity. By incorporating Afro-Caribbean religion as a legitimate and powerful artistic language, Awilda not only gives it visibility, she reclaims it with pride and dignity. Her art is a courageous gesture that invites us to confront what has been marginalized for centuries. Through that gesture, she opens paths. Thanks to her work, new generation of Afro-descendant artists can now create from their truth without asking for permission and without fear.
Thank you, Jafet. And now I will be talking about my interview with Awilda Sterling. I titled it Interlude, Awilda Sterling Dupre Now, Resistance Through Spontaneity in Her Body of Work and Practice. Awilda Sterling Dupre, born 1947 in Santurce, Puerto Rico, has become a pillar in contemporary art, performance art, and dance, with an expansive career spanning over 5 decades. Her work, which intertwines various mediums and disciplines, draws from influences such as Afro-Caribbean religious dance and traditions, jazz, and salsa. Her work with abstract forms and intuitive disruptions with production processes is known to challenge and dissolve boundaries between gender, identity, and nationality norms. In the epistolary format of an interview, the artist will reflect on her current artistic practice as well as how she navigates, converses, and challenges the art world and academia through community engagement and the continuation of her methodologies. The interview also engages with the possibility of interludes, exploring her nascent ideas for future projects, including the continuation of series such as Blindfolded, through her studio time, as well as through her latest exhibitions and collaborations. Awilda Sterling Dupre's perpetual curiosity and desire to create knows no limitations. Her multidisciplinary focus on the production process of her abstract artwork series resists conforming to the limits of traditional identifiers within academia. In this presentation, I will share her journey from her early influences within her family in Barrio Obrero to her ongoing Blindfolded series with a focus on her evolution as an artist of process and improvisation. Family and influence in Barrio Obrero. Awilda Sterling Dupre was born to be creative. It's what she has always done. Her art is a never-ending accumulation of mediums, disciplines, and experiences where she gets to break down preconceived notions within the art world through her processes of making, materiality, and identity. Music is integral to her practice, and she has been profoundly influenced by her family life in Barrio Obrero in Santurce. Every weekend, she visited her uncle's house and was immersed in the Latin American and Caribbean rhythms, permeating her family's parties and neighborhood gatherings. The artist describes Santurce's boom in creativity as the Harlem Renaissance in Puerto Rico. Since before the 1970s, the district has been alive with the energy of musicians such as Tita Curet Alonso, Los Pleneros del Quinto Olivo, and Pedin Rodriguez. This rich fusion of music genres provided Awilda Sterling Dupre with her musical education. It has influenced her interest in dance and performance art and has also been incorporated into her paintings later on in her career. Abstraction in Puerto Rico and Franz Klein. On another note, during the artist studies at the Escuela de Artes Plásticas y Diseño de Puerto Rico, she discovered at the university's library a catalog of the artist Franz Klein's paintings. This was a pivotal moment in her artistic development.
The immediate dynamic and physical elements in Klein's abstraction sparked Sterling Dupre's interest in abstraction as a visual practice and embodied experience. She told me that for her, abstraction became a way of liberation of the self. It became a method to move beyond traditional narrative and representation, allowing color, body, and gesture to become the protagonists in her body of work. However, as artist and professor Raymond Cruz Corchado states in his essay titled La Pintura Abstracta Matérica en Puerto Rico, 1950 through 2020, abstraction was politicized by a group of artists that understood it as an integral part of American art and opted for figurative art or social realism as protectors of Puerto Rican identity and as a way of resistance to colonialism. Artists embracing abstraction, including Sterling Dupre, were marginalized or often criticized for lacking political commitment. Despite this, Awilda's desire and commitment to create expanded the possibilities of what Puerto Rican art could be. Questioning the definitions of resistance and improvisation. When I asked her how she would define resistance in her work, Awilda stopped momentarily and stared thoughtfully, then said, "My work is not an act of resistance in itself." She stands against the academic limitations of categorization and believes that labeling her work and herself as an artist would limit, oversimplify, and do an injustice to her creative experience. Instead, she resists by not conforming to any doctrine, formal rules, or institutional expectations. Sterling Dupre's resistance lies in her insistence on the fluidity of her improvised explorations as components in the production of her body of work. She offers multiplicity, contradiction, and freedom, creating without allegiance to any frame other than the one she builds for herself. Improvisation as a technique and philosophy lies front and center in Awilda Sterling Dupre's creative process. It allows her to respond to the moment's sounds, space, and energy and transfer its footprint onto a surface. This spontaneous responsiveness echoes through principles of chaos theory, which she has cited as another conceptual influence. Instead of escaping disorder, the artist states that it is a studied and dynamic process of interconnection, that she is an artist of the process, where unpredictability breeds complexity. Gestures can trigger profound transformations in art pieces. In combining improvisation and abstraction, Sterling Dupre carves out a deeply personal, yet universally resonant methodology, an art of freedom that resists closure and celebrates the generative possibilities of the unknown. The Blindfolded series. Her ongoing series, titled Blindfolded, she has done this, I think, since 2020, manifested itself for the first time in the art space El Cuadrado Gris by chance in 2020. It began as an experiment in sensory limitations and intuition by blindfolding herself and responding to jazz improvisations by marking jittery lines and forms with soft pastels onto the prepared surface. The series continues to evolve, slowly experimenting with the surfaces, music genres, and color palettes, while she has the opportunity to present her work around the world. However, a fundamental element, jazz, has remained constant throughout the series. Jazz mirrors abstraction art in that they both thrive in spontaneity, honor the individuality of the interpreter, and challenge established formats. Through this evolving series, Awilda Sterling Dupre finds a robust synthesis of embodiment, of rhythm and form, where losing sight becomes a way to perceive differently, a way of liberation from traditional constraints in the creative process. Conclusion and advice from Awilda herself. Awilda Sterling Dupre's definition of what it means to be an artist is linked to the active and consistent formation of one's ability to question not only dominant paradigms and practices, but also dominant understandings of physical and social environment. She encourages younger generations of creators to never submit or conform to rigid constructs of what should and should not be considered art and to trust in their own vision. She reminds us that improvisation is not chaos, but a form of knowledge, and that letting go of control can be the most powerful method of discovering ourselves. Throughout the time we've known each other, Awilda's career has exemplified to me what it means to create without constraints and enjoy the liberation of oneself. Thank you for attending and listening to us. There are the references, and if you want, if you have any questions for us, you can email us. Thank you for having us here.
Okay, let's give a round of applause for both groups. Aplauso para ambos grupos. I know that Awilda was with us for a little while, but anyway, we wanted to be able to invite her to speak if she would like. We should have liked to, but I guess because of the timing, we were a little bit later than we thought. Okay, I'd like to now invite questions. Invite questions from or comments. I guess we have a comment already coming in from not a spider, but somebody else who has something to tell us.
A watcher, a watcher.
Yeah.
And a listener, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Danabang, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm with Awilda about this word resistance, which is thrown around left and right, center, all over the place. And is there something to call her work as work of love? And love has no boundaries, rather than a work of resistance.
Yes. Well, I mean, if we can consider colonialism to be a death-seeking system and love to be a force for life, then maybe that will put a way to join those two concepts together. But let's let the group answer that question. Jafet, Anna, or Francis?
Sorry, could you say the question again? I was moving because I have a dog. I'm sorry.
Okay. I was saying that I think I see where Awilda's point of saying I'm not really sure whether I'm creating art for resistance or a resistance art. What am I resisting? When I'm loving myself, when I'm loving my culture, when I'm loving the world that is deeper than me, my ancestral spiritual world. What am I? Where are you academics saying I'm resisting something when I don't even know what you guys? So you are trying to confine me, and I believe in chaos is not resisting anything. Chaos embraces everything.
Yeah.
And so I'm saying, is it possible to consider another way of looking at her work as a labor of love? I'm saying this because I'm thinking of another poet from St. Martin, whose work is a labor of love. That's what he calls it, rather than people read it as resistance, revolutionary. I say, no, it's a labor of love.
Yeah. It was really amazing and interesting experience to talk about resistance with her, because she confessed to me that she didn't think about resistance throughout her life. She just thought of it as her way of being, her essence. And she found out later on, most recently, through her recent work, that academia and galleries, to achieve more sales or market, they tend to box artists or creatives, and they put them on tags. And she didn't perceive any of it as resistance, or, for example, she didn't perceive racism early in her life as well, because in the community she was creating, it was composed almost everybody of Black community or community of color. And in those communities, you don't talk about that, you don't feel racism. It's an open community where you practice through the heart. So I do agree with you, and it was really nice for her to bring it up and to discuss it and present it here. Yeah.
Yeah, we academics love to box people, to name them, and to control them.
Yes.
So that, but as I told one artist, one poet, I said, the creator is not in charge of the monster they create or the angel they create.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yes. More questions or comments? Well, one thing that was an interesting trope in both presentations or aspects of both presentations was this understanding of racism and different understandings of racism. So I think there was the quote from the Fox News announcer that reggaeton has done more, or no, hip hop has done more harm than racism. Of course, I think that we can understand that we can understand where that is coming from because this is a person who's speaking on Fox News. So of course they would love to erase racism as something that persists with a vengeance in U.S. society. So, and then to say that no, it's not a system of white supremacy that is doing the damage. It's a system, it's something that people of African descent are inflicting on themselves. So there's that whole trope in there. But at the same time, in fact, if you look at the emergence of hip hop, it was very, very much one that questioned those systems of domination and tried to challenge those systems of domination. But then what happened was it got co-opted by, as you brought out, as was brought out in that presentation, by commercial interests who transformed hip hop into something that becomes very misogynist, very glorifying all kinds of plunder and patriarchy, etc. So, and it's really interesting though to see then the discussion around racism that Anna brought forward, because when Awilda talks about racism, okay, again, she's talking about her community, and she's also talking about a community that has experienced two waves or two main waves of racism. So in other words, for those of you who may have more experience living in the US, for example, in the US, it's primarily what we experience as racism in the United States is a completely racialized society from the beginning. So the US society was racialized from the very beginning, and everything is defined by racism. Okay, but then if you come to Puerto Rico, you have two paradigms of racism. You have the earlier one from under the Spanish and the later one from under the US. And so I think when Awilda was speaking about her experiences with racism, I can hear her resonating with that first paradigm, that pre-US paradigm, where the entire society is not racialized, but it is a society with racism and colorism. Those exist, but they're not like everything. You go to the United States, it's everything. The whole society, all of the language, everything, the way people think, act, and speak, it's just totally saturated with with racism and that modality of ethnocentrism. Whereas in Puerto Rico, you have both of those. So that's another way to listen to what, another way to hear what Awilda was saying about, for her, racism didn't play that kind of role that people just sort of assume, people with North American background just sort of assume is everywhere. They sort of project that onto all societies. Whereas in Puerto Rico, you have major major elements and major scenarios in Puerto Rican culture, language, ethnicity, society, where it's not necessarily that second North American paradigm of racism that defines everything. So that was that was one interesting thing that I noticed throughout that. Do you think, Anna? Do you think you had anything to add to that based on your discussions with Awilda?
Well, on what you said about racism in Puerto Rico, particularly, we also have to remember that there was a national movement proposed by the government to create a national identity based on three cultures or three races that are composed, that we Puerto Ricans are composed of. It's the Taino, the Spaniard, and the African. In reality, we see it as absurd. We are a multicultural island where there were Asian communities, European communities, African communities, Latin American communities, just living in one space. And I think that also Awilda's experience is linked to her family economic acquisitions or power. They were a Black community, but they had, they were not poor or middle class. They were, middle rich class. So she also had those commodities early in her childhood, and the opportunity to have access to culture and disc of music, etc. So there's that as well, that particularity in her life. But
Yeah.
she told me also in the interview that she couldn't speak for all the Black community or community of color, because we do have that entanglement, or that there's more colorism in Puerto Rico, but there's also a lot of racism that we don't speak of. So there's that. But that's her experience.
Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. Thank you, Anna. Any more questions or comments?
I was thinking of the music that the earlier presentation. I know Geraldo Rivera has his own issues with Black or non-white people, etc., etc. I mean, but we're not going to go there. I'm talking of how do we see? No. Can we see? Is it possible for us to look at salsa, reggaeton? What's the other one?
Latin pop, Latin jazz.
Latin jazz, etc., etc. And I'm sure they mentioned K-pop, which is basically just to cite my daughter who was infatuated with K-pop, and suddenly she's disgusted, calling them cultural appropriations and theft. And because they did one Afrobeat song, try to imitate Nigerian pop music tradition. They couldn't dance it, they couldn't sing it well, but they were loved because they are action, they are transforming, transperforming Africanity or Nigerianity on Korean stages. But my question is it possible to see all these music forms as kind of Afropolitan music forms that they mix so many different traditions that we can say probably likely traceable to some certain imagined African roots and real African roots, but nonetheless also with trappings of European roots.
I'd like to mention in the example that I provided with Lin-Manuel Miranda specifically, this connects more so to the conversation that you guys were having about racism and the Black community. Lin-Manuel Miranda was or is another example of this artist who had several commodities as well when he was younger. He was in the middle, and he was part of the middle class family, and the fact that they were able to travel back and forth to Puerto Rico and also back to New York City and Puerto Rico, where in a way, I think, just as you mentioned previously, artists like Lin-Manuel Miranda do all of these musical theater works, for example, within music as a labor of love, just like as you perfectly mentioned it. The fact that Lin-Manuel Miranda grew up in Manhattan, he could have easily he could have forgotten about his roots here in Puerto Rico. He could have forgotten about his family that resided in Puerto Rico. And he, again, as a labor of love, he provides a spotlight to Puerto Rico and the linguistic varieties found in Puerto Rico. And at the same time, while connecting several other elements of other cultures, like the examples that I provided, such as the Mufasa live action has several African influences. In a way, Lin-Manuel Miranda, besides doing all of this as a labor of love, he is in a way reinforcing the fact that we all are a community. We are all part of this community, and we are not separate from each other completely. We share several cultural histories together, history and current historical events together, and even several other influences like in the music, such as, you know, the examples that I have provided, as well as my other peers. So again, it really is a labor of love, and I am a huge advocate for artists, especially those of the diaspora, of the Puerto Rican diaspora, that again, they shouldn't just create music as a resistance, as to impose, you know, a way of necessarily rebellion in itself, because love and the labor of love in itself is rebellion. And we should be inviting to other cultures within the US, for example, to understand us. They don't have to be like us. We should live
And let live.
and let live, exactly. So yeah, I really appreciate this conversation. I really love the example of Lin-Manuel Miranda specifically, as he is an example, a clear example of what it is to create a labor of love with all of these privileges that he grew up with and has up until this day as a really, really famous Broadway artist.
My other problem is one of the artists or the group were not known until they brought in a Canadian musician called Beaver, or is it Beaver?
Justin Bieber.
Justin Bieber. And suddenly his face became the acceptable face. His voice became the acceptable voice. His performance became the acceptable voice performance. How do we deal with this kind of thing?
Is there somebody who wants to respond from the group that presented first about Justin Bieber being being the white magic that
white savior, that the song, the group, it wasn't doing well until they remixed and brought Justin Bieber in, and suddenly boom.
Well, at least that wasn't my example. It was from our peer Bianca, but she unfortunately had to leave due to class. But
Yeah.
I did mention about, for example, the influences of in Latin pop, and also Latin jazz and all these other genres. And something that also has to do with these influences as well from Puerto Rico is where we are located geographically. Like I mentioned previously, many artists from the States particularly have become fond of our music to the point that they have collaborated with many of our artists. And so it's interesting to see, like you mentioned, like Justin Bieber or Selena Gomez, like these very prominent artists, right, from the States wanting to collaborate with us. And I feel like it's that impact that our music does, for example, and not just to call it our own, but again, like for example, salsa also has roots from Cuba. So we share music from different parts of the world as well. So I wouldn't say it's just prominently ours, right? But it is something that we do like cater to or like fondly, keep developing. And it's also interesting because for this generation specifically, salsa has become way less common between, for example, listeners. But right now the thing that's rising more is reggaeton, for instance. So, oh, sorry? Oh, my bad. I heard someone talking, so I didn't want to interrupt. But to continue with the point, I wanted to say that, yeah, I think it's really interesting. How do we respond to that? I think it's more like we feel prideful. We feel like happy about it. We feel like we've been recognized. And so, like, for example, the Despacito example that our other peer gave, it was really nice that, again, Justin Bieber, other artists like wanted to collaborate, not just Puerto Rican artists, but also just artists from around the world. And so artists that also wrote the song and helped produce it are also from other parts of the world. So it's interesting that it's not just purely also Puerto Rican, but we have different types of cultures, like Caribe was also mentioning. So that would probably be the best answer. I just think it's something that it gives us that sort of like pride. It gives us that sort of like, wow, we've been recognized. And the Spanish language specifically, the Puerto Rican dialect has been recognized. And so it's really nice as a Puerto Rican myself, right, to hear that, wow, we've been noticed. We've been noticed in like the big charts, international charts. I think any country would feel the same way, right? So yeah.
That's excellent. But I'm bringing this because there are so many histories in which going back to Picasso, in which a certain group of people who call their work real art suddenly feel tired, dead, they cannot produce anything, and they see something that had been suppressed, ignored as what? Potential for them to regenerate, to revive themselves. They see, and Professor Faraklas uses the word plunder, they see an area of plunder. So they do not come with any benign, what do you call it, agenda. Yes, the native may feel, yeah, now I'm being recognized, I'm being welcomed to the table, and so on. But after they have those groups have made their point, what happens? Two, I'm also thinking of if you can read about Picasso and the African art and how he revived European art, while denying that Africa had any art and copying it at the same time. Then we can go to Paul Simon, who went to South Africa to cooperate, quotation marks, with South African musicians. I can think of Fleetwood Mac from Britain, who went to Ghana, my holy country, to cooperate with musicians. But Ghanaian musicians had already learned a lesson. Beware of these American or British musicians who come saying, we want to promote you to our world, but we promote you according to our style, not your style. And emptying that originality so that they can make it seem global. And at the end, it becomes something else. So the Ghanaian artists, the musicians say, no, you pay us upfront. Whatever thing you make, we have the copyright, not you. not
Yeah.
you. And they flopped. The Ghanaian artists learned from Paul Simon and the South African group that it was Paul Simon that was promoted more. All the albums, it was his face, etc., etc.
Yes.
So this is what I'm worried about. I'm not saying that you cannot share the glory. That no, there's nothing. But we also have to be aware how not all that glitters is gold.
Yes, that is true.
That's my point.
Yes.
That's my point. But you did respond to it pretty well.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I think oh, I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna mention very briefly, our classmate Bianca also mentioned that, I think she mentioned this, but pretty much, for example, Bad Bunny, he kind of like rejected the idea of translating his songs into English because he wants our songs to be prominently known. So he wants the Puerto Rican, to see that music is Puerto Rican product. I also get about the copyrights. I also understand that, well, they might have help from other parts of the world, but at least as far as I know from his case, he's trying to showcase that no, it's purely us. We want it to be us. So yeah, I understand those points as well, but really thank you so much for sharing that as well.
Yeah, all of this discussion is really, really valuable because in the first place, people have been bringing out ideas about intersectionality. So whereas a person may be raced as non-white, they may be classed as plus rich or plus property, whereas a person may be gendered as minus male, like in the case of Abuela, still she might have been classed in terms of social class as plus property or plus rich. So in other words, all of these things need to be taken into account, and none of them and none of them prevents people from doing trans performances. So Awilda can have been classed as plus rich or plus property at least, but that wouldn't prevent her from becoming a person who's really involved with the community as well, and who is managed to do a trans performance, a trans class performance in that case. And so that's a really, and so this is a thing that the colonial lens keeps imposing on us, that no, if you are raised a certain way or classed a certain way or gendered a certain way, then you have to conform strictly to what colonialism says you're supposed to do. If you're either plus or minus, if you're plus white, then you don't need to nuance it anyway. We can predict completely what's going to happen to you, what you're going to do, what you're going to say in your life. If you're classed as plus rich, then it's automatically this. If you're raised as plus white, then it's going to be like this. But of course, people do these interesting trans performances. It's messy, okay? And this is the nice thing about Awilda's art. It's spontaneous, it's messy, it embraces the chaos. It doesn't try to tame the chaos, domesticate the chaos, colonize the chaos. It's really kind of really deeply decolonial in that way. So basically, getting back to Professor Donabang's first question, that was the thing about, okay, why do we have to call it resistance and why can't we just call it love? Okay, and the thing is that to me, there's no contradiction there at all. So in other words, if we can see the colonization and coloniality as number one, death seeking, okay, then but love is normally life seeking. It's what we do to enhance each other's lives. So in other words, if in a system that's seeking death, a colonial system, you try to love, that's already an act of resistance, because the whole system is trying to position you in such a way that you reproduce that death-seeking poison. And you try to do an act of love within that, and that by its very nature is resistance. Okay, and then the same thing that can be said as well for these trans performances. So in other words, the colonial system is disciplining you to act according to how you're being classed, act according to how you're being raised, act according to how you're being gendered. Anybody who doesn't do that, okay, is also resisting, whether they know it or not. Okay, they're resisting because if they were abiding by what they should do according to the system, then they would not, that would not be allowed. So for and getting back to Chidi's example, so for him to have lived in an environment where during the day he might go to the university and hang out with his university friends, but in the evening go and listen to stories, traditional stories in his village. That's also a trans performance. In other words, these are the things that we do, all of us, in our day-to-day lives that disobey what we're supposed to do. And so just by doing that, just by doing something that's messy, that is not predictable, that's spontaneous, that's chaotic, that's also can be an act of resistance as well. So this was a wonderful end for some wonderful sessions this morning. It's now time for our lunch break, a well-deserved lunch break. I think everybody, but let's have one last word from Desmond.
I'll make this very quick. This is just to say, when you were discussing this question about how do you engage in that trans performance, the fusion from a musical standpoint and so forth, without needing the permission or visibility that is handed through the echoes of coloniality. There are many artists who are doing this around the world. If you look at the Igbo context out of which Chidi and I were talking, look at someone like Flavor, Fino, for instance. These are people who typically sing their songs in the Igbo language. You have other singers who sing primarily in English because in their mind they want to reach a global audience. And these guys come out and they sing largely in Igbo. They still, I mean, they don't sing exclusively in Igbo. That is, they don't think of language in bounded terms. But they engage in the language of the community that makes sense to them, where they grew up. And the funny thing is, they are among the most famous around the world. The fact that they do that has not actually made them less famous, it's made them more famous.
More famous.
And this is to capture the global nature of being human. So to get back to your point, Professor Farraklas, coloniality is not just inhumane, it is unhuman. And whenever you engage in sort of sustaining what it means to be human, humans hear you, humans engage. I don't have to be able to speak Spanish for me to recognize the beauty of that work. Just the same way that I can recognize the beauty of that work in whichever context I think I might be more familiar with. So if you're looking for singers, I've mentioned these two, there are so many others. As a matter of fact, I want to go a little bit further back, look at the work of Fela Anikulapo Kuti,
Exactly.
the so-called originator of Afrobeat, who had studied in the UK but came back, set up a world of music that was explicitly anti-colonial. He was against coloniality, against the nation state, and did everything he could sort of to push back, including in his use of language. And he wasn't singing exclusively in his Yoruba language.
No.
He was singing in Niger, so in what you call Nigerian pidgin, and a varieties of other things. And probably among the most celebrated, I think people now study him at the PhD level. So I don't think that visibility will be tampered or restrained by not singing in the so-called language of inhumanity, so to speak. Anyway, thank you again for this. My apologies for delaying lunch a little bit.
No, that's a great conclusion. So thank you, everyone. Let's give everyone a great big hand for all of their great presentations. And we will continue at 2 o'clock. We have 5 more presentations, so please come back and enjoy the presentations after lunch. But for now, we're talking about seeking life. Okay, part of life is making sure that your body is strong and able to engage in these kinds of conversations. So have a great lunch. Buen provecho. Good bon appetit. And we'll see you at 2.
Enjoy.
recording now. So we had a great session this morning, and I'm looking forward to a wonderful session this afternoon.
It's quite hot here in Ponce, Professor.
Is it hot in Ponce? Yeah, usually it's hotter in Ponce than in San Juan because you don't have the same breezes that we have in San Juan. Yeah.
And it doesn't rain here at all.
You mean it didn't rain this whole time? You mean the last couple of weeks?
I wouldn't know because I was in Utuado, but
Okay.
I'm now with my parents, and they said that no, it's been in the low 90s, high 80s all week. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. How's it going, Jose?
Oh, good. Looking forward to
Very good. Yeah. I think everybody's also looking forward to sort of kicking back. But St. Martin should be nice. And you are here with, you don't have to go to St. Martin because the star of the show is right here with us. Nabang will be starring in many different roles in St. Martin.
Gonna be the rock star of the conference.
I think so, rock star. We are muted, Donabang.
I'm saying I don't want to be a rock star. I want to be a sand star.
A sand star. Well, you are in the right environment for that, judging
Yes.
from your background.
Yes.
Of course, we can see your wonderful background, but I guess you can. Yeah, you can see it, I guess, on your screen.
Yeah, it's just outside here.
Yeah, I know, just outside.
What's your problem?
What's
Just
my problem?
have faith.
I know. A year of little faith. Eh?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, no, St. Martin. That's going to be nice. It's been ages since I've been to St. Martin.
Yeah.
Long time.
Yeah, I was there in 2015.
Oh, that long ago? I thought
Yeah,
you'd been there.
that was to launch my book there. And
I thought you had been there since. But of
No.
course, between 15 and now, there's something, a couple
Yeah.
of things happened.
Mhm.
Like hurricanes and
I
earthquakes and
was there
pandemics.
on Zoom in 2020. The book fair was on Zoom.
You know, and also didn't St. Martin get hit with a really bad hurricane just before?
It was evil.
Yeah, Irma and
Irma
Maria.
and Maria, yes.
So
So
actually,
the book fair was postponed for like 2 years. And in fact, last year it was postponed because Suja and another organizer were not well. Yeah. Yeah.
and we are gradually building up to the conference in Dominica in November.
Yeah, I have not been there for a century.
I know it seems so long.
Yeah.
And then the volumes are coming out again. And we've got lots of contributions. So yeah, the contributions came in more quickly than usual.
Yeah, I think I'll be sending mine at this one at the weekend, and then Delia and I will be coming later.
Good. Let's give people a couple of more minutes till 2:05.
You know, after lunch your body slows down.
Especially if it's a nice lunch, you know. Then you don't want
decided to fast, so so we should act quickly.
Yeah. We have 5 presentations this afternoon.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Francis, Frances Rivera.
Yeah.
How you doing? How did you like the session this morning?
Oh, it was great.
Yeah, wasn't it good? It was
Yeah.
really good.
Let me try to come back here. Hi.
Yeah.
And then I was really happy with my students' participation
Yeah.
also,
Oh,
and
they did so well. They did so well. They're great.
the responses to the questions and everything. So I'm really happy.
Yeah.
Now you know how we feel. Dana Bagi and I, when we these conferences are always so these are symposiums are also
Yeah.
always so energizing and inspiring. It's really wonderful.
There was the conference in Aruba where I took basically compelled 3 master students to go. Agnes Sastre, Michelle Ramos. There was another person. So Agnes and Michelle were on the same panel with me. I asked them to go ahead. So they did their presentations, and the chair of the panel said, Danaba, are you sure these are students? Are you sure? I said, no, Agnes is an undergraduate. Michelle is a master's student. I'm just learning from them, so don't ask me those questions. But our students really make us proud. They really do. That's where the joy of being a teacher is. Our pay is there, not in the monetary terms, not in fame, but in the little feelings of fulfillment that we get when our students have not just sat in the class, but they have taken over and making us irrelevant. You know, the joy of an elder is to feel irrelevant when it comes to doing things, but to sit and watch. So we're really happy.
Yeah. Well, I think Amanda has come, but Francis, I think, is out now, but I think it's probably because of a connection issue.
Yeah.
So I guess we should just get started.
We should get started.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, we've got some messages from the morning. Okay, good. All right. Well, welcome back to the Symposio Caribe Plurilingüe. This is our afternoon session. It's the 23rd Symposio Caribe Plurilingüe. We had a great session this morning. We're looking to get forward to some great presentations this afternoon. Entonces, bienvenidos, bienvenides, bienvenidas de vuelta a Symposio Caribe Plurilingüe. La sesión de la tarde. Tenemos 5 presentaciones para esta tarde. Entonces, la primera, el título de la primera es Audre Lorde Writes About Silence. Y la persona que va a presentar es Frances Zapata Torres. Yo voy a proyectar el PowerPoint aquí para empezar. So our first presentation is by Frances Zapata Torres. And she will be presenting on Audre Lorde, writing about silence. Okay, Frances, just let me know when you want me to change the slides.
Okay, will do,
Okay,
Professor.
let's get this projected well. There we go. Frances, are you unmuted or?
No, I'm here.
Okay, can go
Good
ahead.
evening, good afternoon. Sorry, everyone. I'm gonna talk today about Audre Lorde. I discovered her work recently, and I have to say, what I've read of her, it's absolutely worth it. And I encourage you all to read both her poetry and the cancer journals, which I will be discussing today. Okay, so Professor, if you could pass the slide, please. Okay, Audre Lorde proudly identified as a Black, lesbian, mother, warrior poet. She did so because, and I quote, there was usually some part of me guaranteed to offend everybody's comfortable prejudices of who I should be. That is how I learned that if I didn't define myself for myself, I would be crunched into other people's fantasies for me and eaten alive. My poetry, my life, my work, my energies for struggle were not acceptable unless I pretended to match somebody else's norm. End of quote. Given that she named poet as part of her identity, it is no surprise that poetry was Lord's preferred medium, her main tool for political resistance. In fact, in her essay, Poetry is Not a Luxury, which you can see here on the screen, Lord argues that poetry is a vital necessity for women. Because, and I quote, it forms a quality of the light within, which we predicate our hopes and dreams toward survival and change. First made into language, then into idea, then into more tangible action. Poetry is the way we help give name to the nameless, so it can be thought. End of quote. In this quote, Lord is clearly emphasizing that poetry is not just artistic expression, but rather a tool for survival and understanding that can galvanize people to demand change. This is precisely what she does in her 1978 poetry collection, The Black Unicorn. Professor, if you could please pass the slide. The poem, which you can see here on the screen, Litany for Survival, reflects on the isolation she feels as a Black lesbian caught between two communities that don't fully understand her. Still, she refuses to be silenced. And I want to read specifically the last stanza of that poem. When we are alone, we are afraid. Love will never return. And when we speak, we are afraid. Our words will not be heard, nor welcomed. But when we are silent, we are still afraid. So it is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive. End of quote. It must be noted that in the same year, 1978, that Lord published her acclaimed poetry collection addressing racism, sexism, and homophobia. She also faced a new challenge that would profoundly reshape her identity: breast cancer. This time, however, she turned to prose to process and communicate her experience. And just like her poetry, her prose became a form of rebellion. Specifically, a feminist critique of the ways the medical system polices women's bodies. Professor, if you could pass the slide. Consider the passage where Lord visited the doctor to have her mastectomy stitches removed. She described how for the first outing after the surgery, she had washed her hair, dressed in fine clothes, and wore jewelry because she wanted to feel and look good. If you could pass the slide, Professor. And I quote, when I walked into the doctor's office, I was really rather pleased with myself, all things considered. Pleased with the way I felt, with my own flair, with my own style. End of quote. But that moment of confidence quickly disappeared when the female nurse looked at Lord and said, "You're not wearing a prosthesis." When Lord explained that she chose not to wear it because wearing a prosthesis felt like wearing a costume, the nurse insisted that she should wear one because, and I quote, "You will feel so much better with it. And besides, we really like you to wear something, at least when you come in. Otherwise, it's bad for the morale of the office." End of quote. Understandably, Lord is caught off guard by the comment. In a journal entry reflecting on the incident, she goes on to explain how men are not shamed by society for having visible wounds. To prove her point, She brings up as a example the Prime Minister of Israel, Moshe Dayan, who publicly wears an eye patch. No one would dare suggest that he wear a glass eye for the sake of appearances. In fact, his injury is seen as a mark of courage and resilience. Lord rightly asks why women who have undergone mastectomies are often expected to hide their scars and return to a version of femininity that centers on physical wholeness. She challenges this double standard and insists that women with breast cancer are also warriors who deserve to be seen and respected, not hidden or altered for the comfort of others. And I quote, I realized that the attitude toward prostheses after breast cancer is an index of this society's attitudes towards women in general, as decoration, an externally defined sexed object. End of quote. It's important to recognize that Lord's decision not to wear a prosthesis or undergo breast reconstruction surgery is not intended to shame women who do. And I quote, there's nothing wrong per se, she clarifies, with the use of prostheses, if they can be chosen freely, for whatever reason, after a woman has had a chance to accept her new body. End of quote. To prove her point, she made a comparison between breast prostheses and artificial limbs. The latter serve practical bodily purposes. That is, it helps with movement. Only false breasts are designed for appearance only. And I quote, as if the only real function of women's breasts were to appear in a certain shape and size and symmetry to onlookers. End of quote. Professor, if you could pass the slide, please. As she continues to reflect on her incident with the nurse, Lord's work becomes more intersectional. She begins to examine how race and poverty shape experiences of illness and survival. This is seen, for example, as you can see on the screen, when she explains how, while 50% of women diagnosed with breast cancer survive after 3 years, that number drops to 30% for those who are poor or Black. She stresses that, and I quote, we cannot ignore these facts, nor their implications, nor their effect upon our lives, individually and collectively. Early detection and early treatment is crucial in the management of breast cancer if those sorry statistics of survival are going to improve. End of quote. Here, Lord clearly demonstrates how survival is not just a medical issue, but one deeply influenced by structural inequality. In the final pages of the cancer journals, Lord shifts from a political and intersectional critique to a more intimate and self-reflective tone, as you can see here in the slide. She grapples with the thought of carrying death inside of her and writes, and I quote, the real truth is that certain other people feel better with that lump stuck into my bra because they do not have to deal with me nor themselves in terms of mortality. End of quote. In this line, she reveals that people's discomfort often has more to do with their own fear of death rather than with her body. While she writes that it is indeed human to fear death, Lord also recognizes that living in constant proximity to death has brought a kind of clarity. Illness, rather than silencing her, became a source of focus and strength. And I quote, even the advent of a life-threatening cancer and the trauma of a mastectomy can be integrated into the life force as knowledge and eventual strength. fuel for a more dynamic and focused existence. End of quote. Professor, if you could pass the slide, please. She admits that reaching this clarity and setting her priorities straight was not immediate. It came through struggling with what she calls the devil of despair. Over time, however, she learned not to ignore death, but to accept it as part of living. For example, before her surgery, as you can see here in the slide, she narrates how she recoiled at images of women with mastectomy scars. But after her own experience, those images no longer seem strange or frightening. At times, she writes, I miss my right breast, the actuality of it, its presence, with a great and poignant sense of loss. But in the same way, and just as infrequently, as I sometimes miss being 32, at the same time knowing that I have gained from the very loss that I mourn. End of quote. This reflection illustrates how Lorde confronts loss without romanticizing it. She acknowledges what has changed in carrying death inside of her, but also recognizes what she has gained. By accepting death as part of her life, she believes she gained a kind of power. Because for her, and I quote, power comes from moving into whatever I fear most that cannot be avoided. End of quote. The Cancer Journals is a byproduct of that newly acquired sense of power. Though writing prose was difficult for Lorde because of the lineal thinking it required, she chose it so that others facing cancer wouldn't feel as alone as she did. Prose, unlike poetry, allowed her to speak plainly and directly, without relying on figurative language that might obscure her message. In this way, the Cancer Journals becomes not just a personal narrative, but a survival guide. And she ends this guide not in despair, but in affirmation, as you can see here in the slide. In the aftermath of her surgery, Lorde feared she had lost the sexual pleasure she had associated with her right breast. But over time, she came to understand that pleasure and feeling don't depend on any one part of the body. They belong to her, and no surgery could take them away. She expresses this realization in the final words of her book, and I quote, I can never lose that feeling because I own it, because it comes out of myself. I can attach it anywhere I want to, because my feelings are a part of me, my sorrow and my joy. And I would have never chosen this path, but I am very glad to be who I am here. End of quote. This closing statement is not just reflective. It's a call to action, to never stay silent, and to resist giving into the devils of despair. For her, facing illness is not about trying to get back to normal. It's about learning to live with your new self and refusing to be defined by anyone else's expectations. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and I encourage everyone to read the Cancer Journals. It is truly, it sounds a bit cliche, but it is truly life-changing, truly. So thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to Frances. We have some people joining us now. Let me let them in, and let's go to our next presentation. The next presentation is by Jose Rivera Belaval, And he'll be talking about Caribbean poetry as a form of active resistance. I'll get the slideshow up.
Everybody, my name is Jose Rivera Benaval, as Professor Park, as I said. The title is Caribbean Poetry as a Form of Active Resistance. This is a presentation that is part of a larger study. So first, the purpose of this study is to analyze examples of resistance to cultural imperialism in the work of selected Caribbean poets. Exploring different topics and issues in these poets' works engages in multiple ways the political and sociological complexities within their identities in a region in which individuals are othered and constantly under siege. To analyze how different voices interact with this theme, the work of a variety of female poets from the anthology titled The Sea Needs No Ornaments will be explored in this presentation. This presentation will only consider selected works from the larger study in order to stay within the time allocated for each presentation. Next slide, please. In the current political climate in which diversity has been charged with a negative connotation by the heads of nation states, the diverse poetic voices considered here, whether on purpose or subconsciously, question imperialistic cultural hegemony. The selected poets' collective body of work explores varied themes, including violence, imperialism, motherhood, joy, sorrow, blood, ancestral knowledge, interpersonal relationship, plundering, among many others. These are some of the tools that these poets use to resist cultural hegemony. A larger part of the study focuses on exploring how gendered voices engage in the complex situations of a multicultural and plurilingual space to articulate resistance. The figurative devices used by these poets allow us to tap into imaginative narratives that cultivate new visions and new senses of possibilities. This is not just about how to wage battle against oppressive systems in society, but also about how to move beyond such systems by dismantling internalized structures that imprison our thoughts in absolute binaries and other hegemonic constructs. Poetry uses language in alternative ways to demand accountability from multiple sources of violence and neocolonialism, positioning poets as beacons of resistance on the road towards ideological and epistemic freedom. Attempts to use poetry to affect political landscape of a region might appear ineffective at first glance, but poets are often positioned outside of systems of domination and marginalization, hence within the reach of those that the system pushes towards the fringes. The study of poetry can then be used as a part of an alternative and subversive teaching method. Next slide, please. This study draws on the work of the theorist Edward Said and his volume Orientalism to provide a lens through which to observe ways in which imperialistic cultural hegemony is imposed, specifically in relation to the Caribbean. A second cornerstone for the framework that guides the study is a deconstructionist approach, following the work of Jacques Derrida to examine the nuances or difference in the work of the poets selected. This is because poetry meaning is rarely fixed and always situates itself in an interplay between symbols and meaning. To analyze intersectionality via this approach, the work will be interpreted through the lens of Gayarati Chakraborty Spivak's work, especially in relation to Spivak's argument that underscores how those in power systematically exclude and disenfranchise the subordinate other, often through ruthless and violent methods. My research into resistance against imperialistic ideological state apparatuses incorporates the theories of Glissant, Althusser, Foucault, and Gramsci as well. Even though women in the Caribbean have often been leaders in movements of resistance to domination, they're in many cases excluded from the official narratives and relegated to subservience and invisibility in social structures. With this in mind, this presentation focuses just on the bilingual anthology titled The Sea Needs No Ornaments, published by People Tree Press in 2020, which include the work of 33 outstanding female poets from the Caribbean region. The female poets in this anthology would be branded as transgressive in the dominant discourses of prevailing systems of oppression for moving beyond the themes imposed by colonial and neocolonial institutions. They refuse to be deprived of their agency. These writers use language in its poetic form to create a space for their voice to be heard. Now, the anthology is ordered alphabetically, so that no island would be placed first or second. beginning with the Afro-Boricua poet Gloria and Sasha Antonetti Lebron. Her first poem in the anthology, The Little Box, is a heartbreaking piece, detailing a friend's battle against the metaphorical monster that lurks in both illness and medical treatments for illness. Inside of a little box, the speaker finds a lock of thick, strong locks of hair from a dear departed one. A beautiful beginning to the anthology portrays a person fighting for their life, showing resistance in keeping something precious, no matter the circumstances. Or in Antoinette Lebron's own words, one who endured so much until she could let go of everything of her skin, but never, never gave up on having her beautiful hair. Next slide, please. Hair is more than just strands of dead keratin in Caribbean culture. The historic symbolism of resistance that locks possess is but one of the dimensions of its importance. Hair, especially long hair and femininity, are intertwined in the chauvinistic overtones that endure in the region. A lack of hair can mean a lack of self. A sickness that threatens to erase that self is present in the poem. Intertwined with ancestral heritage and individual destinies, hair inherently possesses both collective significance and personal intimacy. The relation between heritage and self is recognized and exposed in these few powerful lines, and that recognition is important. Barbara Abadia Resach, an anthropologist, activist, and member of El Colectivo ILE, a decolonial organization that works to eradicate systemic racial discrimination, says, Puerto Rico is an Afro-descendant country, but not everyone is treated as Black. She adds, if a problem isn't recognized, we have nothing to resolve. This recognition is important. Some of Antoinette Lebron's other works also relate to the symbolic importance of hair. Her second poem, Gloria, focuses on an intimate memory, the recollection of the act of getting one's hair braided. The poem evokes an image of an elder passing on information and culture in the time it takes for them to braid the speaker's hair. The familiar bonds created are another dimension of the shared importance we give to this symbol. The poem ends with blood seeping under gray hair, an image of death's constant approach, nailing the importance of such memories and how transmitting knowledge through habitual daily practices can have an impact on the next generation's lives. The third work, Barbershop, portrays the importance of hair from the male perspective. Barbershops are one of the few spaces in which the unspoken rules of male intimacy in the Caribbean are altered. Men are caressed by other men and trust their literal necks and aesthetical manhood to another male figure. This shows a vulnerability that is not common in most male spaces. Next slide, please. The male speaker's voice is asking for a montage of different hairstyles, all with the same purpose, of providing their virility and manhood. By letting the barber do his magic to get them fly or acicalao with the latest popular trends, that will help them to achieve success in their objective of taking women to bed. This observation on the male psyche reveals their objectification of women and the tendency to reduce women to prizes in their search for virile glory. This poem's purpose, in my opinion, is education as an act of resistance, for the male gaze can only be altered if it's studied and understood for what it is, a colonial subject. By deconstructing the importance of hair under the opposing male and female lenses of the same patriarchal gender binary, it can be argued that the male gaze is focused narrowly on domination, while the female gaze seeks broader and deeper connections with ancestral heritage and knowledge. The second poet considered in this presentation, Miriam Beto from the Bahamas, asks in her work titled Sunday in Fort Charlotte, why on earth, for heaven's sake, would Eden need a fort? And follows with the line, the only pirate in sight was Holy Father himself. Beto does not hold back on portraying the hypocrisy of the colonial church and men's double standards through her poems. She shines a light on how men in authority use miseducation to rewrite both collective history and personal stories, all in an attempt to naturalize, normalize, and hide their sins. Pointing out the sins of those meant to protect us is a way of claiming a voice against invisibilization. Remembering the real, genocidal, and slave-driven colonial and neo-colonial histories of the Caribbean societies and territories is an act of resistance, which dominant institutions such as formal education systems and the tourist industry work hard to sanitize and market. The next of Bethel's work that we consider is titled In the Marketplace. This poem recounts a personal narrative that is interlaced with collective histories. Bethel devastatingly portrays how the oppressed can often imitate their oppressors and inflict horrible pain on those subordinated to them. The internalized self-hatred of the colonized mind is evidenced in the actions of a father who sends his child abroad to school, simultaneously ripping her away from her ancestral culture and ensuring that she will adopt an Eurocentric lens of the world. Sent to learn the language of Descartes, she states, I think, therefore, I am not about to calypso in the labor market, to express the fact that her father's decision has made her homeless, belonging neither to the Caribbean nor the Metro. Bethel shows in her work how in the marketplace of colonial social status, the price of moving up in the hierarchies of racism and colorism is to abandon all the cultural resistance of her ancestor. Her poem depicts a victim of the system who understands that while her parents have paid a price they could not really afford, so has she. The third poet whose work is analyzed here is Jacqueline Bishop from Jamaica. Her poem Ixora takes on the voice of a judgmental figure who in his attempt to turn the observed other into a good Catholic girl revealed the church's vices. Hypocrisy in the colonizer's church is an essential theme in the Caribbean space and resonates with the work of the philosopher Louis Althusser and his ideas on the use of repressive institutions and ideologies to subjugate people. The voice in this poem is attempting to coerce the observed other and to bring her back into the fray of those who follow the correct path, which is the path that the colonizer state's institutions have imposed on the subjugated. It literally calls for the observed other to come back from living by yourself at the edges of the woods, commanding her to conform with the rules imposed by the ruling classes and the symbolic elite. Using this poem to reveal the manner in which people internalize domination and often do the work of their own subjugation, provides readers not only with the opportunity to examine how they themselves may at times fall into these traps, but also the knowledge to resist them. The next poet we mention here is Nicole Cecilia Delgado from Puerto Rico. Her first work in the anthology titled Murders places the reader in the midst of a gritty urban environment, while playing with the tropes of hard-boiled detective fiction. The speaker voices all the crimes and corruptions that envelop the city in a whirlwind imagery and irony. At the same time, this atmosphere of urban decay is challenged by the speaker's hopeful tone. While acknowledging the social deteriorated surrounding, she screams, we will never give up hope. After all, as the Delgado says, because the dead don't kiss, and we need to be alive to begin to make beauty out of all this debris. These lines embody the understanding that resistance is there to create a space for beauty and love, which is one of the most important reasons to fight. It reminds the reader that resistance does not only mean survival, but the work that comes after. We resist to rebuild after the fight. In her next poem, New Man, Delgado uses the repetition of the word man in an ingenious way, working rhythm and rhyme into a sort of montage of male transformation. It is a visual superposition of all the types of man, or time the speaker, can be or become, until the patriarch abolished man of the future, magnificent, undefined man without precedent and indomitable, hallucinogenic mutant, new man, finally appears. The sharp wit, full of allusion, that Delgado uses throughout the poem invites the reader to imagine all the possible transmutations of gender until it reaches that which it was always meant to be, a man or a human that resists patriarchal ideology and works for the betterment of all and not just themselves. In The Sea Needs No Ornaments, we find multicultural and multilingual poets who share bonds that transcend the usual racial and other structures of exclusion and domination. This is evidence, for example, in the living family of tradition, whose origin and influence extends throughout the Caribbean from shore to shore and island to island, which is repeatedly articulated through their verses. These poets echo ancestral knowledge to warn us that when we are divided, oppressive forces see us as conquerable, whereas when we come together, when we cross imagined borders, effective resistance becomes possible based on unity, self-awareness, and reconciliation. In this process, new spaces of organic and inclusive connectivity can be created and shared by all. The way in which these poets treat themes related to lifeways and identities can be examined as a creative expression of Edouard Glissant's understanding of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari's term reason. Theirs is a non-hierarchical rhizomatic understanding of cultures that, like mushrooms, proliferates in a multiplicity of marginal and liminal spaces, which have been ignored in the cultivation and worship of the linear rigidity of Descartes' unrhythmatically entangled tree of Western metaphysics. Like Glissant, their understanding of the rhizomatic is not in binary opposition to the monolithic group identity imposed by the colonizer and neo-colonizer's way of thinking and speaking, but instead follows a different logic that includes rather than excludes. In this manner, they represent resistance to the ideology of us versus them that reveres hyper-individuality and the illusion of separation. The call to roots and tradition is inherent in the discourses of these poets and the other plurilingual actors who recreate themselves as part of a reclaimed decolonial Caribbean community. It must also be acknowledged, however, that these roots are intertextually interwoven in the Caribbean South and therefore give rise not simply to a new order of exclusive and hegemonic cultural subjects, but instead to an inclusive coexistence of relations and difference, and even contradictions among individuals. In their vulnerability and their intertwining of the personal and the social, cultural, and nature, these poets delve into the deeps of philosophical inquiry and Caribbean lifestyle. The result is a true collection of current Caribbean experiences that invites us to find a balance between preserving and transforming ourselves and our societies. Thank you.
Okay, applause for Jose. Also applause for Frances. Wonderful presentations. And now we have our third presentation for this session, which is titled The X-Men Franchise, Discrimination, War, Genocide, and the Latin American Experience, posed as a question. The speaker is Amanda Felix Fontanes, and I will invite her now to give a presentation. I will project it on the screen with its wonderful images. Amanda?
Hello. So I will be discussing the X-Men franchise and how it represents discrimination, war, and genocide, and how that relates to the Latin American experience. Next slide.
Okay.
These are the topics that I will be discussing. Next slide. Where do they come from? The X-Men are a group of superheroes created in 1963 by Jack Kirby and Stan Lee. The X-Men comics imagine a world in which the existence of superpowered beings is possible through mutated genes. The Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters was founded by Charles Xavier for the purpose of training mutant kids to aid humanity. These kids became the X-Men. These comics were supposed to be a lighthearted, fun world in which superheroes have to balance their life-saving with their daily lives, hiding their powers. Stan Lee has come out to say that politics were the furthest thing in his mind when created the X-Men, and that this was just a fun concept. However, once the writing and concept making left the original writer's hands, it naturally evolved into a story about systemic discrimination that very narrowly resembles our world. It became an allegory. And with that allegory came the repeated question of how exactly can we combat this systemic discrimination? Next slide. The mutant metaphor. These stories form a web of what is a very general allegory of discrimination. While this is often criticized, I believe that it is one of the many strengths that this series has. Throughout the decades, many interpretations of this allegory have been studied. However, there isn't much written on the many parallels between the stories and the Latin American experience. This is where the so-called mutant metaphor comes in. Like Stan Lee said, I wanted to spotlight a group of innocent people who were feared and shunned and later hunted and persecuted. I wanted to show how anyone, no matter how blameless, can be victimized if the fates so decree. This idea is highlighted by the X-Men's arch nemesis Magneto. Although he wasn't originally, in the 80s, he was established to be both Jewish and a Holocaust survivor. This became a crucial detail in his characterization and his motives. Never again being one of his most iconic quotes. His heritage serves as a way to drive home this metaphor. One of the oldest and most recurring villains in the comics is also Senator Robert Kelly, established in the Uncanny X-Men in 1980. While he did become an advocate for mutant rights later on, he was sort of the representation of the anti-mutant posture of the American government. He advocated for eugenics, segregation, and most importantly, the Mutant Registration Act, which closely resembles the Latino immigrant struggle with agencies like ICE. Throughout the different arcs, we can see how mutants are kicked out of their homes, how they are refused medical treatment, how they are refused service, and how they are forced to out and register themselves as mutants. Additionally, there is the Friends of Humanity organization, a hate group led by Graydon Creed, that sought to protect humans by getting rid of the mutant threat. Interestingly, Creed ran for president, but was assassinated by Mystique. While created long before today, it resembles the current MAGA frenzy. They use different fear-mongering and scapegoating techniques to feed off of humanity's fear of being replaced by the mutants. The fear of humans no longer being the dominating race. Next slide. All of this sounds really familiar to the reception of immigrants in the United States of America. Between the fear of violence, crime, and drugs that Latin Americans allegedly bring into the US, there's also the fear of whiteness not being the status quo. There is a fear of being left behind, not just genetically, but also culturally. This brings us to the next point. How does the right combat this fear outside of physical violence? Next slide. Assimilation as a tool for genocide. You don't have to massacre an entire cultural group to make it disappear. You can also take their identity away. Throughout the history of the X-Men, there have been multiple attempts to destroy mutants by taking away their mutations. Among them, there is the neutralizer, the mutant cure, and the mutation suppressant serum in the X-Men cinematic universe. The events in which these take place are usually met with different reactions from the mutant victims, all of them feeling like a piece of them had died, all of which condemn the concept of a cure. I remember being little and watching the X-Men films thinking, this is a great alternative. Why are the mutants fighting this? It is such a simple solution. What I didn't realize was that this is a real option that many of us had and that many of us have also condemned. Acceptance means total and complete inclusion, not just tolerance. Next slide. However, who made these weapons? I find it incredibly interesting that these weren't made by people alien to the mutant problem, but by mutants and by family members. The first example is Forge, a mutant who has the power to immediately understand how to build technology. In X-Men 97, he says that the Defense Department offered to help him if he built devices to neutralize dangerous mutants. And so the neutralizer and the power-blocking collars were born. The mutant cure was created by Warren Worthington II, the father of the mutant angel. And finally, the mutation suppressant serum was created by the mutant beast. Next slide. But why would they assimilate? According to Forge, he did this because he was hurting, lost, bitter, and he gave up. Warren Worthington II was a politician who had his reputation to take care of, even if it meant hurting his only son. And Beast made his to finally be accepted as a member of society. We want to be members of a community so bad that we are willing to kill parts of ourselves and to betray our own people. Next slide. This is so painfully relatable. There has been legislature vouching for this. For example, the English-only movement, which advocates to eliminate the use of Spanish, and immigration restrictionists seek to curtail Latino immigration on the ground that they refuse to assimilate. Thus, like George Martinez explains, the perception of an assimilation has generated efforts to enforce assimilation of Latinos through the law. Latinos can be fired from jobs and have been publicly harassed for speaking Spanish. What does this push do? It sends the message that assimilation is, in fact, easier than fighting to retain one's identity. This can be shown in the move from Catholicism to Protestantism in certain Latino families of the diaspora. This process doesn't just take place in the United States of America, but also in Puerto Rico. In 1902, La Ley de los Idiomas Oficiales was introduced, making English an official language alongside Spanish. The obligatory scholarization of English was also implemented. Puerto Ricans were forced to speak in English immediately in schools. Teachers were threatened with the suspension of their licenses if they refused to enforce English. Before that, El Bando contra la Raza Africana recognized aspects of the African cultures like dance and language as a threat. There was also La Ley Mordaza, which, among other things, suppressed and criminalized music that expressed nationalist and patriotic ideals. Long-term colonization has made us accomplices of this violence. Like with the X-Men, the hate has made us learn self-hatred. We consider our own culture obscene and we admire the colonizer as if it was a god. Like Reinat explains, I will be translating the quote, to culturally starve our ancestors and to convince them that the oppressor's culture was the superior food was then essential to reach the colonizer's objectives. Next slide. Genosha. I remember coming across the concept of Genosha for the first time. It felt like looking at a mirror of my own subcontinent. I had a sense of déjà vu. Genosha was introduced in the Uncanny X-Men. It is essentially a little island in Africa near Seychelles that remained empty until it was colonized by Europeans and became an independent state in the 1960s. It was home to minerals and precious metals, and it was also rich and prosperous. But thanks to who? Next slide. Mutants, while the predominant race, were slaves to the humans. Every citizen, once they reached puberty, was tested for the X factor gene and were either chosen to be slaves or to work for the government. The engineer was also a key figure to the forced submission of the mutants. He would use the mutants with useless powers for experiments. This panel in particular stood out to me. That poster seemed very familiar. You can move to the next slide. It resembled the tradition of presenting Latin American countries as beautiful paradises that encourage tourism. Yet this facade is held up by the enslaved or the practically enslaved native people. It particularly reminded me of this video from the 1950s, which I will be putting in the chat, the link. Which sells Puerto Rico to the world as, like you can see in the panel, a green, pleasant land. While the reality of 1950s Puerto Rico was plagued with corruption, violence, and different crises. It also reminded me of different parts of Latin America, like Potosí and Oro Preto. Rich, prosperous lands, leaders of commerce that used slave labor to reach these places. Of course, this was until these unsustainable business model fails and leaves the regions impoverished as the puppeteers, the countries that actually move the market, take their business elsewhere. I want to say quite quickly, Latam was not really a model for Genosha. Many recognize South Africa to be this model. I am not making these parallels as an argument that Genosha is Latin, but to recognize the links and similarities between these two and many other colonies. We can all find ourselves in these stories. Another parallel is the one between the engineer and the different scientists that use Latin American bodies as lab rats. One of the most recent, the forced sterilizations in 2020 of the Irwin County ICE Detention Center in Georgia. In 1950s, Puerto Rican women famously were coerced into being test subjects for the creation of the modern birth control pill. This reached the point in which 1/3 of the Puerto Rican women were sterilized. In the 1970s, it was released that in the USC Medical Center, many Latinas were forced to sign consent forms in English and were subsequently sterilized. There was also the case of Cornelius P. Rhodes, a scientist who used Puerto Ricans as test subjects for his cancer research. He came out saying repulsive statements regarding this, including that he killed experimental animals. Next slide. Next slide. Sorry. The revolution and its consequences. Another fate that the mutants share with most Latin Americans is independence and the chaos that precedes it. After Genosha was freed with the help of the X-Men, division and corruption plagued its streets, thanks to leader Fabian Cortés. It was joyful at times. They developed their culture freely and were able to live without the fear of persecution. That was until a series of civil wars began to take place. The UN decided to appoint Magneto as the head of government. We can see the illusion of freedom. External forces still impose themselves on the country. These events are replicated in our lands. After their independence, very few countries have yet to experience a dictatorship or civil war. Similarly, we have also been subjected to various coups d'etat staged by the US government, the CIA to be specific, the most famous examples being that of Chile and Guatemala. This series continues to ask the same question. How do we deal with this? On the one hand, there was Charles Xavier, a paraplegic man with a dream of human-mutant cohabitation. On the other hand, was Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants who used violence and often sought revenge from the humans. He wishes more than anything for the roles to be reversed. The dichotomy between being accepted into society by proving themselves to humanity versus fighting back with equal or more force is one that is always present either as a proper arc or in the background. It is also one that marginalized people recognize very well. We have also had our own sets of revolutionaries who used violence as a tool, among them Lolita Lebrón, Che Guevara, Francisco Madero, who started the Mexican Revolution, and many more. Like them, there isn't really a consensus as to how we can deal with this problem. It isn't clear which route is the one that will lead us to success. Like them, the end of discrimination is still far from becoming a reality. Next slide. And this is important. Why? We have to apply these stories to ourselves. See how they represent us as to predict our own future. They help us understand what is going on around us. Sometimes when we are in the middle of the storm and when we are in it for a long time, it is hard to recognize it as a storm. However, when we look to our favorite shows, our favorite films, our favorite comics, and we see our characters suffering, we do feel the injustices. And in seeing ourselves in these characters, we can find the courage within us to fight for ourselves and our brothers. Thank you.
A round of applause for Amanda. Applauso. Okay, so we had our 3 presentations for this session. The one on Audre Lorde by Francis, the one on Caribbean poetry by Jose, and the one on the X-Men by Amanda. So now I'd like to open up the floor for questions and comments on anything related to any of those presentations.
I'd like to, oh,
No, go ahead.
okay. I'd like to ask a question to Amanda. I love the presentation. I love X-Men. They're one of my my favorite go-to reads. I wanted to know your thoughts on the recent series X-Men 97. Specifically, first of all, did you see it, or I don't want to spoil anything? Okay. I'm sorry. Since you already saw it, what did you think about Professor Xavier's speech on when he said coexistence is messy? And how does it relate to the overall theme of your presentation?
I think, first of all, it was that show that really made me inspired to write this, mainly because it is very purposefully political. Unlike in the previous comics in which they were like putting it under the mat, the show tells you, yes, this is political. This is about you guys, the audience. It relates completely. Yeah, cohabitation is messy, and that is what Charles Xavier has always vouched for. Well, as always, I don't know. The reason Charles Xavier believes that we should fight for coexistence, cohabitation, even though it's difficult. He thinks that it's okay to suffer because, you know, that's what will reach the end goal without the violence that Magneto wants, that Magneto desires. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with the idea that we have to endure because that's what they have been doing, what we have been doing, we have been enduring. But also I see what he means, that we still have to fight and not expect a perfect picture, perfect, you know, utopia, because that doesn't exist. So yeah.
Okay, I think Ash had his hand up.
Yeah, very interesting presentations. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate and enjoyed hearing your ideas and thoughts. Just connecting the dots between the three presentations. The thought that comes to mind is, like, I always try to connect and see what is the underlying value, not value in terms of that, but as in values and ideas, you know, like the principle, that sense of values, right? What is the underlying principle? And I think the thing that comes to mind in the three presentations is, what is the nature of humanity? So the first presentation, I think, was speaking about, you know, physicality and gender, you know, in some of the poetry, and colonialism and the, you know, inequality in different dimensions. So the underlying value that comes to mind for me is this idea of the nature of us as human beings, right? And what is that nature? And I want to kind of like, the idea that I think is that we've been sold in very many ways this idea that we're you know, you know, there are some validity to these constructs of gender and nationality and, you know, ethnic identity and things like that, and we cherish those where they serve us. But really, there's much more connection with us in our common humanity, that maybe if you believe in some kind of spiritual reality, you recognize that there is a spiritual reality to our identity, that we have an underlying common spiritual nature, which is common to all of us, right? And that is something that that is something that unites us, maybe in that sense, across all of these somewhat artificial social constructs that have been created, some to lesser degree. You know, equality of men and women is important, but there's differences between men and women. We're not the same. You know, that I think we can think about as just that. There is absolute equality. That is absolute. There should be, or there is. You know, the idea is that there is absolute equality between men and women, but men and women are different. My wife, we just had a baby. She, you know, engages with the baby in a different way that I engage with the baby, right? Obviously, because there's biological things and stuff like that. But I think the idea then that across the three ideas is that, you know, that common humanity, you know, and that recognition that we have that common, maybe if we want to call it a spiritual identity, that then are things that, you know, regardless of, I think Professor Farclas was mentioning these pigeonholes and these boxes that, you know, the colonial processes sought to create, or these isms that seek to divide us. You know, that kind of was the thought process, that really interesting, fascinating presentations that kind of emerged out of that. And I'm interested to hear what, you know, what that conversation is.
That really makes so much sense, Ash. And the only other thing I would add is picking up on that point of messiness. So that spirituality that maybe binds us all is a messy spirituality. It's not one that's in a box. It's alive, and things that are alive are messy by nature. I mean, anything that's alive is a contradiction, and this is so much what I think the first presentation was about, is that the fact that as soon as you're born, you're beginning to die. In other words, those two things are just are part of the same process. Anything that's alive is, you're always walking on this tightrope, doing this incredible trans performance between life and death. And the thing is that for most of our history as human beings, we realize that, just as we realize that we are all living things and we're all part of nature. So we're all messy, we're all contradictory, we're all full of all this stuff. But that's the stuff that makes us alive.
That's the
stuff that
beauty
makes
of
us
it.
good.
That's the beauty of it, because I
Yeah.
think a garden that is made up of all the same flowers is not particularly interesting. But a garden that has the diversity of the flowers and the difference between the flowers that look different, that smell different, that attract different birds and bees and all of that. That diversity is the thing that adds to the beauty of it. I
Just like this wonderful image behind you of those beautiful flowers. That's the kind of, and the fact that those flowers are painted in such a way by those particular artists who that particular school of artists wanted to portray them as something that are living and not dead. And so you couldn't precisely define where the petal ends and where the leaf begins. In other words, that particular school of art got this. They got that idea that if it's living, it's got to be messy. It can't be precisely drawn. So that's why those flowers are so beautiful behind you, and why a sterile 17th century Cartesian, like Jose was talking about Descartes, garden in France or England looks so awful. You have all these plants, but they're all like, they look like animals that have been groomed to like dogs, where people like shape their hair in grotesque ways instead of just letting the animals have express their messiness. Any case, but that messiness trope went throughout all of these presentations. It was really good. And so and just being able to accept that and the power that comes from that, and the thing is that Eden doesn't need a fortress. In other words, that recalls something that was mentioned this morning about the fact that we are striving for these idealized, pure, monolithic understandings of the perfect culture, the perfect language, the perfect ethnicity, the perfect race, okay? And the only thing that actually we find about in all 300,000 years of our history is the fact that we were mixing, and that languages were mixing, and that cultures were mixing, and that ethnicities were mixing, and even species were mixing, and technologies were mixing, and spiritualities were mixing. It's amazing to start looking at how spiritualities they fly across borders from one place to another. And it's all, and that's what makes us human. That's what makes us alive. And that's why we're also, I would say, we're successful. In other words, how did we manage to stay around for 300,000 years? By closing ourselves in, by closing ourselves off from mixing with other languages, cultures, ethnicities, or by being open. And is it any accident that with the imposition in just the last 500 years of this idea of one standardized language, one standardized culture, one standardized ethnicity, one truth, that in those 500 years of living under that regime of monolithic purity, of the quest for that monolithic purity, we're on the brink of exterminating ourselves. So we were successful for 300 years by accepting our messiness, being like Audre Lorde, accepting that life and death are a messy combination, okay? But in just 500 years, by becoming seduced, as you said, Ash, by this thing that is marketed to us as the perfect way to speak and the perfect way to act and the perfect way to identify, and the pure way of doing that kind of thing, as and all of those things that Amanda was saying about mutants. What makes up, what are mutants, and why does that have so much to tell us about Latin America? Because one of the things that about Latin America, that defines Latin America, is the fact that in Latin America we find these pure racial categories inapplicable. In other words, in Latin America, you have this fusion of people of European descent, people of indigenous descent, people of African descent that cannot be denied, that can't be slipped under the rug. It's there. And so under the colonial gaze, Latin America, by definition, is mutants. So Amanda, that point was so powerful. And what is a mutant? It's somebody who's impure. And so the idea that that the Northern Europeans had of not just Mediterraneans, but also people in the Americas, was of an impure race of people that had to be dominated, that had to be enslaved, that had to be invisibilized. So the island, Genosha, there's so many cases of this, Amanda. If you look in the history of many parts of the world, when you look at the way historians write about these places, it was as if nobody ever lived there before. Okay, but actually, so you erase the people and then you come in and you turn it into a paradise, but it was already a paradise.
Unfortunately, there are a number of countries that weren't colonized. And so those countries that weren't colonized in the last 500 years, you actually see those countries that have, ideas and ways of being and thinking that don't fit into that colonial mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do have the phenomenon of neocolonization, which has become a global phenomenon. So in other words, the recolonization of the formerly colonized world extended to the formerly non-colonized world. So in other words, under globalization, you get a new regime whereby instead of a particular government colonizing another people, you get a set of multilateral institutions like the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, et cetera, et cetera. And they have effectively extended that to the whole world. And this, Amanda was bringing that out as well, that the whole mechanism of neocolonization. So after you get independence, they figure out a way to recolonize you by making sure no honest leaders will ever get to power. They'll kill them.
No, I don't mean countries that colonized and gained independence. There were countries that weren't colonized in the first place.
No, I mean that. No, I mean that. So countries that were not colonized in the first place also undergo this process. So the whole world under globalization has actually been recolonized, especially internally, internalizing all of these ways of looking at the world that are identified with the Western gaze and the global North. So this is the problem. So in people's lives have been saturated with an understanding of what is important in the world, Platonic thinking, that actually there is some kind of these ideas of purity that have been really weaponized, even in countries that were never colonized. In other words, you have all of this horrible stuff going on in the name of ethnic purity, in the name of linguistic purity, et cetera, et cetera. So even though those countries were never colonized externally, people's minds were colonized internally by this Western understanding of that there's a realer reality out there. There's a more perfect nature out there that we have to strive for this pure perfection instead of accepting the world, like you said, for all with its messiness. Sorry, more comments from the about these three excellent presentations. Francis, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Jose a quick question. I loved your presentation as well. Thank you for introducing me to the anthology. I made some notes here about the poem The Little Book, and how you said that it describes a friend's battle against the metaphorical monster that lurks in both illness and medical treatments for illness. I was wondering if you could expand on that, because I'm very interested in that topic.
Definitely. And I think it goes hand in hand with your presentation, which again, I love. Excellent. I love audio. So when I read it, having been a caretaker myself, it immediately hit a fiver. Like I know just how bad a person, and I deduced from the narrative that it was cancer, the illness that was mentioned, how bad the cancer can strike a person, but not just the illness, but seeing the body deteriorate with the treatment. And the fact that the professor did such an amazing work at capturing both sides. It's not just cancer is bad. It's how we fight cancer can also destroy our bodies. And this first poem, The Little Box, it really hits home in that sense. If you know somebody who's gone through it, or you've seen people close to you, or you've been going through it yourself, you automatically understand the theme of the poem and how sometimes resistance in this case can only be about keeping what we have in that temporal space. Because I believe that that's how you fight. You create spaces for memories, spaces for love. So instead of simply giving up for you have the illness, you could have given up and then done the automatically things. You keep pieces of yourself. In this case, the speaker of the poem, it's basically revisiting the memory of the lost one, who they were the caretaker of. So they find that lock of hair, and it goes through the transition of everything that happened. So, yes.
So the contrast between the prosthesis and the lock of hair, that was really, really powerful, just to look at how Audre Lorde reacted to the prosthesis, which was lamb's wool. So it was the hair of something, but it wasn't her. And then here you have the hair that becomes so important, and that idea of opening up a space. So that idea of différence. So that, in other words, and I think this goes back to Amanda's presentation. So how do you, Amanda was asking, how do you actually strive for something better and move beyond these very colonial and neo-colonial realities? Part of that is maybe opening up these kinds of spaces. So it's interesting that, Amanda, at the end you mentioned that we have to that coexistence and cohabitation are messy, and so when we find that messiness, sometimes it's a good sign. Many times it's a good sign. And even though we are taught to no, turn our backs on messiness and domesticate the messiness, find a way to make it unmessy and neat and make it stay inside the lines and the boundaries of the boxes. Actually, that messiness is a healthy kind of thing. So I think that, and it's powerful and it's dangerous. So on your last slide, Frances, she says that women are not just are also dangerous, and the kinds of power she's talking about is a very dangerous kind of power. Memory is very powerful and also very dangerous. So again, all of these presentations really, I think, fit together very well.
Just a quick comment. I love Audre Lorde. Her work inspired me during my own dissertation writing. That's Sister Outsider and also the Cancer Diaries. And the fact that she wrote the diary according to professional psychiatrists in medical humanities who teach about trauma and what some of the ways of coping. And as you said, coping is the ability to open up narrative spaces, thinking spaces, feeling spaces, so that they can deal. But I find her work as a kind of witness, narrative witnessing. So we call her a narrative witness. It's not just about witnessing to someone else's story, but her own story. I was just looking at a title I did for a paper called Witness from the Sanctuaries. Sanctuaries, like sanctuaries, a combination of silence and sanctuary. That is the deep silence that's such a traumatic diagnosis that you have a breast cancer of those days. The person just is killed off immediately. They cannot talk. They don't want to talk about it because talking about it, they are afraid they will hurt their loved ones, etc., etc., and then they just die. They die before the physical death, the spiritual death. But in writing about it, in being open to it, and even questioning the medical systems and the kind of disconnect between the medicalized way in which disease is seen and the human body is seen and treated. For me, Audre Lorde's Cancer Diaries is one of those narratives, not just about breast cancer, but all types of terminal, as they call them, diseases. That links with the Jose's presentation. I'm more interested in the blood, as they are braiding the hair, the blood. And I don't want to see it as death. I want to see it as a passing on of life, a genealogy of life. Because when you read about African-American mother-daughter relationships or women's relationships, sitting between the thighs of the mother and weaving the hair or plaiting the hair or cornrowing the hair or whatever, it's another way of passing on something deeper than just words. It's a kind of spiritual genealogy of that resistance. It becomes a stage, the only perhaps space in their chaotic life outside that little home, that mother bonds with daughter and with grandmother. So grandmother, mother, daughter, so that matrilineage, that is a narrative or strength. So blood is a symbol of life, not just death. It's not death. It's a symbol of life. I'm leaving, you are seeing the blood coming out from the hair, and I'm passing on to you. It's a ritual. And so for me, that's how I look at it. Of course, Baron Bettel's poem is so hilarious that, yeah, you have to wall it against a snake, you know. But the snake is already inside. And the father, the Holy Father, is almost locked out because the snake is able to get Eve and Adam to start building a wall to keep out God. But because he's God, he's inside. He's also inside. And the last presentation was really great. I've watched a few X-Men, but I don't understand it. But I always like these comic narratives. And the young people are helping me understand what all these decolonial theories and post-colonial theories and whatever theories, linguistic theories that are unpacking the kind of agendas. Yes, so if Lee says, I had no political intent, yeah, you had no political intent, fine. That's what the writer says. But you are not the one who interprets what you have written. Okay, and for the Latinx thing, if you, Trump said, people from Congo, you know where Congo is? They are coming and poisoning the blood. Whose blood are they poisoning? I'm not even talking about telling Latinos they are taking Black Americans, the black jobs, they are taking black jobs. What is black jobs? Okay, etc., etc. And the breast cancer thing, that is the birth control thing. Ghana was, just like Puerto Rico, was selected as the #1 African country in the late 60s, that's about 69, 70, to test the pill. There is a joke that Ghanaian women will line up, they will be encouraged to take the pill with incentives like a 6-yard piece of print cloth or some other goodies. And yet, Ghana's population then exploded. More, there was an acceleration of births while the women were supposed to be taking birth control pills. And we ask, what happened? You talk about resistance, there it is. They took the pill and they said, why is the white man interested in regulating our population. They came here to some of, and they didn't politicize this. They didn't say anything. It was just silent witnessing. They are doing resistance. It's not, they're just not reflecting resistance. They're doing resistance and maintaining the authenticity of who they are. That we love children. Don't come and tell us to destroy what naturally we are gifted with. We are gifted with. So these are some of the things that the three presentations really unite very well. And I think it's a good panel to keep up.
Yes. Okay. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for our discussion. So we're going on to our last session where we have two presentations. Just one comment to Amanda, though. You were asking about that polarization between different types of struggle. I think, at least for me, in the Latin American context, the Zapatistas have written so much about this. So somebody like Gustavo Esteva, written so much about how to kind of cope with the colonization, neo-colonization in such a way that gets to the roots of it and starts allowing people to open up these kind of spaces. Anyway, our first presentation.
Just a little story. It's not for Amanda. Now that an American has been elected Pope, would those Latinos who are trying to de-X themselves and become American return to another illusion of universality, the Catholic Church? And you don't have to answer.
Amanda, do you have an answer for?
I'm so sorry, but my internet is why I have the camera off. I did not
Okay, it's a bad connection. Okay.
hear anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you repeat?
No, I'm just saying that what happens to those
I heard yours. You said Gustavo Esteva, no?
Oh yeah, but then yes, but then Professor Kuabong was asking you about the new Pope,
who is an American of Spanish, Italian, and French, and who lived in Peru as a missionary, etc., etc. What will those who are running away from Catholicism, another illusion of globality or uniformity, are they going to return and say, hey, Trump, who he says he's very excited to meet this new Pope? Because so I said you don't have to answer, it's just a thought.
Amanda, do you have a response, or maybe do you have a good connection now?
No. Okay.
I sort of do. I did not quite understand the question. But
what? Okay, maybe to put it in a nutshell, what do how will the mutants react to the new Pope?
How would the mutants react to the new
Latinx?
I don't.
The Latinx who are running away from their Catholic,
I have
whatever.
no clue personally. I haven't really been with those news. I know he's American. I know he lived in Peru. I think that's good.
He's also
I think
of
that
Spanish.
he's a little bit more globalized than a normal American.
Mm-hmm. He's of Spanish, French, and
I feel like it's
the connection is poor.
Yeah, the connection is poor. Maybe in the chat, Amanda, if you could reply in the chat. Maybe the two of you can continue this conversation in the chat to avoid. Yeah. Okay, in the chat probably, because I think the connections are bad now. Anyway, we have to get on to our next presentation, which is called Los efectos del idioma materno sobre el aprendizaje de una segunda lengua. Una perspectiva neurobiológica by Germari Díaz Sánchez. So, Germari, I'm going to, yo voy a proyectar tus diapositivas aquí. Ok, Gemari, pa'lante.
Bien, gracias. Saludos, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Germarí Díaz Sánchez y les voy a estar hablando sobre los efectos del idioma materno sobre el aprendizaje de una segunda lengua desde una perspectiva neurobiológica. Adelante. Los objetivos de esta investigación son investigar si la interferencia del primer idioma en el aprendizaje de un segundo idioma está fundamentada en los sustratos neurales que intervienen en el lenguaje, indagar las posibles razones por las cuales el primer idioma interfiere en la adquisición de una segunda lengua y explorar los sustratos neurobiológicos que subyacen a los diferentes aspectos del lenguaje en los bilingües. En cuanto al método, se hizo una recopilación de literatura experimental moderna con el fin de obtener los datos necesarios para lograr los objetivos. Y se realizó el análisis cualitativo de los datos utilizando tablas de correlación y siguiendo la metodología de metaanálisis propuesta por Avilés Morales y Pacheco, que significa que se correlacionaron los resultados de los diferentes estudios, comparando de un modo sistemático y sinérgicamente los resultados de las investigaciones utilizadas e incorporando artículos teóricos y experimentales para suplementarla. Podemos proseguir. Bien. Para la introducción, pues en la educación el aprendizaje de un L2 o segunda lengua ha sido objeto de controversia por muchos años, ya que siempre se ha pensado que a los niños se les debe dar una base fuerte en su idioma materno antes de adquirir otro idioma. Algunos promueven esta idea y utilizan el argumento de que el primer idioma sienta las bases neurales, semántico-léxicas y conceptuales para la adquisición de un segundo idioma. Otros señalan que es debido a que existe el miedo a que ese segundo idioma interfiere en el aprendizaje de un primer idioma y provoque un atraso o una confusión en el lenguaje. Debido a esta controversia es que surge ¿verdad? Surge el tema de investigación porque pues los resultados demuestran que es lo opuesto. Es el primer idioma el que interfiere en el aprendizaje de una segunda lengua. Klett cita a varios autores, quienes proponen que mientras más diferencias existan entre los idiomas, mayor será el grado de interferencia y el problema de aprendizaje en una segunda lengua. El término de interferencia alude a la reorganización de modelos que resulta de la introducción de elementos foráneos en los ámbitos más estructurados de la lengua, como el grueso del sistema fonético, una gran parte de la morfología y la sintaxis y algunas áreas del vocabulario. Además, señalan que la similitud entre los dos idiomas permite que el aprendizaje se realice más fácilmente y dé lugar a una transferencia positiva. De lo contrario, ¿verdad? De forma contraria, el aprendizaje de un L2 resulta más difícil cuando los elementos son diferentes entre los idiomas. Podemos pasar para la próxima. Estas teorías sugieren que la clave de las dificultades o el éxito que pueda tener un estudiante en la adquisición de un segundo idioma depende de cuán similares sean los idiomas. Es decir, mientras más similares sean los idiomas, pues entonces la transferencia y el aprendizaje va a ser más exitoso. Y mientras más diferencias haya entre el primer idioma y la segunda lengua, entonces va a haber mayor dificultad en que esa transferencia se dé o ese aprendizaje se dé más fácilmente. Además, se destaca la teoría de Vygotsky, que plantea la relación intrínseca que anuda las lenguas en contacto en la medida en que los significados pertenecientes al sistema semántico de la lengua materna condicionan y organizan la mediación entre el sistema de significaciones de la lengua extranjera. Esto quiere decir que el aprendizaje de los conceptos de un L2 se da mediante los conceptos que ya tenemos de nuestro L1. Podemos proseguir.
Disculpa.
No se preocupe, Viro. Ajá, ahí. Bien, pues en cuanto al análisis de los datos, descubrimos que el primer idioma siempre está involucrado en el procesamiento del lenguaje de un segundo idioma. Y más aún, ambos comparten las mismas áreas de la corteza cerebral y algunas otras estructuras no corticales. Muchos de los estudios, aunque miden variables distintas, reflejan de una forma u otra que hay una interferencia del L1 sobre el L2, siendo las áreas de la fonética, el léxico y la gramática las tres áreas más importantes. La desventaja del bilingüe es causada por un retardo en el acceso al sistema léxico en el primer idioma. Sin embargo, una posible explicación de este fenómeno es el efecto de la frecuencia. Es decir, los hablantes bilingües necesitan más tiempo para recuperar el léxico de su primer idioma, ya que utilizan estas palabras con menos frecuencias que los monolingües. La interferencia no es causada por aspectos lingüísticos como tal, sino por la velocidad de acceso en las redes neurales al léxico correspondiente. Cuando se está aprendiendo un segundo idioma, no se empieza de cero, sino que ya tenemos nuestras propias representaciones y significados de los objetos los cuales aprendimos en nuestro primer idioma. Por ejemplo, supongamos, ¿verdad?, que tenemos un niño que tiene como primer idioma el español y como su segundo idioma el inglés y está aprendiendo sobre las frutas en su segundo idioma. Lo que aprende es la nueva palabra apple, pero en su primer idioma ya conoce el concepto manzana. Color, textura, tamaño, sabor, ¿verdad? Dependiendo de la experiencia, ¿verdad? De cada persona también. Por lo tanto, lo que tiene que asimilar es que la palabra apple significa lo mismo que manzana, pero en otro idioma. De esta forma, cuando el niño vea la palabra apple, accederá al concepto mediante los conocimientos que ya tiene de su lengua materna. Siguiendo lo señalado por Vygotsky, por esta razón es que la relación entre palabra y objeto es indirecta, ya que está mediatizada por los conceptos que se tienen del primer idioma. Y esto particularmente a mí ¿verdad? Fue haciendo la investigación, me estuvo bien curioso y me estuvo bien interesante porque pensamos que es aprender todo de cero o todo por completo de un idioma. Y realmente nosotros ya tenemos nuestras estructuras mentales sobre los conceptos de lo que nos rodea. Solamente lo estamos aprendiendo, lo que estamos aprendiendo es, ¿verdad?, el vocabulario y cómo se dice, cómo se lee una palabra en ese idioma, en la segunda lengua. Podemos proseguir. En este aspecto, podemos ver que las representaciones conceptuales del L1 intervienen en el procesamiento semántico de un L2. Con una postura similar, Klett señala que la lengua materna actúa como un filtro en el sentido de que los preconstructos y las representaciones de esa lengua materna determinan y seleccionan lo que llega al alumno de la lengua meta, que sería la segunda lengua. Esto significa que todo es procesado primero en el primer idioma y que la nueva información que entonces nosotros percibimos va a ser determinada por ese primer idioma. Nuestra investigación sugiere que el reclutamiento de ciertas áreas cerebrales adicionales es necesario en el procesamiento de un L2, mediado por recursos de procesos más controlados que el procesamiento del L1 en la selección de un ítem lexical. El lenguaje dominante es procesado de un modo más automático y es menos dependiente de estos mecanismos de control. En la medida en que una persona sea más proficiente en su L2, estos mecanismos se automatizarán. Esto implica que el control del lenguaje está asociado íntimamente al control cognitivo en general, por lo que es una función cognitiva compleja que se debe entender en términos de interacciones dinámicas entre los sistemas neurales. Los estudios funcionales o fMRI indican que varios subcomponentes del control cognitivo implican circuitos neurales por separado. El núcleo caudado y la corteza singular anterior son parte de la red neural involucrada en el proceso de selección entre idiomas en un cerebro bilingüe. Mientras más débil es el segundo idioma, más importante es el reclutamiento de esas áreas cerebrales, las cuales se utilizan para la decisión de qué idioma usar. En la medida en que el bilingüe se hace más experto en su segundo idioma, más automático se hace el proceso de esa selección del léxico. Los resultados indican que cuando se accede a una palabra en el segundo idioma, automáticamente se accede a su equivalente en el primer idioma. Los resultados además sustentan que las representaciones mentales de las palabras en un cerebro bilingüe están integradas y comparten un solo sistema representacional, pero se propone que diferentes grupos de neuronas dentro de este sistema existen para percibir el L1 y el L2. Estos resultados apoyan lo plan... No se preocupe. Ajá. Estos resultados apoyan lo planteado por Vygotsky y por otros estudios de neuroimagen. Ahora sí. Puede...
Yeah.
Ahí estamos, sí. La investigación nos sugiere que en la medida en que los fonemas, esta es la parte, ¿verdad? Esto es en cuanto a la fonética. Nos sugiere que en la medida en que los fonemas son muy diferentes y no caen dentro del espectro natural de la frecuencia sonora de un primer idioma, más difícil es su aprendizaje. Además, algunas investigaciones plantean que esa interferencia puede estar relacionada también con el proceso de producir el sonido y no necesariamente con el de escucharlo. O sea que nosotros realmente lo difícil en el aprendizaje de un segundo idioma es cuando lo vamos a pronunciar o a producir, pero no exactamente a la hora de percibir el sonido. Por tal razón, los autores proponen que la dificultad del dominio de fonemas de un segundo idioma se debe a la capacidad individual del habla y no a unas capacidades acústicas. En cuanto a la interferencia lingüística en la parte de la gramática, de acuerdo con el análisis de nuestros datos, se sugiere que existe un procesamiento parecido al L1 cuando los idiomas son similares y las construcciones gramaticales se realizan por reglas. Cuando esas construcciones gramaticales no son similares o dependen de características léxicas que no son iguales en el primer idioma y el segundo idioma, ¿verdad? Cuando no son similares, la transferencia en las rutinas de ese procesamiento no se puede efectuar. Por consiguiente, la similitud entre los idiomas es un factor importante para que el individuo aprenda mejor un segundo idioma. De lo contrario, el proceso de aprendizaje será más difícil o complejo. Por lo tanto, el concepto de transferencia está estrechamente ligado con el de interferencia en el bilingüismo. Según Weinrich, cuanto mayor sean las diferencias entre los sistemas, es decir, cuanto más numerosas sean las formas mutuamente excluyentes en los modelos de cada lengua, mayor será el problema de aprendizaje y el área potencial de esa interferencia. Podemos pasar. En cuanto a las conclusiones, pues podemos concluir que sí existe una interferencia del primer idioma en el aprendizaje de un segundo idioma. Sin embargo, no se trata de catalogar que esta interferencia como algo negativo, sino que la misma juega un papel importante en la adquisición de una segunda lengua y debemos reconocerla como algo pues, que ocurre de forma natural. Además, no podemos afirmar que esa interferencia esté presente en todas las personas que aprenden un L2 o una segunda lengua. En uno de los estudios, ¿verdad? De Díaz et al, encontraron personas con habilidades lingüísticas excelentes, las cuales no necesariamente presentaron interferencia entre los dos idiomas aprendidos. Por tal razón concluimos que son varios los factores que pueden influir también en el aprendizaje de un segundo idioma, entre estos la edad de adquisición, la experiencia lingüística, las habilidades individuales, el nivel de rendimiento, entre otros aspectos. Podemos pasar a la próxima. Tenemos por un lado, ¿verdad? Está la relación de mediatización existente entre el aprendizaje de una segunda lengua y la lengua materna. Y por el otro, el factor de transferibilidad, que supone que los idiomas deben ser similares para que el aprendizaje de un segundo idioma sea más efectivo y para que sea exitosa la transferencia del primer al segundo idioma. Por último, no podemos obviar el sustrato neurológico del aprendizaje del lenguaje. Aunque las estructuras cerebrales se activan y son utilizadas por los bilingües, manifiestan un alto solapamiento. La utilización de estructuras adicionales depende de exactamente las mismas variables que mencionamos anteriormente. ¿Cuáles? Pues las habilidades lingüísticas, la edad de adquisición, ¿verdad? La experiencia, todo esto. Y para terminar, pues quiero terminar con esta cita de Klett, Nuestra lengua materna no se marchita, no nos abandona y su sedimento es un valioso recurso para la adquisición de cualquier otra lengua. Así que muchas gracias por su atención.
Aplauso. Let's give an applause
Gracias.
to Hermari.
Gracias.
Y hay mucho que decir sobre esta presentación. Excelente, excelente. Entonces, ahora pasamos a nuestra última presentación antes de avanzar a la parte de la sesión dedicada a preguntas y comentarios. Entonces, our last presentation will be by Gabriella Panelli. And she's going to be talking about digitalizing the annual volumes on the languages, literatures, and cultures of the Caribbean, progress report. And you have the permission to share the screen, Gabriela.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabrielle Panelli. I've had the incredible opportunity to work with Faraclas this past year, and it's just been such an amazing experience, and I can't thank him enough for all the opportunity he's given me. But yeah, so let me go ahead and share my screen. Let me go here. Can everyone see my screen? Yes, okay. So, go back here. All right, so this is the home page to the Islands in Between. The newer additions are these beautiful pictures from the different Caribbean islands. Some that I took, some that were sent in by others. And if anyone has any other beautiful pictures, I would love to put them on this front page or even within the other pages of the website. It kind of just gives you a little description of what you'll find within this digital hub, just publications and information from the past conferences on the languages, literatures, and cultures of the Caribbean. So this first tab up here on the left is the About page, and it just basically explains what the mission is of the Islands in Between, the beginnings, so how it all started, and what the first conference kind of looked like and how it's turned into what we have now. A little description of the founders and the main contributors on this page. This page is a little bit different from the about the authors and editors, which I'll get into within the volumes. So the next tab is the publications tab. And this is where you will find all the published volumes from 2008, all the way at the bottom, all the way to 2003. And I believe 2004 should be out soon, if I'm correct on that. And I can get that combined and uploaded to the website as soon as possible. We also have a search bar located on this page and on the home page. So it just makes it a lot easier if you're looking for bilingual education, or just I can put bilingual, you go ahead and search and it'll give you the volumes of what that keyword appears in. Also, you could put an author or an editor, and it'll give you where that author appears in as well, the volumes. So to access the volumes, it'll be the tab underneath the picture, and you have full access to the entire combined volume from that year. And I included a linking table of contents, so you can go ahead and click on it, and it just makes it a lot easier to get to the article that you're looking for. But if you don't know exactly what you're looking for, you don't know where the article is at, there is a search bar. Depending on what browser you use, for example, if you were to use Chrome, it doesn't necessarily have that search bar within the website. You would have to download the document and then use the Control F feature to be able to search within. But depending on the browser, most browsers do have the search bar. So if you're looking for papiamento in education, you could type that up and search it within the document directly on the website. Directly on the website. And to download the full article, you would just click this download button. But if you just wanted to download one article or a couple pages, you would just click the print button and just choose your pages. So if you wanted page 28 through 30, you can go ahead and just, oh, we have to save it to save as a PDF. And you can go ahead and save those pages to your computer. So you don't have to download the full thing if you don't want to. And then you have the complete citation for referencing purposes. So that's going to be the same setup for all the publications. And there's 2 volumes per year. And that's what this tab has. And then the next tab is the conferences tab. You'll have all the information. Sorry, it's loading a bit. There we go. You'll have all the information for the upcoming conferences. As for now, we just have the call for papers. So you can go ahead and click on that. And you can access the information for the call for papers directly on the website. Soon we'll have the logistical information in the schedule. And then when the conference comes, we'll have the conference program. And you'll be able to access that directly on the website, off your phones, off your tablet, off your computer, whichever device you're using. Just a little fun countdown to the next conference. And then if you were curious about any of the previous conferences we have, here we have the previous conference programs. So you could see where it was held, who presented, what the topics were, if you were curious about that. So that's what's in the conference page. I do hope to get more pictures from the previous conferences and for the upcoming conferences, so we can put that in here just so you could see what it looks like, the Islands in Between annual conferences. And then we have a submissions page, which takes you to 2 different directions. We have the submissions for the abstracts for the presentations at the conference, and we have the submissions for the article for the publication and the annual volumes. So it kind of gives you 2 different paths. So if you wanted to submit your abstract for which one is this? For the conference, then you could do it directly on the website, and it would go directly to the Islands in Between email. However, for the article submission, since it is a bit longer, you won't be able to submit those directly through the website, but it still gives you all the logistical information of the formatting, what it needs to include, and then where you need to send the article to. And there is an example. Last but not least, we have a contact us page. So for any questions, concerns, if anything's not functioning on the website, you can go ahead and contact us. If you wanted to be added to the mailing list to get all the updates on the websites, upcoming conferences, new published volumes, then you can be added to our mailing list so you can receive all those updates. So that is the updated Islands in Between. What's next, what's to come is I really want to create a networking tab, which will be next to contact, because this is for you to contact us directly. But if you wanted to contact somebody in Aruba or someone in St. Croix, it just makes it easier to get into contact with our professors and colleagues from the different islands. So if you're traveling there and you want to visit the university, or you want to know what you can do on the island, or you want to get into contact with other researchers, it kind of makes it easier to network in between the islands. So that's something that I wanted to add. And then we're also working on promoting the website. So it's easier for the website just to reach more learners and educators and enthusiasts of the unknown or lesser voices of the Caribbean, and just to increase the web visibility. So that's what's coming next. But I'm just excited that the website is finally published and accessible to everybody. So thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to Gabriela. Aplauso para Gabriela. Entonces, so let's, it's getting close to the time to wrap things up, but I want to know if from the audience we have any either questions, feedback, comments on either of these presentations. Just one thing I wanted to say that I wanted to congratulate both of you for excellent presentations, but also for Gabriela to have accomplished this in such a short time. We have been praying and hoping for this to happen for, I guess, almost over 20
Since
years.
2009.
Yeah, or even before that. I mean, I think we always had this idea, you know, but it's now become a reality, and that's just amazing. And then for Hermari, yo creo que finalmente tu intervención fue bien valiosa porque a menudo nosotros los lingüistas solemos hablar del lenguaje de manera desincorporada. Y ahora desde una perspectiva neurobiológica tenemos que reconocer que el lenguaje es un fenómeno incorporado. Y además que a veces hacemos nuestra lingüística de tal manera que borra sobre todo el contexto social, y el insumo social, sobre todo el insumo de la madre, de la mamá. Y yo creo que tu acercamiento revaloriza, reconoce estos insumos. Y la cita de Clet es bien graciosa, que corresponde exactamente con esta idea de la necesidad de reincorporar el contexto social y sobre todo el insumo de nuestras mamás y abuelas en el proceso de, 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 eh, de dominar, de dominio de un L1, un L2, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, yo aprecio mucho eso. Ok, entonces, Ash, you had your hand up.
Hola, I have two questions, dos preguntas, una para Germari, una para Gabriel, and one question for Gabriel as well. La primera pregunta es, ¿cómo distinguir el uno y el dos? Por ejemplo, yo nací, crecí en Inglaterra, entonces mi primer idioma es inglés. Mi esposa es mexicana, y en la casa con nuestro bebé hablamos en inglés, pero mi esposa habla con él en español y con su familia habla en inglés y con mi familia habla en inglés. Entonces, ¿cómo distinguir qué es L1 y qué es L2? Esta es la primera pregunta. And Gabriela, my question is about the conference. I'm a media professor. I'm academic. I teach media studies. And I'm new to, we're spending time in Puerto Rico, but I teach in California. I teach online in California. For the abstract, is a full paper required, or is it just the abstract and the conference presentation? What is, I didn't see that in the call for papers. I just had a brief look at it. I was just wondering if it's just an abstract or if there's a full paper that's part of the submission. So this is
Oh, I can just answer that really quick and then we can go into Hermani's question. It's just, I believe, 250 words. It's a quick abstract for the conference. And then if it was for the publication, then that would be a full paper. And that's why on the website, we can only do the abstracts for the conferences since they are a lot shorter.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gabriela.
You're welcome.
Awesome.
Bien, pues en cuanto a su pregunta, pues yo entiendo que ahí, ¿verdad? Va a depender mucho del contexto de cada ser humano, porque si usted se supone que se define como lengua materna o primer idioma, el lenguaje en el que cuando usted nació, esa primera lengua que usted recibe, ¿verdad? Y con la que usted se cría. Y entonces, a lo largo de, ¿verdad? De nuestra infancia, usualmente hay una lengua dominante. ¿Por qué? Pues porque recibimos todo ese input, ¿verdad? De la lengua que estamos recibiendo de nuestros padres y de nuestros familiares cercanos. Ese primer idioma con el que uno nace y se cría y escucha esas primeras palabras. Ahora, también tenemos en el contexto en el que usted ahora mismo tal vez está, ¿verdad? Su hijo y su esposa y que ahí hay entonces no es solo bilingüismo, ahí hay multilingüismo. Entonces ya es algo en donde diferentes lenguas están siendo, ¿verdad? Adquiridas y aprendidas de forma simultánea. Y yo pienso que esta investigación pues da paso a que se continúe estudiando, especialmente dependiendo ¿verdad? El contexto de cada individuo para saber realmente si más de una lengua a la misma vez, pues también cuál es entonces la que podría interferir más. Pero yo pienso que siempre debe, ¿verdad? Según los resultados del estudio que yo hice y de este metaanálisis, siempre va a haber una lengua dominante y los conceptos principales y la base la vas a tener más en uno que los demás. No sé si te
Gracias.
contesté.
Él nací en Ashford, en San Juan, pero la primera idioma yo empezar a hablar con él en inglés, pero todas las circunstancias en español, entonces necesitamos ver qué es la dominante. No sé, por ahora no sé qué es la idioma dominante. Gracias, gracias.
¿Puedo añadir algo? También soy estudiante de lingüística y lo que yo he aprendido es que puede haber más de una lengua, de la primera lengua, puede tener dos como L1 y los dos pueden ser igual de dominantes. So, si el inglés y el español pueden ser las dos lenguas pueden ser L1 y si aprende una tercera lengua, pues él brinca como ese paso de como adquisición de una segunda lengua, porque ahora está adquiriendo una tercera lengua y ya tiene dos, pero los dos pueden ser, de lo que yo he aprendido, los dos pueden ser la primera lengua, sí, pero no
Y,
sé.
y para complicar la situación aún más, hay, 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 hay muchos sitios en el mundo donde los niños, bueno, crecen con tres, cuatro, cinco idiomas y dominan de manera contundente y adecuada todos los idiomas. Entonces, eso quiere decir que nosotros los lingüistas tenemos limitaciones de terminología. Entonces, solemos hablar de bilingüismo. Es un problema de nuestra disciplina, que finalmente en nuestra disciplina no se ha dado cuenta de que finalmente um, para quizás la mayoría de la población del mundo, entonces no es cuestión de un L1 o un L2, que estos conceptos no son tan nítidamente separados.
Spanglish.
Sí.
Spanglish.
Ya, pero sí, exacto. Y entonces, y si empezamos a imaginar el mundo de nuestros antepasados, antes de la imposición de un solo idioma, una sola cultura, una sola etnicidad, que viene durante los últimos 500 años, prácticamente con el Estado-nación. Entonces, quizás para para la gran mayoría de los años que hemos pasado en la Tierra como especie, ser humano o Homo sapiens, hemos estado finalmente en situaciones, o hemos nacido en situaciones donde finalmente se habla más de un solo idioma. Pero esa no es una limitación del estudio de Germari, es más bien una limitación de nuestra disciplina como lingüística.
Gracias.
Bueno, hemos llegado a la hora de terminar, pero no sé si hay otros comentarios o otras preguntas antes que nosotros nos vayamos, pero yo quiero comentar que todas las presentaciones han sido excelentes Bueno, me quedo casi sin palabras, tan agradecido, tan complacido soy con todo lo
I'm
que
almost finished. It's going to finish in like 3 minutes.
Entonces yo quiero felicitarles a ustedes todos. Y bueno, estamos no solamente llegando al final de la sesión, sino también al final del semestre. Entonces quisiera eh, eh, que todo el mundo pase unas buenas vacaciones, que tenga la oportunidad de relajarse, de reponerse para enfrentar el semestre de agosto con toda la fuerza que se va a necesitar. And so we're coming to the end of this session, but also to the end of the semester. First of all, I'd like to congratulate everybody on excellent presentation, exceeded all of our expectations. Also, though, I want to make sure that everybody leaves with our best wishes for a good, healthy, relaxing break to equip you to face the next semester in August. So let me see, maybe Professor Guobong would like to say a few words.
I wanted to find out from Gabriela whether the next thing you will create, whether everybody will be comfortable that the information is out there without their permission.
Oh, yes, of course. I would definitely get into contact with everyone to make sure that they would want to be on that networking page. Like I'm sure Faraklas would love to be on the Puerto Rico networking page. And I would obviously ask for his permission before that. But yes, thank you for bringing that up. But I did have that in mind to ask for permission before I put them on that page, of course.
Thank you. So now I'm relaxed. Well, I support, I am with Professor Faraklas to wish you all a good weekend, healthy. Let's not think too far as the Western people think. Next August, we don't know what is going to happen. Let's think of tomorrow. Every day is a new day. And since we don't control so many other things, we cannot control the future. Not that we shouldn't wish for a long future, but we don't want to wish for a long future that will bring back. Anyway, you see that I don't know what I'm saying, so.
So yes, so.
Yeah, so relax, life. My name is Kunwabon. What is death? One of the presenters was talking about why are you afraid of death when it's inevitable? You will come to know Danaban. So relax, live a good life. That life, tell death, I'm not afraid because I'm part of you. All right.
Good. Okay. So everybody.
I see the future scholar.
Yes.
Yes. That's good. Okay. Bye, everyone.
All right, everybody. We'll see you next semester. Take care and virtual hugs to everybody.
Virtual hugs.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Yes.
Gracias.
Gracias. Gracias a todos.
Hi, Professor.
Yes, Gabriela.
How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
Good, good. I was actually on the topic of promoting the website and seeing if we could, get it on more search engines and other websites and stuff. I was gonna recommend Alexandra. Maybe she's first year right now, but she's upcoming second year, and she actually has a lot of experience with this aspect. So I don't know, maybe we could talk to Alma and stuff, maybe coordinate, because I would love to, teach her everything that I've done and help her with this next step. So I just wanted to comment that. So she said she would love to do that.
I support it.
Yes, I do too.
Yeah. I can
My brief
pitch.
She's already weaving and
Yes.
networking with needles and thread and fingers. So
I loved your comment about the spider stories. I was texting Gabriella about that because they published like a children's book in America. I looked it up. It was older than I thought. In 1973.
Wow.
Of Anansi the Spider, A
Yes.
Tale from the Ashanti. And I
Yeah.
was looking up more about it, and I didn't know just how deeply that spider story too had taken root in the Caribbean. So I learned a
Yes.
lot. I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, that's yes. So actually, in many ways, our department is infested with spiders.
Yes.
Tricksters and storytellers and all kinds of dangerous and subversive and and clever characters. So if so, it sounds like you are a good candidate to become one of those dangerous, subversive, clever people who can.
I would be so honored.
Who can weave together something with our to add
continue to the quilts that Gabriella
Gabriella
started.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Well, in my undergrad, I went to Michigan State University, and I was for 3 years served as the reviews liaison for HNet. And I looked you both up. I was like, maybe, I looked you both up on the HNet system because I was like, maybe, people that are in humanities might have an account on there. Because, I mean, I used to, I know that H Caribbean is sort of active. H Latin America is more active. There were some networks that I was like, maybe this island's in between. I don't know. I mean, and I have a really good relationship with Jesse, the director. He wrote one of my letters of recommendation for UPR. So
great.
I got
Sounds
the
wonderful.
HNet connection.
Sounds like a next step. Sounds like a good next step.
Yeah, I feel like she's the perfect person for that. She has experience in it. I don't. But I would love to show her everything that has been done and what has to be done next and stuff. So we could get into more logistical details later about it all, but I just kind of wanted to make that reference. So
great. And Gabriela, if you could check in with Professor Simonet to find out exactly what kind of paperwork we have to do for the payoff.
Yeah, I got the email, so I'm starting to fill it out and finish my hours and stuff, so we can send those in time as well.
Good.
Yeah.
Great.
Perfect.
If
And
I
then we
meet
can
her-
talk tomorrow after class of
When I meet
some
her,
other
I'm
things.
going to she's my auntie. I mean, Simonet, I call her auntie.
Oh,
So,
okay. So
yeah.
yeah.
So when I talk to her, she listens with appreciation. So if I meet her, I'm going to put in the word.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love
Perfect.
that. That's so
Yeah,
sweet.
she's-
I feel like she's like my
Yeah.
Puerto Rican grandma. I didn't know anyone when I came here. And she looks out for me. She texted me on Thanksgiving. Oh, happy Thanksgiving. Where you gonna be? Because it is, I'm alone.
She's my auntie.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Yeah.
She's amazing.
She's amazing.
Oh, by the way, next semester, we're teaching in Linguística, Linguística 6550, Language and Ideology. And then in English, we're teaching Inglés 8046, which is Language and Identity. So maybe some of you are interested in those courses. I think, Francis, you've taken both of those already, right? Francis, you there? Francis? Okay.
Maybe she's gone.
Okay. And Gabriela, you will have graduated by next semester.
Yeah, but I may come hop on and say hi and listen to your.
Yeah. But Alexandra, those would be courses if you're interested. Just let me know and I could sign you up for them.
I know.
I've taken
Maybe
identity,
I'll
but
do
not
that
the other
now.
one.
Just
Sorry.
look at the full class. Maybe that's like on my agenda is to look at the full class list because the system scares me a lot. It feels like entering the matrix. It's super weird, but
Yeah.
I would love to take another one of your classes. So
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, great. And I think Professor Kuobong is teaching some interesting classes as well.
Yeah, my graduate class is 8080, which is Caribbean literature and language in the global context. In parenthesis, kinship. The literature of kinship in the Caribbean.
Nice.
Fortunately, I'm editing a collection of essays dealing with kinship. That is matrilineal motherhood, community mothering. So, busy editing collection of essays for publication.
Good. Okay. So we'll hopefully we'll see you in some classes in the future. And Gabriela, you're always welcome back. And I don't know why I will. Yeah, I think you'll always be welcome to continue to do your PhD with us.
She'll always be wherever she is. She will still be a member of the family.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Thank you. I won't be a stranger. I'll still be working with the Islands in Between project.
You can walk in anytime, and there will be a bed for you.
Thank you.
All right, and good. Okay.
Right.
Everybody have a great
have a
great weekend. Have a great day.
Gracias.
Okay?
Gracias.
And have a great now.
Yes.
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 Take care.
Yeah. And
Take
thank
care.
you. Thank you for everything. And so we'll see you hopefully soon.
Yep. We'll talk tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Abrazo virtual.
Tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah,
So,
okay, this was good.
Yeah, wasn't it? It was wonderful.
I'm sitting in the seminar room. I decided not to stay at home,